sorry. You guys put so many song requests in. I did not. I've literally been sitting here for the last 10 minutes.
Pretty lady.
Pretty lady. Thank you for the pallet tax, Sweetie Pie. What the? Ooh, yes. I have got. Today is gonna be a good day. I've caught so many. Wait, no, I must. Fuck. No, please, no. I was doing so well. Wait. I got no. Fuck.
Pretty lady.
Pretty. Ow. Why am I bad? What did I do? Oh, yes. I've caught one. No. Oh, more chances. Yes. No. Yes. Thank you, cutie Grapdad, for that Windows disconnecting sound. I probably, if it wasn't on the screen, I probably would not have noticed that. Thank you guys so much for the pallet tags. I super appreciate it, my darlings. Welcome in. How is absolutely everybody doing? It is so good to see you. I have missed you terribly. Hold on, I really want to make sure that I'm caught up to these song requests. Like I said, I was sitting here for like the entire time trying to get this. Thank you for feeding me, Sweetie Pie. Trying to get all these caught up. There's so many. So many! Just so you know, for those of you who redeemed like 20 songs, I have actually interspersed them with each other's songs so that we don't just have an entire line of like one artist. Let me see. Also, thank you guys so much for the bitties. Wait, who has done this? Awesome Ozzy. Thank you so much, Sweetie Pie. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you. My voice. Fuck,
Hello,
man.
motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hello there, amazing apparition. How are you? It's good to see you, Sweetie Pie. Welcome. How's everybody doing? I've missed you so much. Thank you for the power tag, awesome Ozzy. Thank you for the power tag, Nick, Meadow slash Jam Slice. Thank you for the power tag, Magnificent Monster. Thank you for the power tag, Magnificent Monster. Thank you so much for the lovely little bit. Thank you for the power tag, Cutie Cata. Thank you for the power tag, Magnificent Monster. Thank you for the power tag, Lovely Laugh. Thank you for the power tag, Wonderful Hoxie. Thank you for the power tag, Lovely Yuki. Thank you for the power tag, Cutie Cata. Cutie Cata again. Thank you for the power tag, Lovely Laugh. Thank you for the power tag, City Sandpaper. Thank you so much for the feeding. Cutie Cryptid. I did it. Welcome, my darlings. Today is a very special day because you guys you made me cry last week in the best possible way. Thank you for making me cry over extreme support. But you guys get rewarded for that as always. Jesus, I don't know what is wrong with my voice today. Oh, also, oopsie, I almost missed Monster for Cutie Bublin. 1 second. But you are going to get to vote on whether you would like, because normally, you know, we do our, if you do 50 subs in a week, we do a chibi raffle. If you do 100 subs in a week, we do 2 chibi raffles. If you do 150 subs in a week, we do 3, and so on and so forth, right? So every 50, you get a chibi raffle drawing, right? Because of how much support there was, though, I am actually going to let you vote on whether you want to do that, because we can still do that if you want to do that, because that'll result in more winners. But if you want even higher quality artwork from me, like my full style art that you often see me drawing on stream, we can do that. We can either do 9 chibi style raffles, or we can do 4 waist up full style, is what I call it, full style artworks, and 1 chibi style raffle. It is up to you. I will let you think on it for a second, but I'm gonna say hello to everybody real quick. Hello there, Zealous Zonin. How are you, Sweetie Pie? It's so good to see you, Sweetest Sunlight. Welcome into you as well, Lovely Lab. How are you, gorgeous? It's so good to see you. Welcome. Hold on 1 second, my people, by the presets. I have queued that up for you as well, darling. There we go. Magnificent Monstera! Welcome in, darling. How are you doing? And dearest Dustin, welcome. I'm so good now. How are you? I am doing great, Sweetie Pie. Thank you so much for asking. And amazing Umbra! Hello, amazing Umbra! Is this your first art stream? I think it might be. Yippee! welcome in. And Sweetest Strut, welcome in as well. Let's see, beautiful band, welcome in. How are you? Cutie Cat, it's so good to see you, darling. Magnificent Huxie, you're on your way to bed. All good, darling. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming in, though. I really do appreciate it. When you say those, you mean Strat? No, there were other people. Fear not. I know how much you guys love your Emily's, but no, that's like, I'm not complaining. I'm just letting you know that because there's like an hour and a half of some people's songs, I've just interspersed them with each other's. So now there's an hour and a half of two people's songs. Amazing Aussie, thank you for the uppies. Oh no, why am I being attacked by fishies? No, Roxy, why did you do that? Thank you for the bell hat and welcome in, Radical Radish. Thank you, sweetie pie. Also, Nyx, /Jam Slice. Uppies. Yay! Good Nyx. Konnichiwa for me. Ohayo gozaimasu to you, Yuki. How are you doing, darling? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Scroll. Thank you guys so much to everyone who has contributed to the next community goals. I really appreciate it. That's amazing. Let's see. Beautiful Boblin, I am doing very well. Thank you so much for asking. I hope you are doing incredibly well. Let's see. Oh, lovely loud ones, Abby's. Good lab. Someone is late. It was so I could get your music in there. Not yours specifically, Ben. Other people's music. Let's see. Jimmy! Hi there, Joyce. Jimmy, welcome in. How are you? We dodgeball, but it's pals throwing at other pals. That'd be so cute! Oh, that sounds so cute, Monster. I love that. That's adorable. Whew! How was everybody's week? I can't believe it's Friday. I've lost track of time. Did you guys see that if you are attending the Tasmania Pop Culture Festival tomorrow, it's literally tomorrow, I will be on stage hosting trivia. It's actually free for anyone to join in if you head over there. So if you would like to join me in me asking you questions, then please show up. That'd be great. That'll be at the Kingston. Oh, what is it? Where is it? I need to hold on. I'll tell you where it is. I'll give you guys an address. Where is it? Okay. Yes, the Taste of Summer, Tasmania. That's Taste of Summer. I'm reading the wrong thing. Tasmania Summer Festival. The Tasmania Summer Festival is at the Community Hub in Kingston, in Tassie, Kingborough. Community Hub. Here, for those of you who would like to join, I think there are still tickets available, so please go ahead and come see me tomorrow. I will be there at 4 o'clock on the screen, talking to y'all, being excited and hyper. I'm co-hosting the quiz night, so please come on through. Let's see. Cutie cat! Thank you so much for the 10 stream streak, darling. I really appreciate it. That is amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much for your dedication and support, my darling. And I'm so sorry. I know that a lot of you came in even before stream started, which I really appreciate, but since I scrolled all the way down, I can't see it. Sub goal 0 out of 50. We can break it again. Oh, Brenda! You are so generous and so sweet. Please, no one ever feel like obligated to support, okay? I love you just as you are. Even if you don't give a dime, you are still incredibly valued. And wait, why am I bad for that? What? And you hit the pal too, band. What? Tell me. I'm so good now. How are you? I am doing very well. Thank you so much for asking. I'm a little bit nervous about tomorrow because this is my first time hosting this as a VTuber. I'm so excited. Thank you for the head pat, by the way, Cutie Bublin. Thank you. let's see. I can't wait to be able to see you again and just town hap you at a convention. Yeah, let's go. That'd be so much fun. This be my first art stream. I cannot believe it, Umbra. You are definitely winning something today. There's a lot of your name on here. I can promise you that. I want a predictable stream schedule is what I want. I'm probably one of the most predictable stream schedules, I think, right, guys? I always start when I say I'm gonna start, right? Plus or minus 2 minutes. Lovely love. What uppies? Yee, good lab and amazing Umbra uppies. Yee, good Umbra. Fishy uppies. Yeesh. I want a clean uppies. Ozzy, would you like to give me more uppies? I'll give you uppies. I'll watch for a little as I haven't caught an art stream yet. Oh, Huxley, it'd be wonderful to have you then. Thank you so much for sticking around. Just please don't push yourself, okay? Incredible artist, thank you for the care package. Thank you for the pal hat as well, Arrhenius. Let's see, lovely Lilith. How are you doing, darling? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Big move confirmed. What do you mean, Zonin? Dearest Dustin, thank you for contributing to the community game night and the Discord movie night. It has been quite a week. Tasmania, I will be there. Wait, really? Do I get to meet one of my Aussies? You know what? I will see if at the end of because I'm gonna be on the TV screen, on the telly screen on during the trivia at 4 o'clock. So Liv, that'd be awesome if you come through. I will see if I can do like a little mini meet and greet afterward as well. That'd be really cool to just be able to say hi to people like you. That'd be awesome. Yeah, I would really love to do that. We don't have like a cool like roly-poly like the TVs that you can like remote control to go around and stuff. We don't have one of those, but I will be on the television on stage at the quiz event. So that'd be so cool. Tasmania would be awesome with you, lovely Liv. Let me see. 1 second. Oopsie.
Big move meaning I will settle in the States. What the interviews were for during this month. They said yes.
Congratulations, sweetest Zonin. I'm so proud of and happy for you, darling. Congratulations. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful time in the States. And yeah, that's amazing, darling. Congrats. How good. Cries and stuck in Melbourne. Oh, cutie cat, I'm so sorry. Yeah, click on that link for the info. Yeah. I'm free. I'm heading home. Finally, let's go, Umbra. We get to bring you in with open arms. Huxley, sweetie pie, thank you so much for contributing to the Discord movie night and the community game night challenge, darling. I appreciate it. Booking a flight right now, Yuki. If you come out here from Japan in the next 24 hours, I will personally drive out to meet you. I'm doing well, doing kennel paperwork for the Poppers, last name / title. Met a nice group who are helping me with it, and they have a fly bowl crufts team with a fur store on their team as the mascot. That's amazing, Monstera. Holy crap. Congrats, sweetie pie, congrats. That's so cool. If I remember correctly, who came in early? Me, Strat, Storm, Monstera. I think you might have missed a few. I think I saw some people as well, but as soon as I like scrolled and I saw how massive the list was, I was like, oh fuck, I better get on this. Doing good, playing some Smash Bros. Classic mode. Getting frustrated because I don't know how to play as Richter, but I think I'm improving. I do like Richter. I haven't played Smash Bros. In a long time, but you got this, Tao. Thank you so much, lovely little bit. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, also clean uppies for you, Ozzy. Good Ozzy. Okay, let me catch up with the, what was the most recent one I got? Oh, that's my live music, hold on. My People is the last one I got. Hold on, I gotta scroll and find My People. Okay, Judith is queued up for you, lovely Yuki. There we go. Let's see. Wouldn't You Like is queued up for you, Cutie Kata. There we go. Dangerous is queued up for you, Cutie Kata. There we go. you. And enjoy the silence is queued up for you, lovely Yuki. Yay! Hi, Outstanding Obtuse. How are you, darling? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? I was having an okay week until 15 minutes ago. I got a phone call advising I'm being evicted at the end of April. As the owner has decided to move in. What the fuck? Oh, Storm, I'm so sorry. That's insane. Believe it or not, I have seen that happen to a couple of my friends out here. That's crazy. Like, I guess it's nice that they gave you until April, but like, haven't you been living there for years? Had a terrible week with back and neck pain, still making me miserable the past days. But I'm so happy to finally catch a Friday stream again and just soaking up all the vibes. May the vibes help to heal your wounds, lovely Yuki. I am so sorry that your back and neck is killing you so much. That's awful. Have you been forced to go to work still, or are you at least able to relax at home? Do you have like, does like cold or hot compression pads or anything work for you, darling? I'm so sorry you're in so much pain. Radical Ryo, welcome in, sweetie. How are you? It's good to see you. I would be honored. It is an honor to have you there, lovely Liv. Please show. I would love that. That'd be so cool. Maybe you can, I'll ask, I'll say, I have some pals who might want to meet me afterward. Can you leave me on the TV and let them come up and say, hi, pal? I will ask. The schedule I'd say is mostly consistent. Mostly? I think I've only canceled like one stream in the last year, and it was because my real life work job that I fucking hate so much kept me for, I think that was an 18-hour day. I think that was an 18-hour day. Hello, Tiger in chat. How are things? Hi there, Terrific Talon. Welcome in. How are you doing, sweetie pie? I am doing very well. I hope you're doing incredibly well as well. I got to, at some point, make a trip over to meet you all. That'd be amazing, Umbra. Please do. Come on out for PAX sometime. I'm going to try and make that like a yearly or once every 2 yearly thing, ideally. I won't be able to go to Tasmania, unfortunately. No. That's okay, lovely love. I know you're not in Tasmania. Next, Matos slash down slash Abiza. Good nicks. Greetings. Hi there, Joyce Jet. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Just all of us adding many amazing songs. Yes, I do love it. It's amazing. Tao drove to meet a friend. Both of them never heard of again. That is like the scariest. That is the scariest emoji I think I've ever seen on Twitch, man. Hope your day is going well, Tao. It is, Obtuse, it is. It's been very busy, but good. Yeah, quite good. Thank you so much for asking, CD Pie. If a meet and greet is in the cards, I may even consider that, but I fear I might not survive the trip and back. No, Yuki! No, that's okay. You take good care of yourself, okay? I will be coming to you live from the online space for many, many years to come, so. Did you get jinxed? I think I did. I'm pretty sure. Yep, it's on there. Yeah, good check-in. Thank you for that, cutie kata. I am kind of okay. Had to go to urgent care. You got, tendinitis. Ow. Is it solved now, Obtuse? Did they figure it all out for you, darling? Let's see. I also found out that not only is regular show coming to Fortnite, so is the Ford F-150. What the fuck? That's crazy. They just have everything in Fortnite now. I'm doing good. Just got back from an interview. That's awesome, Ryo. What is the interview for? A job or like an internship, or what kind of an interview is it? It's Thursday though. How is it Friday? That's what the issue is. I see. Band, are you in the Discord? Because I do like go out of my way to make sure that it's actually in your local time where I can put timestamps like that. So in the Discord, if you go to the events and schedule channel, it's literally listed in your computer's time zone. Whatever is on the lower right side of your monitor is what will be listed there. But I can't do it on Twitter, and I can't do it on Blue Sky, and I can't do it on YouTube. So I can only do it where it lets me, unfortunately. What a day! I'll cue that up for you, lovely little bit. Boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. All right, that's queued up, darling. Thank you so much. You better come to PAX every year, Tao, or I will hunt you down. It's just expensive. It's just really expensive to get there, and especially during PAX to find like lodging and stuff. It's just pricey. Tao, during the Tasmania event, I can just imagine someone requesting uppies from you. I would do that, and then everyone who doesn't know me would be like, the fuck? Do it all, Talon. I'm going to be playing some games. Nice, Jet. I hope you enjoy. I am home from for the time being. I am scheduled for an MRI on Monday just to make sure it's nothing serious. But I believe it is related to the cramping from last weekend. Oh, and heat packs help nicely. That's okay. I'm glad you've got something to help spare some of that pain. And I'm glad you're also getting an MRI. Radical Realm, welcome in, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome, raiders. If you need a raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. We are doing a very special art stream today. Lots of giveaways, raffles rather, because this community was insanely generous this last week. Let me see. Oh, it just jumped. I was like, oh, I can just scroll down. Hold on. Let me just let me get to our lovely raid. There we go. It appears that Realm Wars is gracing us with their presence from the realm of Black Myth Wukong. How did it go, Sweetie Pie? This talented artist and part-time streamer weaves tales of action and war in their manga, The Rise to Superior. When not battling great sage bosses, they enjoy gaming and creating team-up comics. Truly a realm of creativity and skill. Welcome in, Radical Realm. How are you doing? Thank you so much for bringing your lovely community in. Han, would you like to let us know when your next stream is? Also, beautiful Bubbling, what's uppies? Yee, good bubbling. Checking if you got my song request. If it was the Loving Caliber one, I do have that one. Thank you very much. Otome! Hi there, outstanding Otome. Thank you so much for coming in with the raid. My next song request is in Japanese. Can I link the song from Spotify so you get the right one? You can't link it because if I insert the link, it erases the whole queue. But if you can copy and paste the actual characters, I can copy and paste the characters directly from your request, if that makes sense. We beat 5 bosses on Great Sage difficulty. That is impressive, Realm. Holy shit. Well done. Well done. That's amazing. Excellent work. Yeah, exactly what Lovely Yuki said. You can definitely copy and paste the Japanese. I don't mind. Sorry, I took go on a jog this morning and I haven't had enough water, so I'm just drinking. Did you get my song requests? I probably did, Sweetie Pie. Are there any that you're worried about in particular? I got everything. I've gotten everything up to What a Day by Warhol. Thank you for the care package, Nix. I appreciate it. I need the drink, my monster! I'm so sorry, Kata. Oh, okay. I have to tell you guys a dad joke that I think is very clever. Okay? I'm going to say it slowly. First, I have to remember it. Yes. Okay. I used to work at a factory that manufactured little Dracula statues. There were only 2 of us there, so... Fuck. My joke! Wait! I forgot how the last bit goes! It's a specific... Hold on! Wait! Wait! It's important! It's important! I'm not gonna continue this stream until I read it to you! Okay! Wait, I'm gonna read it! I'm gonna read it from the video. I used to have a job at a Dracula factory and make little plastic Dracula statues. There were only 2 of us working there, so I really had to make every second count! That's it! Oh, man. I love it. It's so funny. Sorry, I did forget the... Thank you very much, Ozzy. Oh! Raw, darling. You don't get it yet? Do you know Dracula's position, his title? Raw, darling. Hello there, lovely Lolbit. Welcome in. How are you? Lord Count. He's Count Dracula. So I had to make every second count since I worked, there were only 2 people at the factory. And so I had to make every second count. Get it? I was laughing. Hilarious. Thank you, God. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. A tiny bit comical. Wow. No one has my sense of humor. I was cackling at that today, dude. I'm like, I have never heard this one. It's so good. It's so funny. Everlong. I will cue that up for you right now, lovely Yuki. Okay, queued up. Verbal scuff. Yeah, you know what? I'll allow that. That is verbal scuff. True. It's hopefully a new job. That's awesome, Ryle. Very cool. Did you want to tell us anything about it? You don't have to. New York, New York by Frank Sinatra. Ooh, let's go. Lovely little bit. I'll cue that up for you. Wait, what did we say the cutoff for song length was again? 5 minutes. I think 5 minutes is probably a good amount of time. I've queued that up for you, lovely Lobbit. Thank you so much. I almost typoed there. Didn't send it to avoid embarrassment, but I typed count, but without the... That reminds me. Did anyone... I asked this last stream, but I kind of want to show everybody. It's kind of outside of... Well, it's not complete. It has the C word in the chorus. Has anyone heard the song Keith by Playbox? I think is what it's called. It's my new obsession. I find it so fucking funny. Play Lunch. Keith by Play Lunch was in like the top 5 of the hottest 100 this year. Triple J's hottest 100. So fucking funny. You know what? That's gonna be the first thing that I play today so that you guys can listen to it. It's really funny. It's from a comedy troupe that does like comedic songs, but this is actually a very catchy song too. I may not be laughing, but I am smiling. Thank you for that. Oh, I'm happy to hear that, Sweet Storm. I am so sorry what's going on with you right now, but I'm really, really grateful and very honored that we could make you giggle, or not giggle, smile giggle. You can add to the list. I will. I hear that song, New York, New York, every year after the ball drops on New Year's. Oh, that's awesome, Wildbit. That's so cool. Okay, give me just a second. I am going to... We're gonna do our raffle first, which actually, that reminds me. Let me put a poll up. I'm going to... Okay. Our raffle should be 9x chibis or 4x waist up full style plus 1. Ooh, it needs to be, let's see. I'm gonna say 4x full style, but it's waist up, okay, plus 1 chibi, because there's just not enough, there's not enough characters in here. I'm gonna give you guys a full 5 minutes so that you can think about this. This is for our weekly raffle. Like I said, you guys just went so far above and beyond that I wanted to give you that option. To have 4 of the full style or and 1 chibi or 9 chibis. Thank you so much for the thank you so much for the Boulevard of Broken Dreams by Green Day Wubby Wubbit, and thank you for the Wubby Waboo Woo Baby Taco Woo Vash. Boulevard of Broken Dreams is queued up for you, woo woo. Let me see here. Where were we? I don't live in New York though. I live in Florida. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. You can still have the association though, woo. It's like how I never lived in Hawaii, but I know the Mawakiriki Maka is the thing to say on a bright Hawaiian Christmas day. My typo near miss, it was nothing compared to a certain bottle of Coke. Can you say wobble drugs? Wobble drugs. Wobble drugs? Wobble drugs, you will? What is a wobble dog? Wobble dog, wobble dog. Oh, the powers! Thank you for the power talk, Wovian. What? Wow, you guys really want the 9 chibis, Woo? Okay, we can make that happen. What woo? What woo? What? I went, what woo, Shaggy? And I went, what woo? Oh, man. Oh, welcome home, Woo. Woo, what? I'm so grateful you're here, sweet pie. Since comedy is in the name of the game, how about Winona's big brown beef by promise? Is it appropriate? I know that beaver can be a different type of name for a piece of anatomy. Have fun with your game, lovely dad. Let's see here. Tell me if I somehow won. Adios. Adios, adios. Adios, Wavita. Thank you for coming in, woo. Tayo, but I'm not sick anymore. I'm very happy you're not sick anymore. But gosh, you and Umbro are here at the same time, woo! Damn you, Waffle, making Tao make me laugh. Wubble drugs. Wubble drugs. Yay! Wubble drugs is a Steam claim for Storm gifted me and asked me to say it with a silly voice and it was making him laugh all night. Oh, goody! I'm so happy to hear that. You should, here, I'm going to mute the music and you can quip this and you can put it on the soundboard and you can quick it whenever Storm is not feeling well. Wubble drugs. You're welcome. Overdrive is queued up for you. Premise often has a few innuendos, but nothing outright nasty. Okay, well, we will give it a shot then, it will. There we go. And, TWS Overdrive for show. Absolutely swat. I'll cue that up for you, it will. Okay. Well, it looks like you guys have unanimously decided that you want 9 tables. This will work out well because, I think that a lot of you remember this, but just a reminder, you can't win more than once on the same wheel, right? So, if, for example, Umbra gets landed on, which I'm 99% positive based on how many times Umbra's name is on here, I will then, after Umbra gets their chibi, then I will move their name, and then it goes only for the people who have not gotten chosen, and it continues for 9. So I think that a lot of you will get a chibi, which is very good. It will. The video is hilarious. I can post it in media and the mods can look at it if it's okay. Oh yeah, you can do that if you want, Yuki. That would be good, probably. Do you mind checking that out, Strat? Oh, and Jimmy, let me cue this one up. I wonder how to pronounce that. Yuki, can you type what Jimmy posted with romanized Englishy the type I can read? It's warehouse that makes medical respiratory bags. That's so cool, Rio! Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for you. Very cool, very cool. And thank you, Strat. I used the Google Lens feature to translate the song and copy the Japanese title. That's a really cool, that's a lot of work. Thank you for doing that for us, sweetie pie. That is queued up now. Okay, you guys want this. So when we, let me, hold on, I gotta put, wait, is it not showing up over here? It's not. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. Aha! Okay, now it should show up, it will. 1 second, I just gotta get... 1 sec, I'm just fitting the whole wheel in here. Please bear with me, woo. Okay, and then the white side. So what we're gonna do, woo, is we will do this waffle first, right? And oops, that's the wrong side. We'll do this waffle first, and then I have already copied down all 3,009 followers. And we will do a raffle for that, and that will be for a full style piece, a bust stop, and we will do it a couple of times in case we can't get a hold of one of those followers. Okay, but here we are. Sorry, you guys. I'm just gonna cover you up briefly so that you can look at all the pretty colors, you will. Oh, timer's up. Now I can talk normally. I run to the Uma Musume soundtrack. Big rainbow pizza. Yummy! Holy, I know. There are 437, I want to say, is what I think I logged on to today. Well, sorry, 453. 453. I don't know where I got the 7, but I got the 3 in the wrong spot. I haven't seen it look like that since the subathon, right? I know, that's what I was thinking too. Okay. In case you missed Tau-chan, the song title reads Hashire Uma Musume, meaning run, Uma Musume. Oh, cute! Thank you, Yuki. I did miss it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Hold on. Can I put this in like a more aesthetic spot? Not really. This is, well, I can shrink it a little bit. Yes. There you go. That you'll still be able to see the name. Okay. I know it's massive, isn't it? A little bit crazy. Okay, we're doing this based on what you guys have voted for. Let me just double check. Yes, you have voted unanimously. You want 9 chibis. Okay, 9 chibis. This is crazy. All right, cuties. You ready? Number 1 is... Strat, can you write these down, please? Well, because I'm gonna forget them all. Who is it? Strat, can you write down Strat 1? You always do. You do always do. It's true. Congratulations, Sweet Strat. You got another chibi from me. Yay! Congrats. What were the odds of that? I think Strat gifted 100 subs. Is that right? I will remind Strat about it. Thank you so much, Strat. I appreciate it. So we get rid of that one. And now... our next one is... Lav? Can I read that? Lav, you won a chibi, sweetie pie! Congrats on another chibi! Congrats on another chibi! Yay! Congrats, lovely Lav! Some uppies, congratulatory uppies for you! Yay, good Lav! All right, excellent, excellent. Next. So that's 2. I gotta keep track. Hello, Sweet Shadow. How are you? It's great to see you. Next is Monstera. Our 3rd chibi belongs to Monstera. Our 3rd chibi belongs to Monstera. Yay, Monstera! Congrats! Congratulations! Congratulations! You're keeping track? Thank you so much, Strat. Monstera chibi! And next, our 4th one is 4 out of 9. I knew it! I told you, didn't I? Umbra! Umbra, you get a chibi from me! Yay! Thank you so much for your insane support, darling. I think that once I hit remove all instances, you're gonna be able to actually read the names. Thank you so much, Magnificent Umbra! You chibi! Yay! I'm surprised it took that long. Me too, a little bit, me too. Umbra Sound, Umbra Sound chibi! The wheel disappears and boom! Yeah, look at that, isn't that crazy? Thank you so much for the insane support, Umbra, I really appreciate it. Okay, so that was that 4th? So 5th one. I can read! 5th one is... Vash! Vash, you got a chibi too! It's so fitting that Umbra and Vash got chibis back to back since they're friends. That's so cute. Thank you, Strat. That's the 5th one. Well done. Thank you so much for the support. Wonderful. Thank you, thank you. Next is our 6th chibi is... Ram! Congratulations, Ram! Yay, Ram! Thank you so much! Vash chibi, brother! We ride together! Thank you so much! 6th now. So the next one is our 6th. So this is the 6th chibi. 6th. Yuki! Yuki! You got a chibi, sweetie pie! Yay, Yuki! Congrats, darling! I hope it helps to numb some of the pain you're experiencing, even if it's just a little bit. Congrats, lovely Yuki! Yay, Yuki! Yuki chibi! Wonderful, wonderful. And we have what, 2 more? Wait, 7th? This is the 7th, not the 6th. Oh, wait. Yuki is the 7th? Yuki is the 7th, not the 6th? Do you like how I've already lost track? I'm too busy like being excited for you guys. Okay, so Yuki was the 7th, not the 6th. So we have 2 more. So we gotta do 8. This is our 8th one, who is... Storm! Congratulations, Storm! Congratulations, Storm! Yee, Storm! Congrats, honey bun. Yay, stop. I've already lost track. And our final winner of a chibi piece is Band. Congratulations, beautiful Band. Thank you so much for the support. Yay! I'm so happy for you guys. Thank you so much for being so extraordinarily generous. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Strat, Lab, Monstera, Umbra, Vash, Ram, Yuki, Storm, and last but not least, Band. Yeah, thank you so much, Lab. I appreciate that. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Cool. Okay. I had to count. I can read the whole wheel finally. Yay! Congrats, everyone. What is a chibi? It is what we oh! Oh! What the fuck? Thank you! Thank you so much! Oh my god! Fuck. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wait, 20. I thought 50. I fucking thought it was 20. Oh my god. Ah, shit. I'm so sorry. Okay, so we're definitely having a raffle this coming week. Oh my god. Shit, Umbra, fuck, holy hell, thank you so much. Oh my god. Okay, sorry, okay, I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, and 50. Thank you so much, Umbra, for ensuring that we have a chibi raffle this coming week. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, darling. Beautiful Band. Oh my god. Thank you for contributing to that as well. Thank you so much for the 5, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you so much for adding on another 5 onto next week's fucking thank you. I can't words. Thank you so much, both of you. Thank you, beautiful Band. Thank you, amazing Umbra. Thank you guys so much. Holy heck. Oh my god, you guys, thank you ever so much. This Ryan Incredible Infernus and Outstanding Orca with the 80. The 80 stream streak. Thank you ever so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, darling. I really appreciate your dedication. Awesome, Ozzy. Thank you so very much for booting up that hype train and for gifting that sub to Poopy, our valued member of the community. Thank you so much, darling. I appreciate it. Oh my god, Umbra fucking. Thank you so much for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more subs. Thank you so much. Holy hell. Fucking, are we gonna, Jesus, I feel like we're gonna do another 2 next week. That's crazy, man. Thank you so much, Umbra. Thank you. Oh my god. Lab fucking. Oh my god. Okay, we're good. Fucking Lab, thank you so much, gorgeous. Thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted. Amazing Laugh. Thank you so very much. Incredible Infernus. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, darling. I really appreciate it. Lovely Lilbeth. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. 1, 2, 3, 4, Thank you so much. Oh my God, you guys, okay, yeah, fuck. Oh my God. Oh my God. Holy heck, you fucking shit, love, Umbra. Oh my God, you guys. Okay, so that's, okay, so now we're doing 3 chibis next week already. Thank you so much, amazing Umbra, for the 1, 2, fucking shit. Oh my God. Holy fuck. Okay, Amber, I'm sorry, I'm trying to catch up. I swear I'm gonna catch up. Oh my God, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22,
I was gonna say let's get it higher as a
26,
joke.
27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50! Thank you so very much for the 50! Another fucking 50! Umbra, that is crazy! Terrific talent, thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gifted, darling! Thank you so much! I could not appreciate it more. Thank you so much to the Storm for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gifted as well. Thank you ever so much, honey bun. I really appreciate it. And beautiful band. Thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted, beautiful band. HM Nobody, which nobody, that is not true. You are a somebody here, darling. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Excuse me, welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for coming in during such a chaotic moment. How are you doing? Holy crap, you guys, a level 14 hype train. Literally like less than a week after you broke the last record that took like two years to break. Thank you so much. Okay, thanks for the care package. Let's start. Oh my God, thank you so much, you guys. I really appreciate that. That is crazy. Okay. All right, so you definitely have a 3 chibi raffle next week. You've already hit 172 out of 50 subs. Thank you ever so much. Ryo, darling, thank you so much for the gifted, darling. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you all so much for such incredible generosity, incredible kindness, incredible support, incredible dedication. Thank you so much. Thanks for the gift sub. Nobody, that's so sweet of you to come in and thank lovely Ryo, sweetie pie. Thank you so very much for coming on in. Wow. that happened so fast. Thank you so much, you guys. Oh my gosh. I told you we have better support than other communities.
Before you
That's
pass
true.
out, I worry. Toss bad bull, toss bad bull, toss bad bull.
Don't worry, I won't pass out. I'm just very grateful, as always. You guys are just, I mean, every fucking time I am consistently blown out of the water with just like the fact that you show, like, so many of you show up to streams, and then so many of you were so generous. Bits, donos, thrown, subs, like, so many of you are so patient with me while I'm being terrible at games or forgetting things because I have genuinely awful memory. I'm so grateful to have such amazing, astonishingly awesome fucking people around me. You are those people. Thank you so much. You are amazing. Oh my gosh, thank you. We don't want our favorite taco to pass out. Don't worry, sweetheart, I'm all right. Thank you so much. Salazar, welcome in. How are you doing? Tao, you're fun. Oh, I'm so happy that you think I'm fun. I'm always worried you guys are gonna find out I'm not actually fun. Tao, just don't drink, hold on, where was it? Don't drink water and breathe at the same time is all I ask. That is something I need to work on. I do that from time to time. I wish the streams were on schedule though. Yes, that's my wish. Honey, they are on schedule. The schedule is just that it's in Australia because I'm Australian. Huggles for lovely Nicks. First time someone glazes me this hard, I accept it though. Good, as you should. All of you should. Lovely Nocturnal Goblin, how are you, gorgeous Goblin? It's great to see you. Sweetie Pies, thank you so fucking much for such an outstanding show of support, truly out of nowhere. I'm so grateful. I have no words. I want to say a massive thank you to Amazing Umbra for the 50 gifted subs and beautiful band.
In answer to your question, Mama Tao, Uncle Storm has lived at the AIM place since 2014.
Wow, that's over a decade. I'm so sorry, Storm. I'm so sorry, honey bun. Yes, I would like to thank beautiful band for the 5 gifted, and awesome Aussie for the gifted, and amazing Umber for another 10 gifted, and lovely Lab for 20 gifted, and incredible Infernus for a gifted, and lovely Lil Bit for 5 gifted, and Umber for another 50 gifted, and terrific Talent for 5 gifted, and Storm for 5 gifted, and beautiful band for 20 gifted, and Ryo for another gifted. Thank you so much, you guys. That is amazing. Amazing is the only word I have for it, because it has to have its own word, something that has never been uttered by human lips before. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It means the world. I said it last week as well, but like when we get support like this, it always makes me like, I get that little tinge of like, what if one day I can do this full time? What if one day I actually can see you guys every single day? That would make me so happy. That would make me so happy. And yeah, it feels that way when this kind of thing happens. So thank you so much. It means the absolute world. Amazing Umber, you get uppies, absolute, you can have uppies, you can have so many uppies for Umber uppies. Good Umbra, thank you so much, honey. I really appreciate it. I have to officially change your name to Umbra Kill, because you're gonna kill Tao with joy. Thank you so much, darling. Of course you get uppies. Anyone gets uppies, but I gave you extra aggressive uppies. Thank you so much, you guys. I really appreciate it. Okay, the raffle is not done though, because now I'm gonna pull up my list of 3,009 followers, and we're gonna do this a few times just in case we can't get a hold of someone. So please note, hold on, it's gonna lag like crazy when I try and paste this. Guarantee it. Oh God, please don't crash. Please don't crash. Brat, hold on. Oh boy. It's still not working. Give it a sec. 3,000 names is a lot. Yes, you guys, we are doing every 1,000 followers, we do a follower raffle. And that goes, I put everyone in there who is up to that point who has followed. And I mean that from the very first follower that we ever got to the most recent one. So it does mean that obviously we don't have 3,000 people in here right now. So it does mean that there are a lot of people who either have like gotten off of Twitch or kind of fallen off of the channel. Totally fine. But that's why we're gonna do this a few times, just to make sure that if we can't get a hold of person number 1, then we have person number 2, and if we can't get a hold of person number 2, we have person number 3. Basically, I try to do it until somebody that we've seen in the last month, and then we will contact the people, and if they don't respond within, if the first one doesn't respond within a week, then we go to the second one. If the second one doesn't respond within a week, we go to the third one. And does that make sense? It's only for people that we can reach out to, preferably regulars or someone on Discord, just a few extras as well, just in case. Yeah, that's generally how it ends up being. I do want to try and acknowledge like the fact that it's 3,000 followers, but we have like 49 pals. Let's go, precious pals. Thank you so much for being here. And the other thing about this one is there's no like advantage to this. It's literally, there's one person for like, everyone has their name on there one time is all. Hi there, sweetest save. Welcome in. How are you doing? You really think someone would just disappear from a website on the internet? Seems pretty unlikely.
They made the save icon in real life.
Wow, they sure did.
Whoa, they made the save icon in real life.
Hi, Cutie Caution. Welcome in. How are you? Darling Dr. Pepper, welcome in. How are you doing? Every pal is important. This is true. Exactly right. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Azure. Welcome in. Bro, I don't think I could survive without ice cold water. Okay, hold on one second. This is lagging so bad I'm gonna have to crash it. One sec. Let me just get out of that. Oh, okay. No, it's good. Okay, holy shit. It's literally, I think this thing is literally broken. Check this out. Look at what this looks like. I think it's actually broken. And there's no, you're not lagging. That is what's happening on my screen right now. That's why it's going at 5 frames a second. That's 3,009 names. Look, it's got little stars on it. I wonder how it will be when we get to a higher follower count. I'm probably gonna have to get a custom thing, or we'll have to do it multiple times, I'm not sure, and then pit the final 4 against each other. What is that wheel? I know, isn't that crazy, Umbra? 5 frames is generous. That's true, Kata, that's true. Looks like the center of a log. It does actually. I don't even know what this, the white thing on the left side is. Imagine if Mr. Beast did this. I think he'd crash the whole website. All right, so it is in the process of shitting itself, but it takes 5 business days to finish. Correct. Oh man, I'm sorry, I'm still coming off the hype train high there. Thank you so much, you guys, thank you so much. All right, let's see. Like I said, we'll do this a few times. Or if there's someone in this, if there is someone in here right now, or who we've seen in the last week, we will just let them, okay, we don't know that person. We'll write it down, but I don't reckon that's gonna be the person that we have. Strat, do you mind? I mean, I would go for your butt, probably. I would go for your butt, definitely, Swedish Shrimp. Welcome in, how are you doing? Okay, so that's guest 23 Pro 6. I have not seen him before. Let's go again. Don't know that one. Don't know that one. I did write it down. Thank you, Strat. Can you write this one down too? It looks like a log. Oh, yes, good. That's a very human thing to see that I also saw. I didn't think of a Star Trek ship saucer seen from above. Oh, it is! Oh, I can totally see that save. I can totally see that. I have another option, check DMs. Oh, okay, 1 second. Let me look. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's a good idea, Strat. Maybe we keep the wheel for, because it's a fun visual, for the art raffles, the sub raffles, but since we're getting higher up in the follower count, maybe we use your name picker one. I think that's a good idea. Might be smoother, just try it out. Do you want me to try it now? Let's see. Interesting, okay. I mean, we can try that. Pick a random name. Karma is Nate. Do we know this person? How many winners can win in this raffle? Just one, Zarl, but we draw until we recognize a name, basically. We write them all down, and I do reach out to the people, but in case they don't reply, because oftentimes these people just are not a part of the community anymore, even though they're still following. Yeah. Do we recognize Karma's Nate? You have seen Name Picker before? That's pretty cool. It's not as flashy, but it seems to function better than this thing. Precious Polite, welcome in, darling. How are you doing? Here, come. How are you, sweetie? It's so good to see you. Welcome. I don't, but I will check Discord. Sounds good, sweet Strat. Thank you. Hi there, Joyous Diddle. How are you? It's so good to see ya. What is the prize? The prize is a bust up full style, not commission, but like bust up is like shoulders up, full style from me. Helicopter! I'm too new to recognize names. Oh no, that's okay, sweetie pie. We don't recognize some of these. I feel like we've seen Nate in the last year, but I don't know Nate. I had the pleasure of showing somebody what a cassowary sounds like. Oh, yikes! Chin up! Thank you for the balding. Doing all right, catching some tau definitely helps. Oh, I'm happy to hear that, Precious Politely. It is a pleasure to have you in here, darling. Thank you so much, by the way, for the 15 string streak. I super appreciate it. To many more tau adventures! Yay! Thank you so much, sweetie pie. I really appreciate your dedication. I can't believe it's been, like, you've been around for 15 streams. Thank you so much. Getting off from Tau would be amazing. Oh, gorgeous goblin. Thank you so much, honey. Strat, should we do like one or two more just to see if we can find if there's anybody who we can recognize, do you think? Yes, please. Okay. I like my 1 frame a second wheel for now. I don't know this one either. You want to say go until we know one for sure? Okay, all right, fair enough. We'll do that because I forgot how long it can take to find people that you recognize. What if the animation of the bald redeem is like Tau's hair getting blown off like a wig? That'd be so funny. Iridius, we know that name. Hi, Iridius, are you here? We know Iridius. What are the chances it lands on someone that's here? Iridius like literally submitted like a well, I wasn't expecting that. Would you like some artwork from me? Some free art? Okay, I think that's probably that's a good one. I think we should go with that one. Yay! Congrats, incredible Iridius! Iridius is here! Yay! Tau's hair just spins off her head like a helicopter. I'm so excited for you guys! I cannot wait. There are so many people who are getting chibis that I haven't gotten to work with before, and I really, really love bringing your ideas to life because you're all so fucking creative, and it's so much fun to bring your ideas to life. Oh, I'm so excited. That one it is. Sounds good. Sounds good. Might need to go for the lotto now. The odds are astronomical. Imagine they changed their name the day before. Oh no, that would be such a tragedy. Then they'd be like, wait, no, I swear that was me yesterday. Now, for those of you who won today, I've forgotten. Strat's written it down. But for those of you who won, if you know what you would like for your chibi, or in Iridius's case, the shoulders up, basically like a portrait, like a full style portrait, feel free to DM me over on Discord. And it doesn't expire. So if you don't know what you want now, or in a week, or in a month, you just reach out, cite the time that you won your prize, like today, be like, oh yeah, on the raffle that you hosted on the 30th of January, I won a chibi, or I won the follower raffle, or whatever. Just cite that, and I'll just be like, yeah, cool, let's work together, you know? So yeah, please, it's nothing to be like, you know, anxious over anything. I promise I'm just as friendly in DMs as I am on stream, so, and very bubbly and stuff, so, uh-oh. So please do not be afraid if you are curious about anything, because this is your first time getting art from someone, or if you're wondering if I'm comfortable drawing something or something like that, don't hesitate to ask me, okay? But yes, congratulations everybody who won. That's so cool. I'm so happy for you guys. You are so amazing. And I cannot articulate how grateful I am for your extraordinary support last week and just in today with your fucking 173 subs. That's crazy. Thank you so much. Yes, Storm, please add the chibi to the list. I can concur. Tau is the friendliest tiger. Thank you so much, dearest Dustin. I'm so grateful that you think so. Sent you the list? Thank you, Strat. I appreciate it. Can't confirm Tau's just as nice in DMs as she is on stream. Yay! Thank you so much, lovely Nix. I'm so glad you feel like that. Now, with all that said, there is no rush on this, but if anybody has something that they know right now, they're like, Tao, I know exactly what I want you to draw for me, you can let me know, and I'll put it on our list for those of you who are new here, or who need the reminder, I'll be saying that twice in the next minute or so, because we do have to go on a break. But on our Fridays, I actually let you guys decide what we're working on. Like I don't let you like vote completely. You don't get to just yell it out per se, but I'll put things on a poll and then we let everybody vote on that, okay? So we've recently been working on our horror starting soon screen, which has been a lot of fun, even though it's a little bit scary because it's like me going like... thank you for the care package, Italian Vegeta, much appreciated. You have to update my list. That's in your hands. That's true. I do have to update yours. Lovely little bit, darling. Thank you so much for coming in, sweetie pie. I really appreciate it, darling. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Make sure you stay nice and warm. And thank you so much for your incredible generosity. I really do appreciate you, darling. We'll see you soon, okay? Vegeta, thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. Let me see. I just got told my car insurance is due, and it's the majority of the money that's in my account. Oh no, I'm sorry. How did your interview go? Yeah, hopefully the interview I had yesterday gives good results. Did you feel good about it? I tagged you in something in the Discord. You'll love. I'm so excited. Thank you so much, Valiant Vegeta. How are you, cutie? It's so good to see you. Can we progress on the Palsona's portrait? We finished that one. We finished our Palsona portrait about, I want to say like 9 or 12 months ago, something like that. It's been a while since we finished it. Song Sail North, Tale of the Shadow. Oh, Ryo, do you mind using the song request function, and then we can put on there? Is Roundout on Discord, or is he using another username? Yes, he is on the Discord. He's Jimmy. It's like J space I space M space M space Y, I think. I can actually, I was just messaging him because I recently finished another piece for him. I'll message him. There we go. That's all set. Strap, thank you so much. Oh, the New Year's Eve one. Oh, gotcha. We could put that on there if you want. We can put that on there to vote. Does anybody in chat, because before we go on the break, I want to just put that poll up so that when we get back, we can jump straight into the arting. Do you guys have anything that you know that you would like me to work on that you just won today? Any chibis? Iridius, do you have a portrait in mind for a certain character? Again, there's no pressure, no worries if you don't have something. We have other things that we can work on. And I don't want anyone to rush if you're still thinking on things or gathering references or something. But yeah, do let me know, okay? I'll leave that to you. Thank you so much, Sita Strat. I appreciate it. Oh, I also, while you guys let me know, I also just realized that I am missing... I'd have to think on that for a bit. That is all good, CD Pie, all good. Just remember that I owe it to you and message your idea to me whenever you feel like it. I'm just gonna add these songs that I missed. So QKTHR is queued up. My Last Breath is queued up. I think that's everybody that, let me see. What was the one I had before then? We have so many songs. Outstanding. Yeah, okay, so it was Outstanding and then QK. Yep, cool. All right, I'm all caught up. I'd love you to see the meme I put on Discord. It's not, by the way. Oh, let me have a look. Hold on a sec. The first GB wheel be like, your theme, you got it, Nix. Bad reputation. Alrighty, that's queued up, darling. Thank you so much. Are we going to use our art prowess today? We will. Happy Halloween, we will. I want a Keith chibi. Are you gonna draw that? A Keith chibi? Keith from what? What's the character? Finally all cleaned up. Hey, Radical Red, it's so good to see you, sweetie pie. Beautiful Blue, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the head pat, darling. Thank you, sweetie pie. St. Michael! Wait, why did I think that you had been following before? Thank you so much for the follow, though. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. It may take a while to upload the VOD. As you know, my laptop is out of commission. Oh, that's a-okay, Strad. No worries, no worries. I know what I want, but I have to get a reference sheet for my final first model first. That's totally fair, sweetheart. Well, like I said, it doesn't expire, so whenever you get that done, you can just let me know and you'll get a chibi. I know what I want for my chibi. Problem is, it requires a second chibi. I can see the problem here. Have fun with the art raffle. Thank you so much, beautiful Blue. We actually just did it. We had 9 chibi art winners and 1 bust up full style winner. We have so much wonderful art to do. I'm so excited. Okay. Well, it sounds like you guys don't have anything in particular. So let me just look at my iPad and see what I can put on this. You're at the 17th VOD out of 31. Thank you so much, Ozzy. I really appreciate it. That is incredible. Okay. Oh, actually, that could be a fun one. Okay, let me see here. I'm gonna put on the poll what to work on today. I am currently working on a coda running with a wedding invitation in his mouth animation. So I will put that on there because I'm gonna send these out digitally because I'm a millennial, so we have to use the internet. So if you want me to work on this animation of Coda running with this invitation in his mouth, we can do that. So I'll put that. So the Coda animation is what we'll call that. We also have our NYE, this is what Ozzy was talking about. It's the NYE Pal and Tau art. It's basically me vibing next to a fire with you guys, or at least a few of you guys. We have these horror starting soon screen. And oh, we have our Geralt cosplay slash outfit, Geralt outfit ref. So that is, of course, we are going to be having I would love it if it was ready in time for Halloween next year, but we'll see, or this year, but we'll see. Because I haven't gotten to work on it except for when you guys vote for it on stream. It's literally going to be me cosplaying Geralt of Rivia because he's like one of my absolute favorite characters of all time. So there's that, and then let's see, what's the final one? We can work on, what else interests you guys often? We could work on some art of Storm. We got Storm art. There's one of Storm being a DM sitting in a throne chair backlit by a fireplace. It's pretty cool. Okay, I will let you guys vote on that. And while you guys vote, I'm going to remind you, we go on a very quick break. Every hour, we go on a 3-minute break where you guys should definitely walk away from the computer, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And also remember, this is your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Because during that time, we are going to be going on this break so that you don't have to ever deal with ads that interrupt your experience, your viewing experience of moi. Okay? And when we get back, we'll start listening to our music. Please do vote. You have 5 minutes to vote. Like I said, we've got our little Coda animation. We have our New Year's Pal and Tau art. We've got our horror starting soon screen. We've got our Geralt outfit ref, and we have some Storm art. So it is totally up to you, but please do make your vote known because that is what we will be working on for the rest of our day today. So on that note, I love you very much. I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you in 3. Mwah! It's time for the first one of these this year. All right, you ready? Are you happy? Very much. I am also setting you up with a boss battle. Please feel free to enjoy, and I'll see you in 3 hours. I'm knocking my head against the mic again. TauTassieTiger. Yes! Oh my god, you can just have me on a recording. Just be like, hello, it's me. Nath was right. Maybe we need to have a Nath was right. Shower you guys with singing all my praises. Bye. Tao is 18th century peasant maxing, enjoying her crumbs. Just wait until I lick this bad boy. No, I won't actually do that. I don't want you to see my tongue prints. Maybe ish. We just go shirtless here. It goes past 40 once we hit Feb to, it's too hot to deal with. Yeah, I bet. In fairness, thank you so much for the British accent. Darling Eclipse, please don't run away. I promise this only lasts for 5 minutes. Hold tight, okay, darling? You are challenged by George's the Gourmet. Multiple George, eh? It's minus 15, Tao, are you an etcetera-maniac or so on and so forthian? Oh, I think I'm an etcetera-maniac. Yeah, fuck, I can't do it. I say etcetera. I was gonna correct myself and be like, old Tao couldn't do it, but now current Tao can. Etcetera, say so on and so forth. Hold on, if I say it, because I think the game is silenced right now, so if I say it, Strat will get it for me. Okay. Pretty lady. Or pretty lady. Snotty Tao Tao. That was not actually my nose, that was me. Just don't worry. That's throat sounds. Can I have one of your horses, please? Please? They're so cool. Oh, no, wrong one! No, do bubble beep! No, fuck! I pressed breaking clip instead. Oh, well, it's dead. Oh, it's not dead! No, but now it will be. They should let me do the sound effects for Pokemon. Bubble beep! Moments ago, glimpsed a figure clad in white set forth from the waking sun. Yet, sorry, my gut is, beareth thine dinner. And fishy, now big fishy, yes, big fishy, I hear. Oh, hi, Tao joins the Vtuber army. 4 Vtubers mysteriously stop streaming. Hello, 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 my darlings. Welcome back. Okay, we actually have a tie. So that means that I'm going to put this back just for these two. Horror starting soon, the Storm Art. And you guys are gonna pick between those. Which one to work on? I can't type. Hold on. Work on. I can't type. Work is not a hard word to spell, Tao. Work on. Storm Art. Horror starting soon. There we go. I'll give you guys 2 minutes for that one. Please do vote. Maybe I can show you guys. Actually, I'll show you guys what this looks like. One sec. So here's the progress on the horror starting soon screen. Like so. Okay, so that's the horror starting soon screen. Oh, sorry, no, the battle didn't finish. I'm just an idiot. Sorry, one sec. There you go. So that's the horror starting soon screen. And then the storm one is, sorry, I'm going as fast as I can. There we go. And then the storm one is this. Okay, so feel free to vote based on what you would like to see finished. So this is the storm one. And this is our starting soon progress, which is going to be animated. We'll go animate it in probably animate it in Procreate Dreams after we reach the completion point. You can see over here, I have a bazillion layers so that I can animate them all. How's art is so pretty. Thank you so much, sweetie. Give me the completed work. Wait, neither are complete. They're both in progress. Also, I will cue this song up for you. Zelisaro. There we go. Queued it up. Thank you so much. Oh, God. Jesus. One sec. Oh, dear. Spotify. A classic annoyance it is. Fuck, stop. Oh my God. Okay. Not the animated stuff? Wait, what do you mean, Strat? No, I mean for the thumbnail. Give it to me so I can use it for the stream. Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, I see. You mean like a screenshot of this? Is that what you're asking for? Oh, you shared art. Let me have a look. Any Lee today? Oh, you better believe it. I'm gonna start this now. Is that Tao reaching for the cord? Yes. We switching to YouTube music? We are not. 1 second. I gotta go get our Spotify going again. Let's see how the volume is. How's that? We good with that? Procreate is for Apple. It is, sweetheart. It is indeed. Did you see the Discord? You can show it off. Ooh, not now. When you complete the art, give it so I can use it for the thumbnail. Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Let me go have a look at what you guys have sent in the disco. So I've been tagged in this one. Oh, I love it. That's so cute. Oh my gosh, look. This is Cutie Kata's newest keychain acquisition. It is a pal, a precious pal. Actually, this is a great opportunity. I feel like I need to show you guys where this is from. So you guys can put this wherever you want, but this is where he's from. He's from my boot. My little pals are with me always. Isn't he cute? Look at him. Yay! I love it. I hope you love it too. Is it good? It's the golden pal from the first D&D one-shot. Isn't that cute? Yes, you can get one as well from the merch shop there if you would like to. Also, well done defeating the boss, Cutie Pies. Excellent work. Thank you for the care package. Awesome, Ozzy. Much appreciated. I love that it's right next to Ziffy's too. What an honor. This is the Keith song. It is the funniest thing ever. It does have the C word in it, but if you go look up the lyrics to this, it's hilarious. It's if you do want to look up the lyrics, it's Keith by Play Lunch. It's literally about a really angry bogan who really doesn't want you to park in his parking spot. It's really funny. Hi there, Cutie Chris. Welcome in. How are you doing? Good to see you. Dearest Dim, how are you, darling? It's so good to see you as well. Uppies for you. Yee! Good, Dim. I love this. I'm so glad you got it, sweetie pie. Excellent work. I'm so happy that you decided to dedicate yourself to getting one of them. Thank you so much. He's such a beautiful fellow. He is a beautiful fellow. Let me see. Yeah, thank you so much. I missed a lot of uppies after the break. I'm so sorry. I was trying to get the stuff done. But I'm going to assume that there were at least 10 uppies. If there were more, please let me know. But I will give 10 uppies. Uppies 1, uppies 2, uppies 3, uppies 4, uppies 5, uppies 6, uppies 7, uppies 8, uppies 9, and uppies 10. Oh, next, uppies for you. Awesome, Ozzy, uppies for you. Storm, uppie, grab. Uppies for you. Thank you so much for tagging me in this, cutie cat. I love it. It's so cute. Oh, look. Oh my God. What an amazing keychain rope. This is fantastic. If you ever need to escape from a high tower, this is what you should use to climb down. Amazing Umbra. Uppies for you. Yee. Good Umbra. My greatest fear. I'll cue that one up for you. Lovely Ember. Welcome in. How are you doing? Let me cue that one up right now. Don't park in my spot. They said that it was mine. My greatest fear. It's not coming up. Let me see if I can. Oops. One sec. I'm accidentally taking a screenshot. Don't mind me. Oh, no, wait, no. I found 3 wooden crosses, but I can't find Randy Travis's version of this song, hun. Do you have something else that you would like me to substitute it for? I love this. This is so good. Honey, thank you so much for grabbing some merch. I really appreciate it, and it looks so good. That's so cute. Thank you so much. I love the location. Among champions. Is the music a bit soft? Okay, too soft? Let me turn it up a bit. How's that? Is that better? And then I think we had some art stuff. This was awesome. Sorry, I didn't react to this, but Dustin, that was awesome. Ooh, this is cool. Ooh. Very cool. Oh, this is really cool, cutie cata. I like this a lot. Sounds better? Great. Awesome. Tell me they have Long Black Train by Josh Turner. All right, let me look for that one. Yep, that one they do have. I have queued that up for you, my darling. Thank you so much. They are hanging off my camera, so they are all with me when I stream. That's so cute. I love it. Melanie Martinez is queued up for you. Beautiful band. There we go. Queued up. I can't change my vote now. Looks like it's evening out, which probably means that it's a bit better. Oh, this is cool. Hey, Ziffer! Hey, Ziffer. You are really getting good at the Hell of a Boss style, sweetie pie. Oh, is the Super Bowl already in 2 weeks? That's crazy. This is awesome, hun. Excellent work. I love the, like, half, like, black sclera and yellow sclera. That's really cool. Awesome. Awesome. Give me just a second. Okay. Here we go. Ooh, cute character, Umbra. Sorry, I just got your I just saw your DM. Did you want me to put that on the list, or did you want me to work on that offline, sweetie pie? Like as in put it on the list of things for us to potentially work on today, or did you want me to work on it offline? That's a really sick character, Umbra. I can't wait to draw him. Thank you so much. Feel free to also send me anything about like personality or pose or expression that you would like to see as well. Lila, welcome in, lovely Lila. How are you? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for being here, darling. I really appreciate it. Okay. Let me just get comfy here so that I can draw. Okay. All right, those are just placeholder. Well, not placeholder, but I don't have enough. I don't have enough layers, so. Maybe I should also move our little fishy guy into the corner, perhaps. One second. Yeah, I'll move him over a little bit. Just so that he's not quite as much in the way, and you can still play with him. Yay, thank you. My pleasure, lovely Lila. Am I saying your name right? Is it Layla or Lila? What What do you, how did you find us, if I may ask? Lovely. Do you call my name? Ra. I will cue that up for you, darling. That's queued up for you. Excellent, Ember. What are you planning for the background? The background's gonna be like a deep red with like a flicker. No like explicit background per se, but I'm gonna do like a concrete something like under here. Oh, come on. Yeah, it'll be something under here like this with like cracks. In fact, I guess we can probably get the mood right if we do that right now. So I'll just do a rough. Like that, and then like a deep, a really dark red back there. Kind of like that, except there'll be like a flicker of like bright red behind. You said Lilbit-san designed your lovely nails. Was that right? Is she still in the chat? I might like to commission her maybe as well. Yuki, you totally should. She's not in the chat at the moment, but she is in the Discord. In fact, I think if you go to the art channel, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so Lilbit, this is Lilbit right here. She did some nail art because she was snowed in. If you want to go DM her, I bet you that she'd really love to make something for you. And if her DMs aren't open, feel free to just reply here and say, hey, I would really like to commission you. That's totally cool. I do want to get her some business because she's a friend of mine, and she's just so extraordinarily talented and has so much patience with nails and art. And what's really cool about those nails is that you can like reuse them, which is really nice. It's like Layla. I was just looking at art and found you. Amazing. All right, Layla. I will call you Layla then, lovely. Thank you so much for coming on in. Are you an artist as well, sweetie pie? Steal My Sunshine. You got it, gorgeous goblin. I will cue that up for you. Steal My Sunshine is queued up, cutie pie. Layla, beautiful name. Personality and poses. Time to stare into the void and think. Yeah, if you don't know a pose or an expression and you do just know like the behavior of the character, you can just send that to me as well. Let's see. I saw that. That's why I was asking. Lovely work. I'm so glad you like it. Yeah, feel free to contact her, Yuki. I know that she'd really appreciate it. Thank you so much for expressing interest. Okay. The only thing about this idea I've got here is that it's hard for me to see the lines. So I am going to make that, I am going to turn that layer off real quick while I work on the rest of this. Okay, let's do some eyebrows. Oh, and I'll get rid of the blood so that people aren't freaked out by the blood. Hold on. Oh, yikes, sorry. Hold on, I forgot how I was doing this. There was a strategy I was using to avoid any kind of halos. Wait, that was blood? I thought it was a tribal tattoo. Yeah, Strat Sunny song! There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. Don't worry, you will not be deprived of Strat songs today. Yo, I was just looking for it. That was a time save. Oh, amazing. Let's go, Layla. Amazing. Yeah, please feel free to join our Discord. And if you are interested in posting some art of your own, as long as it is safe for work, you are welcome to. We would love to see it. How far down? Very far, Ember. We have a lot of songs on the list. We had people who came in and requested things even before stream started. So we've got, I'll actually show you guys the queue at the moment. So we are, we have Snow Fairy, that's where we are. And then next in queue is here. And these are all of the songs that we have. And then down here is some of your music. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. I added a couple songs from my playlist. Just a couple. Just a couple. Not too many. Okay. Where was I doing this? Actually, I think I'll do the other side as well. EB Games has a date for WoW. Do they really? What date is it, hun? Gone Away, Offspring. I will cue that up for you, my dear. Gone Away is queued up. Thank you so very much. Every art stream, Tau's art is leveling up. I better get my ass off Dota and start drawing every day again. What having a PC for the first time does to a man. Zaro, honestly, enjoy your life, sweetie pie. If you are enjoying Dota that much, please be my guest. Enjoy away. There's absolutely nothing wrong with playing Dota. If it makes you happy, then I want you to do it. And you can just linger here and enjoy the vibes. I request early, so A, I can share the unusual and funny things, and B, I then don't request during stream so I don't accidentally block other people from doing so. That's totally fair, Storm. That's totally fair. Hi, Precious Patricia. Welcome in. How are you? Holy shit! It's literally next month, Kata! Oh, damn. Okay. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Are you excited? Have you already taken that whole week off of work, Kat? Huh? Terrific Talent! Agenda is queued up for you, my dear. There we go. Do you have any advice for someone new to drawing? I do, Gorgeous Goblin. This is kind of unusual advice, I think, because most people are like, oh, you want to be really well-rounded. And while I do agree with that, and it is important to do like your classical studies and like still lifes and studying how like light hits things and stuff like that, I think to get into art initially, you find a subject or a topic that you love and that you're kind of like more or less hyperfixated on or obsessed with in some way, and you learn how to draw that thing. I started with wolves and horses. That's all I drew, like feral wolves and horses for 6 years, I think. And then I branched off into anthro and furry art. And now I draw people and like VTubers, and I'm working on backgrounds. And, you know, like everyone's on their own timeline, and that goes for everything and everybody. So it's okay if it takes, you know, many years to kind of make the progress that you want to make. But as long as you are continuing to draw, you will, without even realizing it, you will manage to shift and better your art style. Is that, I mean, it's not the most actionable thing, but if you have something that that like inspired you to draw because you're just like, that is so cool, I want to make that, that's a good sign that that's probably the thing you should start by learning. Thank you so much for the care package. Beautiful Brennan, thank you so much. How are you doing, beautiful Brennan? It's so good to see you. And I'm glad you're doing so well, Precious Patricia. I got into art because I love drawing anime characters. The number of Dragon Ball Z and cartoon characters I have drawn as a kid. Sorry, wrong hole in the throat. Hi, amazing Artemis, welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. I sadly can't take time off as the actual day it releases. Oh, you're doing a full day of work. Oh man, but at least you'll get to do it at night. That's good, that's good. Okay, yeah, exactly. Gorgeous Goblin, start by drawing VTubers. That is a perfect place to begin. Absolutely. Any advice for keeping my anger under control in high-stress, fast-paced job sites without listening to music? Ooh. I honestly can't give a whole lot for that because I have only recently in the last few years learned to control my anger with some effectiveness. I think the best thing you can do, hun, is when you start to feel that like rage bubbling up inside, you need to remove yourself from the situation. And I'm not saying that you need to like remove yourself from the whole job site, but just go to the bathroom or like walk away so that you don't do something you're gonna regret. That's what I would say. That's what I would say. Let me see. Even though some of their designs are intimidating in the draw, it's true. Some VTubers have such amazing designs, but they are very complex. I'm doing great. I was so lucky that I got 3 new model kits. How good! Congratulations, hun. I'm so happy for you. That is amazing. World War II tanks and a plane. Would you like to, are you gonna be assembling them pretty soon, beautiful Brennan? We would love to see them. Bail Unavoidable by Bad Bunny. Is that? Oh, inolvidable. Okay, I'll keep that up for you, hun. Snowstorm, are you staying nice and warm, Artemis? The German Messerschmitt BF 109, American M4 Sherman tank, and German Panther tank. Very cool. Very cool. The audio just got really fucked up? Wait, what? Is your voice intentionally slowed down, or is it my headphones? Is anyone else having any issues with me? Do I sound strange, or is it just on Patricia's side? I haven't had anyone else say anything about audio today. The trigger on my new controller is loose now. It hasn't even been a month. Oh, Jimmy, I'm sorry, hon. That sucks. Any advice for keeping my anger under control when I'm behind the wheel of a car? Okay, that's actually quite dangerous. You need to probably, I think that's, if you're getting like road rage, you need to probably seek professional help, because road rage is a really dangerous thing for you and for other people on the road. And I don't have a lot of advice for that, just because that's such a, that kind of situation can progress with such rapidity that before you even have a chance to like chill out, you've done something permanent. I think you should probably seek some professional help for that, Ember. Definitely. They're already assembled. I just have to finish painting them. Brennan, if you would like to share, we would love to see. No issues. Stream sounds normal. Okay, great. I think it's just on Patricia's side. You sound great. Yay! Thank you so much, lovely Layla. I appreciate it. Audio sounds fine. Great, lovely Yuki. No issues for me. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I think it's just you, Patricia. Swapped headphones and closed the Twitch tab, and now it's all good. Oh, good. Happy to hear that. Okay, awesome. My next tank model I might get is a German tank, and it made me think of you. It's called the Tiger 2. Very cool, beautiful Brennan. I would love to see that one. Ah, yes, enjoy your lurk, sweetie pie. Thank you so much for the lurk. Can't wait to see your gorgeous models when you're done. I do lose my cool when driving, but I wouldn't properly lash out at anyone. I just have a lot against traffic lights. Yeah, I have unfortunately been in the car when someone has lashed out in road rage, and I've also been in the car when someone not in my vehicle lashed out with road rage. So I have a very strong belief that you need to get professional help for that. I deadass just said Toad rage when reading that. I really wanted to mimic Toad, but I can't. Your voice is like pitched hella down and slowed. You sounded like Sauron. Oh man. Okay, let's see. Yes, what Storm said, exactly right. Thank you, Storm. You are correct about that. What sucks is that since the controller is clear, I can see the damage and the little pin is shaking everywhere inside the controller, like one of those little ball maze things. Oh no! I think I need a paintbrush and super glue, but I don't have either of those. I'm sorry, hun. That sucks. Because I was busy trying to fix my audio, did you see my message about not sending anything in art for the next little bit? I didn't see that, but that's okay. You take your time. I don't have road rage. It's more like road disappointment. Like, how do you still have your license? Yeah, I have absolutely dealt with people that I'm like, how is it possible that you still have a license? All right, let's do some texturing on these here brows. Whoa, hello? Oh, I'm on the wrong. Always the wrong brush. This song, I swear, is a set of warrior wedding vows? That's fucking sick. Maybe I should do a video where it's just me screaming at every red light I get. I was wondering when you get to the animating bit, will you be doing that here as well? Yeah, I think so. Probably. I have doubts that I'm going to be able to get this done in its entirety before our next horror stream, but the one following that we will be able to. Which actually reminds me, you guys, I'm going to be putting that poll up to decide what horror game and what FPS game you would like me to play. Yeah, hopefully you guys will go and check on that. I'll probably put it up because I need to go through the suggestions. This will probably be the last day I'll let you guys do that because I'll probably wind up putting the poll up tomorrow. So if you do have, here, I'll just guide you through it. If you do have any suggestions for an FPS or a horror game that we should play, go to game recommendations, okay? And make sure that you define which one, like, see how Sedu has said Portal for FPS? That's very helpful. So that way I know that Portal, because obviously I know that Portal is not a horror game, but I don't know that about everything. So if you would like me to play something for our FPS day, then please put insert game name for FPS day. If you want me to play something for horror, because we now have two genres of suggestions going on, please say I suggest this game name for horror. Make sense? And if you go through here, through all these suggestions here, and you see that you agree with someone's, please give it like a thumbs up or like a heart or something like that, okay? And then that way, because there's obviously going to be so many suggestions here that I won't be able to include all of them in the, I think it's like a 7, I think it's 7, I'm pretty sure, 7 slots, like poll slots options, poll options, voting options. And so I won't be able to fit all of these. So if I see that a few of these have like 1 or 2 thumbs ups, then that means they go on there first. Does that make sense? Let me see here. Fire Prancer, I've queued that one up for you. Magnificent Nobody, thank you so much. Oh wait, hold on 1 second. Let me make sure I've got the right one. Hold on. Fire Prancer. Hey Nobody, is it supposed to be we didn't start the fire? Because I'm only getting that about fire regarding Hildegard. Yeah, is that the right one? Oh, thank you so much for the care package, beautiful Blue. Much appreciated, darling. Ow. You called into work. I'm so sorry, cutie cat. No. I can just imagine you playing a VR horror game. I know you'd probably never do it though. I would not do that. I could not do that. Let's see. Oh, yes, thank you so much for that. Oh, Madelgard. Oh, gotcha. All good, hun. I am happy to look that up for you. Fire Prancer. There it is. All right, my dear, that is queued up for you, lovely Nobody. Yes, but Red is correct. Please make sure that when you join the Discord that you carefully read the rules, because there is a keyword in there, just to make sure that you have read them, because we want to make sure that the community is nice and safe and cozy. And the best way to do that is to make sure that everybody is obeying the same rules. Back to lurk mode. Thank you so much for the lurk, beautiful Blue. I appreciate it. My phone's on low battery and is charging in another room, and I will send my new orderings when I'm done on the bus. All good, hun. All good. Patricia, we'll see you soon. All right. Let me see here. So I'm doing like a backlight thing, which means that the least amount of light is gonna be on the center of the face. So that's why I'm kind of doing this like aiming out and shading in sort of sort of thing here. Okay. Valhalla Calling Me, Peyton Parish and Miracle of Sound. Ooh, I love Miracle of Sound. There we go. That's queued up. Not going anywhere, just clarifying when I'll be able to send stuff. That's all good, Patricia. Sounds good. Sounds good. I'm glad that you'll be here until then, though. Okay. During break, gonna swap laundry into the dryer? Oh, absolutely, Red. No worries. When you take the break again? Oh my god, I can't believe it's been that fast. Sure. Oh, Lilac shared art. Oh, let me have a look. One sec. Whoa, Layla, that's amazing! Holy, that is so sick! That looks amazing. You guys, check this out. How good. Layla, is this an OC, hun? This is great. That is pretty dang cool, isn't it, Precious Politely? How good. Oh my gosh, I love your musculature. That is fantastic. Whose art is that? That is lovely Layla, who's also in the chat. That is beautiful, hun. And this looks really cool as well, Sweet Aseru. Excellent. Yeah, that looks awesome. Layla, thank you so much for sharing with us. I would love to know more about this character too. I love like the subtle scarring and stuff. And on the face, that is really sick. Layla, thank you. Yeah, he's like a new OC. He's great. He's so cool. Beautiful work, darling. Oh my gosh. Please continue to share. Go ahead. Let me see here. That is what I usually do. I only check tags or details when I'm unsure if I like it. Oh, you're talking to Patricia. Sorry, my bad. Just eavesdropping. Alex, you're so cute. Alex says, follow Tao on Twitch and subscribe. Thank you, Alex. I love a himbo. I do love a himbo as well. And then this is awesome. Suda said, gorgeous work. Tao overhearing Tiger. That's me. Okay, I'm so sorry. I feel like we just got here, but Strat is right. We do have to take another break. We've got another break to take. For those of you who are new here, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. It's quite brief, but it is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to, you will still not miss content. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer. I suggest you do the same because let's face it, it's healthy for you to move around. And also that's when I run the ads. So that way it doesn't disrupt any of our communication or anything like that, okay? Time flies when you're having fun. That's true, Precious Politely, that's true. All right, cutie pies, please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you very much. I miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon. Mwah! I love you. Thanks for the suggestion. Say hi to stream. Hi, Patch Pals.
Hi, stream.
Hello, stream.
Hi, stream.
Hi, stream. Ooh, Will.
Ooh, ooh.
I can't do that.
Oh, wow, I forget. Everyone says hi, Katie Pies. Alright, I must away, but good suggestion. Ciao. Mwah. Mere moments ago, glimpse a figure clad in white set forth from the waking sand. Yeah, sorry, my gut is, Bereth Vine dinner. Shower you guys with singing all my praises. Bye. Tao is 18th century peasant maxing, enjoying her crops. Just wait until I lick this bad boy. No, I won't actually do that. I don't want you to see my tongue prints. I'm amazed you figured it out. Oh, yikes. Let's go after him.
I think we should get some proof before we do that. I tried to trick him into saying something, but he dodged all the traps I was laying down.
Oh, that's because you laid down the traps and then you put fucking caution tape and then sirens and then signs saying there are traps here. What are you doing? Do you know what time you'll be starting, sweetest save? Save and community. I am a newbie. I am a little baby sprout in the realms of Final Fantasy XIV of Eorzea. I am a monk, level 59, baby. I have it from a good source, which is all of you guys. That
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt, definitely, Storm. That we are almost done with done. Oh, dance break activated. You're totally flipping us off. No, I'm not. I would never do that to you. No, I would not do that to you. That would be me, and I would never be me with my precious pals. Let me see here. Good idea. Words I've heard Tao say: liquid, sus, bucko, subbies, baby, coda, woda, and of course, etc. Fuck. Oh god, etc. Etc.niac. Done. Done. Shining that dome for some good luck. It's gotta be here somewhere. Navy! Thank you for a gigantic Why is that dog licking that poor girl's foot? Oh, no, wrong one! No! I am currently trying to decipher what the fuck I was talking about when I said in that clip. Why is that dog licking that poor girl's foot? What is that about? Welcome back, cutie pies. It is so good to see you again. Awesome Aussie, thank you for returning to me. Abby's for you. Welcome back. Good Aussie. Lovely love. Welcome back, sweetie pie. Abby's. Yee. Good love. Precious Patricia, welcome back. Suda Star, welcome back. Nix, Pato slash Jam Slice, welcome on back. Abby's for you. Yee. Good Nix. Radical Ram, welcome in and welcome back. Abby's for you. Yay! Good Ram, welcome back, Precious Politely. Welcome back, cutie pie. Welcome back, Suda Seru. Whilst I have the Art VOD playlist on, brings up this question. What happened to that rusty Twitch chat game? Oh, I mean, I can bring it back. It just didn't seem like you guys really engaged with it. Like, you didn't seem to enjoy it all that much. And it kind of had to take the place of the stream avatars battles. Particularly during like art. So I wasn't sure if you guys, and when I slowly kind of like, I started out by doing like having Rusties on for like a stream and then taking it off for a stream and then putting it back on and then taking it off. And then I got rid of it completely and no one really said anything. So I was like, okay, maybe we don't have it on then. Cause it used up more of my, it did use up some of my RAM, but welcome back, excellent Ember. Also well done defeating the boss, cutie pies. Excellent work. Let's see. Oh, Thank you for the battle attack, Radical Realm. We take breaks during ads because we want even non-subbies to not miss out on anything. If subbies don't want ad breaks, then you guys should start gifting subs to any and all non-subbies. Even Queso said this to his chat. Really? No, I wouldn't say that either. I just I don't want anyone to ever feel pressured to like donate or you know, contribute any financial anything, honestly. But and that is why I do it the way I do. Just like taking that time, the 3 minutes, regardless of if people like the emotes and they enjoy the ad-free viewing and they enjoy not having, you know, Amazon shove things in their face, then they are welcome to subscribe. But I never want anyone to feel like they like owe anybody anything. Not me and not someone else in chat. Hi there, Fabulous Farmhind. Welcome in. How are you? Master! Aw, thank you so much, darling. I am winning as long as you cutie pies are here. Hearts for you, sweetie pie. Thank you so very much for 2 months of subbies. I really do appreciate it, darling. Thank you so much for your generosity and your support. Thank you, Magnificent Mastiff. How have you been? Thank you, lovely. That was when Navy gigantified another VTuber's emote, which was of a dog licking that VTuber's feet. Oh, who was licking distress? Thank you, Patricia. This makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Let's see. I understand. I was just curious. Oh, no, that's okay, Ozzy. I'm happy to explain. It's unfortunate, but YouTube clips will be delayed until Tuesday. I'm expecting to get the laptop on Monday. That's okay, sweetest strat. No worries, hun. Take your time. Take your time. Let me see. We don't have to bring it back if it affects the stream and overall performance. Oh, no, that's okay. It's just, again, I'm happy to, like, whatever's going to make you guys happiest. That's really what this channel is about. I want to make sure that you guys feel heard and seen, and I want you guys to basically vote for like everything. So, yeah, if you do like that, then I will bring it back. So you're telling me that Mel was born? Mel's born? Mel's born? I should remember that was my clip. Oh, good point. Hi there, lovely Lyra. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's good to see you. I sadly can't do the BRB ad thing you do because I will completely forget or I'm in the middle of Raider Mythics. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, Cutie Cata. I understand why some people don't want to do it for any variety of reasons. I'm sorry, I zoned out, but what? Licking feet? I was asking a question about a gigantified emote. Tau is enough for me. No mini games required for me, but I will not oppose anything that the pals want. Thank you, precious Patricia. Mel Blanc? Mel Blanc? I'm mainly happy with the fishing game and stream avatars. Okay, great. I'm happy to hear that, cutie pie. Also, thank you so incredibly much, Radical Run, for the 5-stream streak, darling. That means the world. Thank you so much for your dedication. Thank you, lovely. 5 whole streams? That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. I do the same thing, take breaks while ads play so even non-subbies don't miss anything, but it also gives me a chance to step away from my computer during that time, go chill in the lounge room for 2 minutes, grab a quick snacky, have a pee or poo break, etc. Yeah. I just, it's good to allow people to also have the opportunity to move, because I've seen a lot of people who stream for like 4 or 5 hours and they just don't move, like they don't get up, and I'm like, oh, your poor body, your arteries are closing. Sweetheart! Oh my goodness! Radical Ram, thank you so very much for gifting that sub to the amazing Alex. Thank you so much, darling. I really appreciate your generosity. Thank you so much, honey bun. Put it to a vote. I personally don't care either way. I'm happy to put it to a vote. We can put that back. I want Rusty's hold on. Rusty's retirement. Stream. Oh god, there's not enough. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to do this with like the abbreviations. So Rusty's retirement is now RR. Okay, that's Rusty's retirement. That's the one that we're talking about here. If you're new here, then it's basically just another mini game you guys can play while I'm streaming on the stream. It interacts with chat.
Hello, motherfucker.
Fish, and SA is, which is a really unfortunate abbreviation, but that's stream avatars. Okay. Only fish and SA. Only fish and RR. Other. I've put that up. Just feel free to vote, cutie pies. So like I said, RR is Rusty's retirement. Fish is the fishing minigame that you see like up that direction. SA is stream avatars. That's the boss battle that happens that sometimes leaks over into our main stream part. I know South Australians have it rough. But yeah, please do vote. Let me know, because I didn't really get the vibe that you guys were that interested in Rusty's retirement after having it up there for a few months. Hi there, Radical Ragna. I am doing well. Thank you so much, hun. How are you? I have no opinion, so I shall not vote. Fair enough. Fair enough. Excuse me, sorry. Okay, let's see here. Oops. Thank you so much for the care package, lovely Layla. I appreciate it. Thank you for keeping me hydrated in this blistering Australian heat. What is my temp right now? It is 29. And I am in a little tiny room with zero ventilation. Boo, boo. Bless you and your upcoming event too. Thank you so much, Strat. Much appreciated. Hi there, cutie core. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Stop it! To the sneeze. Ah, thank you. Thank you for requesting that the sneeze stop it. Not bad considering the 46 I keep hearing about. Yeah, but for Tasmania, that's hot for Tassie. 37 here, yucky! That's terrible. Who else is done with summer? I'm always done with summer. I'm one of those people that you'll hear me talk about like, oh, I am a bit cold in the winter, but you will never, ever hear me say, I can't wait for summer, or I wish it was hotter, or anything like that. I always will be like, oh yeah, I'm a little bit cold, but I prefer this over any amount of heat, always. Go wash dishes? Sure thing, sweet Strat, enjoy your lurk. I always wanted summer. Dustin, please take it away. Take it away. I think it's 31 for me, but still got Feb and March to go. No, I thought it would be over. I want to wake up to frost on the windows again. It is still freezing here at night. Currently 6 Celsius, but I don't want to brag. I'm so jealous! Can you send that over this way, Yuki, please? Pretty, please. To be frank, I have such bad joints. I had to use a cane all day because of it. Oh no, Dustin, I'm so sorry. Oh, that sucks. I hope that like, so summer helps your joints, is that right? You need some heat compressors or something? 84 degrees, I would melt. 69 to 71 is perfect for me. I prefer like low 60s. That's my perfect temperature, for Fahrenheit. Top of 12 Celsius and raining, that's my ideal weather right there. That does sound pretty nice, actually, Patricia. I'm having major issues with the Discord. It won't let me verify, and I've put in the code word twice. So Ember, it's a manual verification so that we can match your name with your Twitch handle. So just if it doesn't go through, just wait a little bit if you've gotten the right one. Damn, Tao, you missed my fun fact about sneezing. Oh shit, can you resend it, hun? Let me see here. Summer's great because it probably makes the cushioning between my bones swell. Oh, so it's easier to move and not have pain. I don't know exactly why it works. I'm no doctor. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. 5 degrees, Celsius, Layla, for you? Fun fact, a guy once tried to hold in a sneeze by holding his nose closed. He blew a hole in his throat, so if you need to sneeze, just let it out. I don't know if that's possible. 34 at the moment. Ordinarily, I would be sweating my ass off, but it's been so fucking hot recently that I'm able to wear long pants and still be comfortable. Damn. Once it starts cooling down here, I will start doing more beach walks. It's too unbearable at the moment. I can't make 100 yards currently. That's totally fair, Ozzy. Coda was not thrilled when I was like, it's time to go for a walk today. He was like, Mommy, no, please. And I was like, we gotta go for a little jog. And he just stopped multiple times. I was like, dude, listen, I understand the weight of your coat, but we both have to get exercise, sweetie. It's getting below 6 degrees Fahrenheit here. Nobody, can I just like yoink that weather system? Whatever weather system you're a part of, can I just take that? I promise I'll replace it with my weather system, which is like 88. Take all the snow. Yes, thank you. I will happily do that. With your permission, I will happily do that. It's -1 here. Damn, Artemis, are you staying warm? I want that weather too, please. I want the snow again. Yeah, -16, 6 to oh, see, too much snow. Yeah, my little fan here, like, it's keeping things slightly survivable, but I am still sweaty as fuck. Hold on, I'm just switching the battery. All right, much better. Well, it's not much better, but it's, once again, barely holding off the heat. Hi there, amazing Artie. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. I'm originally from Texas, but on the East Coast for the next couple of years. Oh, man. So you'd be getting walloped with snow. Damn. I'm still sitting, oh, I could get technically here, but the reason for that is basically how water works. In our joints, we, have like a jelly-like matter called cartilage, which uses water to cushion and fill in holes in the bones, thus smoothing movement. In cold weather, water gets more sluggish. In warm weather, it expands. That makes a lot of sense, Yuki. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Very interesting. What's fascinating is, like, Nath, who we've talked about, he has like multiple issues. But he actually feels best in cold weather. He's got post-infectious arthritis and a bunch of other, like, joint and mobility issues, so maybe it reduces swelling for him, and I think that might be why that works for him specifically. But yeah, I'm still sitting at about 18 inches of snow, 46 centimeters. Holy fuck. Are you snowed in? Fully snowed in? It's pretty good. Still double-digit temp in Fahrenheit. Okay, fair enough, Artemis. Fair enough, good. Our little shit of a cat killed my fan. He knocked it over last night. Oh no, I hate that. Hi, Sweetest Space. Welcome in, honey. How are you? So many people on tonight. We had a really, really awesome show of support from the pals earlier, and also we had our really big raffle. So lots of really cool stuff happened today. That's probably why. I remember a heat wave during my high school years. It got that bad. All the display candles we had around the house melted. That would be a huge mess. I realized today that Twitch made plenty of good upgrades in the mod view. Glad they did it. Takes a bit longer to react, but still nice to have all the options. That's good. I'm happy to hear that, Strat. I have no clue what you might be looking at because I just use OBS and it hasn't changed at all. We had 21 inches and now it's about 8 inches. Wow, that is still quite a lot to trudge through. Tau is really cool stuff. Politely is very cool stuff. So now I can't keep cool. I gotta buy a new fan. Oh, I'm sorry, hun. That sucks. I'd be more than happy to take the snow, but I think it would just melt and then make everything super humid. That's probably true. Not technically snowed in. Was on Monday, free remote work day, but we still drove to work the next day. Wow, that's crazy. I'm still blown away by the fact that Tasmania, of all places, had snow during Christmas Eve. Me too. Me too. That is crazy. I was in the US at that time and I was like, wait, what? Why am I not there? Hold on, it's not very saturated. Oh. Whoops. Oh. Okay. All right, let's get some hair in here. And we can look accurately terrified without having the rest of it. I mean, since I'm limited to my phone. Oh, I see. The update to the app is much appreciated. Gotcha, gotcha. What are you working on? We're working on our starting soon screen for horror games, lovely space. We haven't had super cold weather here. It snowed yesterday, but that's the first in months. Wow, Talon, did you enjoy it? Or are you not a fan? When did we get snow on Christmas Eve? It didn't happen in my area. Yeah. The freckles, so cute. I'm so glad that you like them. Yes, I have freckles on my face. That makes a lot of sense, Tao-chan. Yeah, arthritis is an inflammation after all, and you usually treat that with cold packs or similar. I am sorry Nathan has to go through that, though. It sucks a lot. I have a genetic issue manifesting in my teens, which is very similar, but mostly affects my knees. Ouch. Oh, that sucks. Because if you were trying to do any like sports and stuff, though, Yuki, you would have suffered a lot with that affecting your knees. I wish I didn't have to travel over 2,000 Ks to get to see some snow. That is crazy that you have to go that far. Wow. When the piano started, I thought it was the Mr. Bean theme. That's really funny. Zal, you guys experienced snow? Hey, Tab, I'm being asked, with 5 minutes being the cutoff for song duration, would you accept songs that are just over 5 minutes, like 5 minutes and 10 seconds? Or is 5 minutes the absolute cutoff? 5 minutes and 10 seconds is okay. I would say that I'm just saying that 5 minutes is the cutoff because I've had some people submit like 6, 8, 10-minute songs, and I was like, that's a little much. But if it's like plus or minus 10 seconds or something like that, it's fine. I won't literally be like, it's 5 minutes and 2 seconds, that's a no-go. But I will cut it off probably. If it starts to approach 6 minutes, then it's a no-go. So saying 5 minutes is probably good. And you know, most songs are not 5 minutes. Most of them are like 4 or less. So yeah. See, everyone thinks it's cute. I love the freckles. Oh, I'm so glad. I've recently gotten more compliments in real life on my freckles, and I'm like, oh, that's nice. Like, that's quite nice. Hear my hope. Sure thing. Lovely love. I still have to watch Has Been Hotel Season 2. I've been so busy, dude. Okay, cue that up for you, lovely laugh. Thank you so much. I love the snow, but I hate driving in it. But I run a late shift, so I really don't get to see much of it. Okay, that makes sense, Talon. That makes sense. I love the lore of the imperial system. The USA just said, nah, I don't want to change my hot tested system. When the most of the world was using the metric system around 1975, and why we use the imperial system is also used because when the British were sending the metric system measures overseas, when America was still part of Great Britain, the pirates stole the measuring tools. So America just used their feet, and the rest is history. Isn't it? I thought it was France. I thought France came up with the metric system. Am I wrong about that? Shit, sorry, I've fallen behind again. I love freckles. They are just very cute. Oh, I'm so glad you think so. Thank you. Yay. Did someone say lore? Yeah, it's the lore of the measurement systems, though, so no need to put it in our canon. Okay, how am I gonna do this? I think... How did I do this? I forgot what it was. How did I do this last time? I think... Because I've got, like, these are some really smooth lines. There's not a lot of halo problems there, but I've somehow managed to have halos on these, and I'm trying to figure out how I didn't do that with, oh fuck, I did do it with the face too. Why? What did I do? Lose It by Oh Wonder. I will cue that up for you. Joyous Jazzy, welcome in, by the way, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. That is queued up for you, my dear. That's a pretty blue. Please tell me that is actually blue. This color? That is a really, really deep, it's a navy blue. Yeah. I feel a bit guilty now. In a previous art stream, I requested Cashmere by Led Zeppelin, which is nearly 9 minutes long. Oh, that's okay, Ozzy. I don't think that, like, listen, I don't actually check all of the times. It's kind of mostly if I start to realize, or if someone in chat comments that, hasn't this song already played? Or hasn't this song been going on for like 10 minutes or something? That's when I'm like, Color theory fucking me up lately? Oh, I'm happy to help if you want, lovely space. The French invented the metric system. Yeah, cool. I thought so. And I'm so glad you're liking the art, Joyce Jazzy. Thank you so much, honey bun. Wolf Totem. I love that song. It's a great song. Sure thing, Precious Patricia. There we go. Queued that up. All right, hold on. I gotta figure out what I did to make this. I thought that what did I do? Let's see. I wonder. I put this one on here. This is from Kingfisher. I'm a big fan of these guys now. Nate showed these guys to me, like, on our when we went away on that, like, business trip last week, and I was like, wow, this is banger. Maybe it's this. Maybe this is what I did. Oh, I think that is what I did. I think that then when I put the overlay, doesn't have the, yeah, that's it. That's what I did. Okay, I figured it out, guys. We're good. Yeah, it's just the tiniest little bit. All right, we're gonna do some flats here, I think. Imperial system is based on physical measurements, like 1 human foot is around 1 actual feet in the system, so no one made the system, it's just something you can use. Same thing with walking. 1 human stride is around 1 meter from heel to toe, 3 feet, and your thumb tip is around 1 inch. So the Imperial system is just using your body to measure. Yeah, which is only a problem when you start to get into the fact that we then want to collaboratively construct, you know, 500-ton vessels and you know, skyscrapers and stuff. And you can't really be like, that's about 1 inch, right? Yep, we'll do some of those. When the darkness settles in 5-fingered death punch. Oh, nice. I do love 5-fingered death punch. We'll see if it's too screamy for this community, but we will just skip it if that is the case. Thank you for the request. If you were to go on an adventure like a hike or a trek or a ski trip, what kind of chocolate would you bring for a snack? Definitely dark chocolate with almonds in it. Delicious. I would love a mini Tau lesson. I don't have any examples of where it's going where it's going wrong though. Oh, I do kind of need something to work off. If you do think of something, Sweet of Space, let me know, okay? Yes, but whose foot? Also, American and British Imperial measures. That's true. They do differ slightly. Very confusing. The 3 albums I have on vinyl in chronological order of when I got them: Back in Black by Akadaka, the Garrig, I hope I'm saying that right, by The Who, and Random Access Memories Special Edition by Daft Punk. Nice. The Who actually toured with Five Finger Death Punch? That's sick. I think I had told it before I was, yeah, you were a gymnast in school, that's right. And, well, that put an end to that. Oh, My issue may also be connected to why my spinal injuries won't heal up, as the cartilage between the discs is basically the same stuff as in the knees or other joints. I am not regenerating that fast enough to replenish the wear and tear. Normally, healthy people can replenish that just fine. So is the reason you can't replenish it because it's... No, because you said healthy people can replenish that fine. Is that like one of the things going on in your body that you've been diagnosed with? You know, Tao, I love orchestra music because I have a refined taste in music. That's what I told my mom, and this is what I played. Uh-oh, let me see. The Naruto orchestral theme. That's crazy. I mean, that'd be hype though. I can absolutely see how fucking insanely hype that would be. That does look pretty cool. To be there, that'd be amazing. Did I hear other vinyl collectors? Yeah, it sounds like Patricia might have a few. Do you want to see my first attempt at digital art that was not pixel, that is like real art program used? Sure, Halu, if you'd like to post it in the Discord. The Who also have done covers of 2 Metallica songs, one of which was featured in one of Metallica's own albums, and both of them sound better compared to the originals. Awesome. That is pretty hype. It is very hype, absolutely. Jazz Club After Hours by Barry Can't Swim. You have got it, darling. I have queued that one up for you, cutie pie. Boop, for lovely Jazzy. Some jazz for Jazzy. It's a genetic defect, yes. It only manifested during adolescence, as some key hormones then interacted not quite as they should growing up. That is really interesting. I'm sorry you're suffering with that, lovely Yuki. But it's clear that you're still an extraordinary person, and I'm very proud of you for working so hard and being so generous to contribute to your local community despite how your body is making you feel. Ozzy, thank you for the care package. Oh, we had a lot of vinyl collectors. Interesting. Oh, you gotta fix the setup for your turntable, Dustin. That makes sense. I have been collecting vinyls, not of old ones though, except Boney. Oh, Rasputin. I love that one. What I have been collecting is video game ones. That's very cool. Sad but true, The Who. Okay. Queued that up for you, darling. Got a few that I would like to discuss. Screwing my knees up doing moving when I was in elementary school. Intermediate school, got into a fight, got kicked in the back, knocked my back out of alignment. Ouch! That's in 2019. Since 2019, rolled around my ankle and chipped a bone. Green stick, fractured my finger and broke both bones of my leg at the same fight right leg. Ouch! The Your Name orchestra performance was so good, it made people cry. Music is pretty powerful, isn't it? It's very interesting. I haven't actually experienced a song that made me like cry, but I have seen that happen for a lot of people, and I think that's beautiful. Hey, I just joined the Discord. Do you want me to want a short intro into the verification or just the passphrase? Oh, if you want to just put the passphrase in there, terrific Talon, one of our lovely mods or myself will then let you in. I love this song. This is one of my favorites. Let's see. My brother got into vinyl collecting recently, but not as active as he was due to his work. That makes sense. Hi, Fabulous Frostbite. Welcome in, darling. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I have no vinyl. I have some vinyl, but no player. Oh, poor nobody. Sweetie Pie, hopefully you can get a player sometime soon. Are you saving up for one? You are heartless, Tao. Heartless, I say. How could you not cry? Well, I cried last week, so I'm loud. I've had a crazy 48 hours. Are you okay, honey? And dearest Dumax, welcome in, darling. It's so good to see you. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Oh, long time no see. The chat is too speedy. Oh, no, that's okay. I'm keeping up as best I can. But it's so good to see all of you. Obviously, I recognize every single name in this chat, and I appreciate every single one of you. Speaking of collecting, I finally finished my 2018 Switch games list. Congratulations. Tao is only allowed and able to cry once per week. This is a fact. This is a fact. My tear ducts only hold so much tears. Hopefully my partner's anniversary. Very cool. Nobody. May I ask when that is? What the hell? Who made you cry? You guys made me cry. You guys made me cry of happiness last week, remember? Or has it already disappeared? You and that $100 donation made me, like, actually put me over the edge to hyperventilation. Don't get me wrong, I really appreciate it. I'm not trying to kill you, but that did make me, like, sob. I was like, how do you do it? Oh, drawing the pals. Yay, the disc pals. I can't wait to see it, Nix. Been in a car crash, multiple bike crashes, fallovers, few scuffles, fell while at a treetop zipline place, but I've never broken a bone. Lucky you, Patricia. That's awesome. I always say I've never broken a bone, but I've broken ribs. So some people call that a bone, even like it is a bone. I think we all know it's a bone. But when people think of like a bone, they're like a cast, and you can't do that for ribs. So June 15, coming on 6 years. Oh, wow. That's awesome, lovely nobody. I think you must have gotten with your partner around the same time I got with mine. That's fantastic. I'm coming over to I'm coming over to slice some onions. Oh, okay. Actually, I do cry from onions. I have such sensitive eyes from onions. Hi there, Piranha. Welcome in. How are you? Good to see ya. Don't worry, Tab. Ribs grow back. Trust me, bro. Well, then you have broken a bone. Some people will say that I haven't, but I think more and more recently people are like, oh yeah, no, if you've broken ribs, you've broken a bone. Well, and apparently I did break my nose at some point because that's why I had to get that surgery done. But I don't know when that happened. And I did not get it fixed at the time. Physically, yes. Mentally stressed after a pipe broke, flooded the basement, and knocked out the heat from the furnace. I'm glad everything is fine now, though, Frostbite, but that's really scary. Oh, Eugene. No, I didn't skip your song request. Sorry, I might not have said it, but I did put Monoko's battle theme on there. That is on there. Sorry, darling. Welcome. How are you? Excellent, Eugene. Thank you for checking, though. 2239 by Danger. I'll cue that up for you. Let's see. Friend of mine has broken nearly every bone in his body, including the growth plate. Clumsiest dude I've ever known. That's so sad. Your poor friend, poor Talon friend. I love studying that. Studying what, Dumax? Sorry. I've not broken a bone, but I have dislocated my left kneecap a total of 3 times. Oh, that shit hurts. Yeah. Ow. Oh my God. I'm like feeling it. With my genetic makeup, I am technically a mutant, just waiting for my awesome powers to kick in. Although I suspect it may be invisibility or camouflage, as I am usually ignored. What? Unless somebody needs something only I can provide. Yuki! You've got to be kidding. No, you are such a treasure. What the hell? That makes me so sad to hear the people. What? No way. Doing good. A wee bit stressed from playing Dandy's World with friends. Why stress, lovely Eugene? Haven't heard Danger in a hot minute. Yeah! I'm glad that you're liking it, Suda Jazzy. Okay, sorry. Let me see. Where is this? Is this actually a... Wait. Huh. Oh, okay. That's the... Oh, I see. Does this have anything in it? It doesn't look like it. No, that's okay. That's one of my color layers. Okay, it'll be the color for this one. And we will fix our colors here to match my actual hair. Once we... Once we catch up with all the rest of these. Blood and viscera I'm okay with, but seeing someone break a bone gives me the willies. I definitely could see that. Nobody, yeah. I actually had one of my exes was like that as well. Like totally fine with all of that, but just could never get past the broken bones. Everybody do the flop. Let's see if I can find that one. I I don't find, I'm not seeing Tomska, but I am seeing fuck bras. Is that right? Is that right, Jimmy? Ram, you want me to switch to PNG? Okay, hold on. Let me go find my PNG. Whee. Hold on, we're loading. It's a survival game on Roblox, and I'm trying to get enough iCore for a character called Roger, and trust me, it's not easy. Oh, I see, okay. Well, I hope that you can I hope you can get it, Eugene. Don't worry, it's mostly self-deprecating humor. I laugh at myself often. It's okay, I live with it. No reason to lament it, but it was inspiration for me to go into the medical fields. Oh, Yuki. You're such a sweet person. I just wish that people would make you feel as wonderful as you are. Okay, hold on. Opening the PNG is freezing everything. 1 second. Why is that happening? You wouldn't think that it would do that. Ah, oh, is this still functioning? Okay, that's still functioning. I can't actually, click on anything though. 1 second. Let me just... Okay, what is happening here? What is stealing all this memory? Okay, that's working. The Vtuber is not working. Hold on. No, Vtuber. Oh my god, dude. Fucking hell. 1 second. If the PNG doesn't want to cooperate, did you want to just stick to locking in the arting? What do you mean locking in the arting, Ozzy? Scuff alert! Pfft, truly. Hold on. Let me see. Vtuber. Oh my god, I cannot type! Wow. Lagging like crazy, man. Okay. All right, it's working again. That took forever. Okay, 1 second. Let me pull up our PNG and invisibilize. Aha! I win. And so do you, Ram. Good job, thank you. You are not a pro unless you have scuff. Damn straight. Is alive! Truth. Okay. Gradually clearing out all of the hairs here. I asked my body if it had any complaints. It said, "We good, bro. Go grab a beer." You've never broken anything or any major health problems. That is very lucky, band. That is very, very lucky. I hope that you continue to not have any issues at all. Yeah, no, that's very lucky. I would say that is not the experience for probably the vast, vast, vast majority of people. Hi there, little Mac. Welcome in. How are you? I was gonna say, if it wasn't gonna work, would you just lock in whilst you art? I think that the issue with the model was more that my hair's going crazy. Is that kind of right? Stop blue screening us. I like that, Ram. Never. Oh shit, fuck. Okay, that was karma. That was karma for being a butthead. Once we reach 100 scuff points, we will do a giveaway of a scuffed artwork. No matter what the art request is, you draw what you want. That would be so funny. Yeah, maybe we do that. Gomenne didn't want to be a bummer, just got into an explanation spiral, and since you mentioned Nathan's battle, I wanted to say I feel his pain and wish him the best too. I will see if I can find some advances in the field. Oh, no, that's okay, Yuki. No, please don't apologize. I don't have any There's no. I hope no one has made you feel like you aren't allowed to like talk about this. This is totally reasonable. And yeah, it's also totally relevant because we were talking about Nathan stuff. So please don't apologize, honey. You're all good. Why? Okay, that selection's empty. Maybe I did too good of a job to... Oh, I did too good of a job. That's what happened. Corn by the cast of Shucked, not the reprise version. Absolutely, Little Mac. I'll cue that one up now.
New Zealanders, Floridians, TauTassieTiger.
Wait, what? Why do I think that Floridians and New Zealanders are the same? I don't. I have never said that. They're actually probably some of the most different cultures in the world. I like this cover version. I love Bradio. Yeah, Bradio's great. I am a fan. But yeah, this is a good cover. A classic strat request. You know what has been going up to our CCV, and I am loving it. I see the possibility of having a partner push in December. Do you reckon? I don't want to do a partner push. I want it to happen totally naturally. I don't want to have that crash that I've seen happen for some people where like they do a partner push and then everyone comes together and then they like average, you know, like 120, 150, and then 100, and then they get partner, and then it's like 40. You know what I mean? So I don't mind taking our time to get there. I don't mind taking our time to get there. I am curious who has the more wild culture, Australians or Floridians? Ooh, I think it depends on where you are. Scariest thing I've ever had happen in my body from memory was a spider bite. No reactions. No, my reactions aren't heightened to abnormal levels, and no, I cannot swing from any materials, but I was in a lot of pain. I bet. Was it a redback? You'll get there, Tao. No problem. You are amazing. Aw, thank you so much, Valiant Vegeta. I really appreciate that. You're so sweet. She is your favorite artist. Don't blame me for going for Amazon. You're gonna make everyone think that she's my favorite artist, Strat. I'm also just hyper-conscious.
Recent 3. My weirdest medical experience was one day when I was like 11 and me and the fam were at our place in Apollo Bay, and I just started scratching an itch on my back. But I kept needing to scratch, and scratch, and scratch. To the point I had one of my cousins, my grandma, and my auntie scratching my entire back while my mom called an ambulance. My grandma described my back as looking like a cuttlefish changing color with all of the scratches turning into welts.
Ouch. Did you get bit by something or have like contact dermatitis or something? Oh, it might have been a wolf spider. Yeah, okay, yeah. We get, where I'm from in the States, we had wolf spiders as well, and they were quite nasty. Something should be left unsaid, otherwise I always get banned. Well, banned, that is a good point. Yes, something should be left unsaid, that is true. That's fair, but we are consistently above 60, so I doubt we will fall low. It's fine, though. We will get there eventually. Yeah, I hope so. I also never want to, like, end up, ever making anybody feel like they're being used for anything, because it is critical to me that you all feel the coziness and the warmth and the genuine, most importantly, the genuine nature of this channel and of what I want for you. And I'm always afraid that if I were to do something like, you know, a partner push or something where I'm like, oh, you need to be there for me. You need to show up for me. That I'm gonna be, then it kind of, you know, spits in the face of that. And even if you guys say that's not how you feel, I must confess that won't change the fact that I feel like that's what I would be doing, which is why it's important to me that we get there. Hopefully we get there. Hopefully we do it eventually. Hopefully I'm able to do this full time one day. But yeah. I've been chibified. I have, sweetest space. I have indeed. Thanks for the no cursing, Eugene. Okay, I'll try not to curse. I'm only chibified until our next break, though. Hello, Magnificent Monstera. How are you? It's so good to see you. Ears perking at medical discussions. Is the pouch sharing little story accounts? Yes. Oh, can't say that. Nice try, Storm. I saw you, you sneaky devil. La, 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 la. Oh, can't say that. I am no devil. If you enjoy Irish folk, I recommend the Darina Harvey Band. I will go look them up. Lovely nobody. I'm gonna put a song on from them then. I love Irish folk. I just love folk music in general.
The only things being used here is the mod's brain cells.
Hello, motherfucker.
Thanks, Setter. Hello, I can't say it, Eugene! There we go. I have queued up The Last Shanty, if you think that's a good one. Well, you like it or whether you like it or not, we're getting monetized on YouTube because that's what I want. I do want that. I am excited for that opportunity. Because again, that goes towards doing this full time, right? Having multiple income streams can always help going towards that. But sorry, what can't you say again? The bad words. Why can't I? I have no cursing redeemed for another 3 minutes. Shanties remind me, I showed my chat Daughter of the Sea last week. Daughter of the Sea? What is that, Precious Politely? That is a good one. I'm in the Navy, so I relate to that song. Oh, how cool, nobody. That's amazing. Oh, have you gotten to travel a lot as a part of the Navy? That's really cool, hun. What is my luck? What is your luck, Ram? Hopefully it's good luck. The Rocky Road to Dublin. I love that song. Queued that up for you, my darling, sweetest space cat. I want another one. You did. You certainly did. Sorry, I didn't read that part. I didn't read the first part. Yes, you did indeed. Maybe Monstera share one. Not violent. Just a bit silly oddball. Yes, of course, Magnificent Monstera. Go for it. I did? Yeah, wait. Uh-oh, wait, what did I do? It was an amazing... Oh, wow, cinematic. Oh, animatic. Oh, cool. Where they had a shanty about Jaina Proudmoore? That's very cool. Pal's attempt to break Tau into cursing. Tau can't swear. I swear a lot on the scroll, but Tangia doesn't like it. Well, beep. Thank you for the breaking news, Storm. It's going to be huge. I bet we could have you do one less job if possible, because we have memberships that are 70-30 split and can add a lot of additional exclusive content for it as well. Yeah, that would be really, really nice. Not only did stream buffer and stop and make me miss your reaction to my message, Twitch just completely died. Oh, sorry, Patricia. Sorry, hun. But that is really cool. I would love to hear the shanty about Jaina Proudmoore. Is it on Spotify, Politely? Do you know? Surely hold the record for the most Chibis won in a row. Actually, I think for Chibis won in a row, I think that's true, because that's 3 in a row. I think Strat's gotten 2 in a row before. I don't know if we've had 3 in a row.
Lizard, lizard,
Lizard,
lizard,
lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard. Lizard. Oh, yeah, I did it. Sorry, I'm so excited. I'm so excited about that. I cannot describe to you guys how often I try and fail with that. I cannot believe I got that one. Let's go. Hey, nice. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you. I've been watching the YouTube more because I've missed streams. Oh, that's fair, sweetest space. No, that's totally understandable, darling, but you're always welcome to come on back here if you feel like it. American Soldier. Okay, that is queued up for you, Ember. Recent. I was in Japan for 4 years and visited a lot of countries in the Pacific. That is awesome, nobody. What was your favorite place? Tau should use lizard in place of naughty words. Mother lizard. That makes no sense. So I was going to say, at the clinic, Apollo Bay is too small for a full hospital, but still has ambos. They gave me anti-allergen cream on my back and made me lie on my stomach for an hour or two, and then I was okay. I'm glad that you were okay. That sounds scary. You're a great vibe just to have on in the background. Thank you so much, sweetest space. I'm so happy that you think so. That makes me so, so happy to know that you enjoy just having me on in the background, darling. Oh, great. We got Warbringer's Jaina. Very cool. Okay, I want to listen to that one politely. Thank you so much. I'm putting that one up there because I really want to hear that. How good. How cool. Are you excited? Are you going to go play some wows? I'm happy with the chibi I have. So the unlikely chance I'll win anymore, I'm happy to hand my win to someone that'll like it. Oh, Ozzy, that's very sweet. Can I have a zoom out for the thumbnail? Oh, sure. Hold on. Let me put hair on. We are getting our flats done. South Korea and Hokkaido Prefecture were my favorite. Oh, how cool. How long were you in both of those places, nobody? Oh, and the blood too? Okay, we want the blood. Oh, fuck, I can say that now. Nice, this will look cool when it's all done. I think one of the few things that could get me back to WoW at this point would be if Tau was playing. Precious politely, I may have to take you up on that one. Thank you so much for the care package, Precious Possum. Welcome and how are you? It's so good to see you. Smile, please. Did you get it? Cinesaf, welcome in, cutie Cinesaf. How are you, darling? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. You guys, this is the lovely Cinesaf, a PNG tuber. We're matching today. Of culinary and gaming prowess, who has graced us with their presence. This bisexual ADHD monarch of the kitchen streams RL Craft and Minecraft, often accompanied by ghosties and slimes. Their recent donathon was lit. How was your donathon, sweetie pie? Welcome, welcome. I am doing well, darling. Thank you so much for asking. How are you doing? 4 weeks in South Korea for training, 3 days in Hokkaido. Would you want to go back, nobody? Cinna, how was your stream, honey bun? Also, if you don't mind me asking when your next one is, and then maybe you can let us know that while I introduce us to your lovely community.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! But yes, welcome in, sweetheart. So Cinna's next Jonathan and stream is tomorrow. Doing them every Friday up until my birthday next month, and then just twice a month from there. Very cool, Cinna. Well, I hope that it's going incredibly well, and I hope you have a great time doing your stream tomorrow as well. Thank you so much for bringing your lovely community in, sweetheart. I promise to take the best care of them until you come on back for them. You miss Japan a lot? Oh, me too, nobody. Me too. Do you ever get time off of work so you can go there? Like, visit Japan? I'm sadly still smarting from the one and only time I played WoW and will likely never go back. I experienced a whole pile of toxic players within 10 minutes. I feel so bad. I brought Macheka into WoW once, and she had the exact same experience, unfortunately. told them to be nice. Oh, thanks, sweetheart. I appreciate it. I'm sure they're going to be delightful. I wasn't born with natural canine teeth, so when other kiddos were getting color-coded braces, I was getting metal alloy canine teeth implants? What? That's insane. That's like so cool. Oh my god, I'm so jealous. That is badass. That is insanely badass. What? That's so cool, Monstera. Do you still have, like, aluminum or what was it? Oh, metal alloy implants? Hi there, Terrific Trash. Welcome in. How are you? Good to see ya. Bruh. Hold on, sorry. Oh, I guess that's also fine. Okay. Okay, where's the rest of the... Oh, I didn't actually do the rest of the hair. I was like, where is it? No, that's okay. We will do the rest of that shortly. Lizard. Damn it. Also, Tao, I know you asked earlier. I'm doing okay. Working on D&D stuff at the moment. How's it going? Going great, Sweetie Pie. Thank you so much for asking. It's so good to have you here. How is the D&D stuff that you're doing? Sadly, no. I'd have to plan accordingly with my job before I can even think of leaving for Japan, unless I get stationed there again. That'd be really cool if you got stationed there for the long term. The time periods you mentioned, Nobody, sound quite short. Our Navy stations, like, do they tend to be shorter periods than other branches of the military? I'm okay. My sleep has been very broken this week, so I'm still awake at 4 a.m. No, I'm so sorry, honey. That's terrible. I hope that you feel much better and get some really good sleep tonight. If you stay up on, like, until then, hopefully. I'm digging this art you're doing. Oh, really? Thank you so much, Precious Possum. I'm so glad. Tao double lizarded and still missed. Fuck. Did we take the break? No, we have not. We need to do that, though. Cutie Pies, we're going to go on a very quick break. When we get back, I will be back to my three-dimensional self. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And, darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you all very much, and I miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon. Mwah! No, not me. Not me, certainly not. Maybe-ish. We just go shirtless here. It goes past 40 once we hit Feb to, it's too hot to deal with. Yeah, I bet. Infernus, thank you so much for the British accent. Darling Eclipse, please don't run away. I promise this only lasts for 5 minutes. Hold tight, okay, darling? You are challenged by George's the Gourmet. Multiple George, eh? It's minus 15. Oh, no, wrong one. No, do bubble beep. No, fuck. I pressed breaking clip instead. Oh, well, it's dead. Oh, it's not dead. No, but now it will be. They should let me do the sound effects for Pokemon. Bubble beep. Not feeling well. Well, Bojax. You're welcome. I'm amazed you figured it out. Oh, yikes. Let's go after him.
I think we should get some proof before we do that. I tried to trick him into saying something, but he dodged all the traps I was laying down.
Makoto, that's because you laid down the traps and then you put fucking caution tape and then sirens and then signs saying there are traps here. What are you doing? Oh, save. I love that so much. It's fucking awesome.
Ew, 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 ew.
surely do some kind of a remix. My
Pretty
day.
lady.
That's how you say pretty lady with water or liquid. Ordinarily, I'm the one that helps you out with Persona.
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life!
Yeah, exactly. You're totally flipping us off. No, I'm not. I would never do that to you. No, I would not do that to you. That would be mean, and I would never be mean to my precious pals. Let me see here.
Shadow identified.
Oh, fuck! Oh, shit! Oh, fuck, we're stuck! No! No, I'm invisible! It seems you've been detected! No, not me. Not me, certainly not. Just the way you say, See, if you guys do vote for I have to say it that way. I literally cannot say any other way. My God, Littlefoot. Hello, cutie patooties. Welcome back. Hi, I am back in the flesh. The digital flesh. Awesome, Ozzy. Welcome back, Sweetie Pie. Ubbies for you. Yee. Good, Ozzy. Welcome back, lovely love. Ubbies. Yee. Good, love. Welcome back, Sweetest Cinna. Welcome back, Terrific Trash. Welcome back, Nick's Potato Slice Jam Slice. Ubbies. Yee. Good, Nicks. Welcome back, Joyce Jazzy. Welcome back, Amazing Alec. Welcome in. Welcome back, Sweetest Strat. Welcome back, Cutie Pies. Welcome back, Joyce Julius. And welcome in. Welcome back, dearest Dustin. Those sequences makes Tao sound more of a potty mouth than actual Tao. I'm glad that you don't think I curse too much. I was literally talking to the organizer of Tasmania for the event tomorrow, and I was like, have you gotten a chance to drop in on my streams? And they were like, no, but I have seen some of your clips. And I'm like, then you know that I curse like a sailor. And they were like, yeah, but so do I. And I'm like, ah, good, excellent, among friends. Precious Possum, Sweetie Pie, thank you so much for the uppies. Good, awesome. Let me see. Forgot to mention I got to work safely. Good. I'm very happy to hear that, cutie cat. Huh? Excellent. Deployments can last from 6 to 8 months. Oh, but if you're stationed there, it's 2 to 3 years. Gotcha. Okay, so you were just deployed to Hokkaido and South Korea. Is that right? Nobody? I hope that you can get. Can you like apply to be stationed in certain areas? Precious Possum, you're so cute. I'm really confused. We are starting a 3.5 game tomorrow, and it's a very big jump from 5e. I'm basically relearning the entire game. Yes, you would be. That sounds quite exhausting. But I bet you're gonna ace it, sweetheart. You're gonna ace it. Hi there, Magnificent Mall. Welcome in. How are you? Good to see you again, darling. Anything but time. Sized atom bomb. Atom bomb, baby, little atom bomb. I want her in my arm. She is just the way I want her to be. TNT. You had your first therapy session today. Maul, that's wonderful. I am very happy to hear that. How did it go? You feeling a little bit drained, but hopefully good? Deployed to Korea, visited Hokkaido. You can pick up to 7 duty stations when you're picking orders. That's cool, nobody. Can I ask how long you've been in the Navy? Tachan, I'm about to commission you for my rap sheet on V10. Would you work on that on stream? I would love that. If you want me to, Yuki, I totally can. Would you want me to work on it completely on stream? Usually, you know, I let the pals pick what we do. So I would be hesitant to exclusively work on it on stream. But if you're okay with me putting it as an option, and then if the pals vote for it, we work on it, and then if they don't, we don't work on it on stream. Are you okay with that? Or do you yeah, what is your preference? Magnificent Mall, Sweetie Pie, thank you so very much for the subby with Prime. I really appreciate it, darling. That is very kind of you. Thank you so much for such incredible support. Thank you. I'm so glad that you enjoy the content enough to subby. Thank you, lovely. Thank you so much. Oh, you're playing Fallout 4 right now. I thought the radio was duplicating somehow. That is so funny. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. March will make it 8 years. Do you enjoy it, nobody? Is this something that you really wanted to do, or was it kind of like a way to see the world, or... Right now, gotta take a break to give super worms to the man. I love the man as the bearded dragon. Let's see. This song is in the game. Yeah, it's a good song. I love this song. I'm gonna go get some sleep and cuddles now, though. I'll be starting in the morning around 11 a.m. or 12 p.m. EST. Perfection. Thank you so much, Cutie Senna, for dropping in. Yes, go and take good care of yourself. Have a good cuddle, sleep wonderfully well, and have the sweetest dreams. And we'll see you later, sweetie. Thank you for coming in. Option is fine. All right, Yuki, you got it. Yeah, absolutely. I'll totally put that as an option then, for sure. What I typically do is when someone commissions me, it takes me about a week between phases. So once you commission me, I'll probably get you the sketch. Click the buttons. Click. Thank you, cutie cata. What I usually do, Yuki, is from the time that you commission me, I'll do the sketch. And then once you approve the sketch, I'll put it to a vote so that we can start on line art over on YouTube, not YouTube's, the Twitch. Where are we? Twitch. And then if it gets voted for, we work on it that day. If it doesn't, then I'll still get you the line art within the week. Then we can do the same thing for colors. I'll see if they want to vote, if the pals want to vote on watching us do colors for your ref sheet. If they do, then we'll work on it on stream. If not, then still within the week, I will still get you the flat colors. And yeah, that's pretty much how it goes. Does that sound okay to you? I was going to practice some facial expressions for my portfolio. I wanted to use Tao as a model, but when I screenshot for reference, I get a beautiful one, so it just turned to be fan art. I sent it to Discord if you want to see it. Zaro, oh my god, you're so sweet. Holy crap, thank you so much. Oh, also, Halu, these are great. I love these. I love these action poses. These are awesome, hon. Excellent work. Really great job, sweetie. But yes, I would love to see. Oh my god! Ah, Zaro, they're so cute! Oh my gosh, this is so cute! This one's so funny. I love this. Zaro, this is fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm definitely putting these in the fan art folder. These are cute as hell. I love them. You did such a great job. Are these digital or traditional? You can never tell because like the brushes are so, I assume, oh no, it's digital, right? Because I'm in the corner, that makes sense. But it's so great. This is so great. I love it, Zaro. Excellent work. Holy crap, that's so cute. Red, thank you so much for contributing to the Discord movie night and the community game night challenges, darling. I really appreciate it. And I'm glad you're having fun, dearest Dustin. Excellent. Commissioners requested. Thank you so much, lovely Yuki. I'm so excited to work with you, darling. Coda? Sorry, he's excited. Do you love this orchestra music that is being played? This right now? Yeah, it's great. You can take more time with me. Thank you so much, Yuki. All right, if you're sure that I can take a little bit more time with you and you want me to make sure that the pals can vote every way through the stages, I'll probably elongate the due date further than I normally would, if that's okay. I am so sorry about the dog. He clearly sees something going on. Hi there, lovely Aladdin. Welcome in, sweetie. How are you doing? It is so good to see you. Tao is very good at calm communication and checking in on the process. Oh, thank you so much, Magnificent Monstera. I'm so glad you think so. I've really enjoyed working with you as well. Let's see. Yeah, there's Doge, my little puppy dog. Thank you so much for the care package, Nix. That is, oh wait, I'm extracting emotes. Sorry, I need to, hold on, it's shift, right? Hissy, wowie, uppy, thummy. That's all the, yeah, there you go. That's so fucking cute, honey. I love these. Oh my god, you are always welcome to do studies of me. I love how lively sketches look as well. They're so organic feeling.
Hello, motherfucker.
So cute. Oh my god. Hello, motherfucker. Hey there, Layla. Welcome on back, Sweetie Pie. I'm not sure if you left or anything, but welcome back anyway. Please take all the time you need or want. I want to support you, not rushing you, and have you as my reference. Mama means the world to me. Oh, honey, that's such an honor. I'm so excited to be your reference, Mama. Thank you so much, Cutie Pie. You were so sweet. Need to make a quick trip to the shop. We'll be back. Oh, good, sweetest chat. We'll see you soon. Persona fan art for you have gone to the abyss now too. Wait, did you post some and I didn't see it? Or... Tao, can I get a little help with a sonar pal? Sure. What's the sonar pal? Like what do you need help with? My Persona fan art. Oh wait, hold on. Sorry. Oh, feeding your cats. Finny wanted uppies on the counter. Let me see. I enjoy the job, but sometimes the people can get too much. Gotta take the good with the bad. I work in the medical field, so it's stressful yet rewarding. I just enjoy helping people. Oh no, Betty, that's so sweet. You are going to fit in as you already have, and you may have, hopefully you feel like you're fitting in, fit in great with this community, because that is, those words are the words that I really love to hear from Precious Pals, that you want to help people and you are rewarded by doing so. I think that's really beautiful. Thank you so much for entering the medical field, lovely nobody. I know Yuki is also in the medical field, and both of you are just such sweethearts. You're back with 4 AM snacks. What did you get, Trash? No, like I didn't finish it. Oh, it's gone to the abyss of unfinished art. Okay, I got you. Well, I would love it if you ever wanted to finish it, but there is no pressure. I love what you did already. Had to leave and come back. Oh, perfect. Well, welcome on back, lovely Layla. We're so happy to have you back. Need help with the bat snout. No matter what I try, it does not look right. So what I've always done, particularly for like chibi-fied things, which I would definitely say, you know, pouch pals tend to be, I would say, so if, oh my God, one sec. I would say if we have a character, then an upside down heart. Oh, that's terrible. Hold on. With like little interned. This is vaguely like cute bat-like, if that makes sense. So that's what I would recommend, to make it like easy, but still actually the nostrils, I think I positioned the nostrils in a different way. How do I do this? Is it on the outer sides? Yeah, I think it's on the outer sides, maybe. Or is it inner? Hold on. It's been a while since I've drawn a bat. I think it's that one. I think it's inner, like that. You got lemon meringue donut and some strawberry milk. That sounds tasty. Well done defeating the boss without me even noticing that I don't have it on screen. I am so sorry. I keep forgetting that. Feel free to remind when I fuck up like that. My bad. No worries, Nix. Does that help? Did you want me to leave this on screen for a little longer? Are you okay? Hello again, Tao. Boy, do I have a story for you. Ooh, tell me. What about a side profile? I'd probably just like the same kind of thing. So if you got a little face like this, and then you got the upside down nose like so, and then the inner. Or like like that. Something like that. The nose should actually probably exceed, that's right, because the little vampire bat noses that I referenced for this, they tend to exceed the face a little bit, so it's kind of like that. I want to finish that Persona fan art, but the file got corrupted. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Zal. I hate that. I'm so lucky that Procreate, crossing fingers, knock on wood, doesn't really do that, but I had that happen a lot when I was using my PC for art. And then I just fucking died. I couldn't open Twitch or send a message in Discord, so I've been completely absent for the last 20 plus minutes. I'm so pissed. It's okay, Patricia. Don't worry. We're still here, hun. You should Riz? Let me have a look. I'll be trying this out. Yay, perfect. Sounds good, Sweetie Pie. Do you need to see it anymore, or do you think you get it? Revenge is queued up for you, lovely Jimmy. There we go. Oh, this song is actually a little bit long. I forgot that Devil Trigger is like 6.5 minutes. I'm gonna skip ahead so that it has like normal song timing. The hell am I listening to? This is Devil Trigger from Devil May Cry. I was thinking of suggesting the song. Aha! There you go. Oh, you screenshot it. Okay, perfect. Excellent. Raw, darling. Raw, darling, indeed. Lovely Lobbit. Welcome back. How are you? Virtual as a chat. Let me go see the Riz.
Pretty
This
lady.
is so cute.
Pretty lady.
That is so cute. Oh, I love that. Oh, Husk Tommy Riz. Very cool. Looking good, Sedu. Very nice. I love it. Devil Trigger is so great all the way through. It is, but I've got a rule about 5 minutes
Pretty
being
lady.
like the general cutoff, and this is a six minute, almost a 7-minute song, so. I might be getting off work sooner than usual, so I can work on art more. Yay! Amazing, terrific talent. I can't wait to see more of your art. Pretty lady, Umbra. I don't know if you're a lady, but I appreciate that. Here's a fan art idea for anyone in chat. Try to screenshot random moments in Tau streams and try to draw them. That's what I did. Oh, that'd be so cool, dude. I would love to. I'll make random faces for you. You like it? Do you like it?
Yummy.
Yummy. Can't repeat. I'll cue that up for you, awesome Ozzy. Oops, wrong button. Okay. Done. I am on the bus now and I'm finally able to share art. Sounds good, hun. Okay. Doing good. Won't stay long, unfortunately. Darling. As it is about 11:20 p.m. EST. Have a great night, and I'll catch you all later. All good, lovely Lobbit. Thank you so much for joining us, Sweetie Pie. I really do appreciate it. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming in. And amazing Artie! Sweetie Pie, thank you so much for choosing to continue your gift sub from Yoki. I really appreciate it. Thank you, darling. That means the world. Thank you so much, amazing Artie. Yay! Thank you, cutie. Someone on YouTube made a Bury the Light parody where it's just how Virgil doesn't want to pay Nero his child support. Oh my god. Can't Repeat by Offspring is one of the most realist songs I've ever requested. Okay, noted. Well, Offspring is always great, so I'm excited. Do I have... Okay, let me see here. How many layers? Ooh, I only have 21 available. Okay, I think that was kind of my idea, was to, well, 21 available. Actually, once I merge things, actually, I think it'll be okay. Okay, we gotta probably do the booba. Let's move this back here. Thank you so much for the lurk, Radical Ram. I appreciate you. Thank you. First model shared in art. All right, I'll have a look. Amazing Artie, thank you so much for the streak, darling. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. Thank you so much for spending so much time with us. And Artie, thank you so much for the 100 berries. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you, darling. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Let's see. Ooh, cool. Patricia, I love the little bits on the propeller as well. I like the subtle little touches. That's so cool. Very pretty, very pretty. Looks awesome. And I love the metallic shine as well. Very well done. Thank you so much for sharing, precious Patricia. Actually, okay, maybe let's get the reds in the hair done first. I do need to probably layer these properly first. Hold on. So many things to do first. Okay, that one, does that go in front? No, that one goes behind. Okay. This one should be in front of that. And that one, no, wait, this one should be behind this, but maybe that should, okay, hold on. Gotta focus. This piece might be best suited to go kind of hide up there. Yeah, I think that's good. Oh yeah, nice. Good, good, good. I know this is longer than 4 minutes and you're welcome to stop at any time, but I just craved that sound. If you could do BFG Division by Mitch Gordon. You've got it, lovely Yuki. I'll cue that up for you right now. Mick Gordon, sure. All right, that is queued up, honey bun. All right, let's see. Next order of business. I like that one there. That one can stay there. This one needs to go behind that. And actually, I think it also needs to go behind that one. Yeah. What is that? Oh, that's gotta go in front of something. What does that have to do? Yeah, that should go up here. And this one? Okay. What's this bit in the front? Here? Yeah, that's it. That's gotta go in the very back, I think. Yep. And then the one on the right side. Nope, not that one. That one. Okay. Okay, cool. Now we're ready to change our colors. You can check it out when you want so you don't get distracted from the artwork you're working on. Sounds good, Jimmy. Thank you so much. I will definitely check it out. Second model shared? Patricia, I'll wait until you share all of them so that I can look at them all at once, okay? I made up for most of the points I spent this stream on the songs. My one weakness when it comes to hoarding points. It's true. It's true. I have a feeling Amma is your favorite artist. According to Spotify Wrapped, yes, thanks to you, Strat. Thanks to you. She's my favorite artist, according to Spotify Wrapped. Ooh, wait a second. This has got this little antenna has to go. I need it to go up in front of everything, but behind. Okay, that's it. There. Cool. Okay, very good. That's awesome. I use an airbrush for my Warhammer models. Oh, nobody, if you would like to share your Warhammer models, you're welcome to in the art section. Amma be so good though. Amma is very good, but she is most definitely mostly Strat's favorite. Oh yeah, make sure you wear a mask or respirator though. Yeah, good point. Good point, sweetheart. Thank you for worrying about fellow pal's health. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. Want to know my weakness when hoarding points? Uh-oh, what is it, Jimmy? Stormbending is queued up for you. I will probably have to skip that forward if it's longer than 5 minutes, though. Ah, yes, you do love the mum voice, don't you? Let me pull this down, hold on. There we go. Okay, and now you get 5 minutes of me talking in your ear like this. I hope you enjoy. I know it's Jimmy's favorite thing. It's getting so hot it's starting to affect my phone's performance, and it's making all my actions and everything super delayed. Stream is still good. I'm happy it's still good, hun, but I'm sorry it's so hot. The titles I have to claim so that people don't know you were secretly an Emma fangirl. Thank you for your sacrifice, Strat. I really appreciate it. Patricia, I was saying that I'm gonna look at everything, like everything that you've done once you tell me that you've posted everything. That way I don't have to keep on going back and forth. Lovely tab voice says, I'm so glad you like them, Precious Politely. And thank you for the care package, Awesome Aussie. I'm wearing earbuds at work. You are very in my ear now. Sorry about that, Talon. I'll get even further in your ear. I'm just kidding. I know a lot of people don't like ASMR, so I will not do that. I'll send the third one. Thanks for letting me know. No worries, Precious Patricia. All right, let's see. It's the left. This one. This one will have to be red. Lovely Tau voice, yes. And if only I had the points to combine with the uwu. I'll give you a uwu in mom voice. You're very welcome. Since you're doing the mom voice, I would like you to snitch on Nath and tell you to scold him for not watching enough anime. Oh, I mean... Listen, here's the thing about Nath. He watches a lot of anime, but it's often stuff I don't necessarily enjoy. Like, he's been rewatching, well, he's trying to catch up with all of One Piece. I think he's 800 episodes in. He's also he's finishing up the Apothecary Diaries, which is a great show, but I've already seen it, so I said, you can watch that without me, that's okay. Your voices are so soothing. I've been watching the stream for a better part of an hour and I'm about to fall asleep. I'm so happy to hear that, Ember. Especially if I can be soothing, even when I'm being hyper and obnoxious and natural. But I'm very happy to hear that, sweetie. Blasphemy. Ama-san streamed earlier, and yet you were here. Admit it, Tao-chan is our Kami Oshi. If I could be anybody's Kami Oshi, I would be so flattered. I would be so flattered, so humbled. I'm still humbled by the fact that you guys show up at all, so thank you so much. I like all the stuff he likes, but let's just admit it, I make a better anime buddy. You do though, Strat. You do make a better anime buddy because you don't spend only about 3 hours a week watching anime that I want to watch. And sometimes he won't even watch that much. Boo. Ooh. Ooh, ooh. Sorry, hold on. All right, way down low. Ooh, ooh. How was that? I'll give you a variety to choose from. Ooh, 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 ooh. Hopefully that was satisfying. Thank you very much for the ooh-woo, Yuki. There you go. Yay! That was something. Amazing. It was something, wasn't it? You don't get to call me out on watching anime, Miss Link Click Rewatcher. It's not my fault that it's the best thing on TV. Not the didn't Tiger growl ooh-woo. Tao, very satisfying. Precious, politely, very satisfying. I'm listening respectfully. Respectively or respectfully? Both. Wait until we get another season. Oh, I'm gonna be rewatching that shit constantly. The mom voice uwu was requested. I just thought I'd help. That's so sweet of you, Yuki. Thank you so much for doing that for a fellow pal. That's so sweet. Walking on a Dream is a great song. I am happy to cue that up for you, amazing Orty. There we go. Queued it up. Thank you very much. Both. I can English. Don't worry about it. Seto, your English is much better than my Tagalog. I'll tell you what. Actually, your English is probably just better than my English, too. Okay, where is this? This one. The third and final model has been shared. I hope you like the two of them. I'm sure I will. I will have a look right now, Patricia. Thank you very much. All right. Back to my obnoxious voice! I like that you uncringed the uwu. You really do that so cute. So many will outright hate or refuse. Oh, I'm so glad you like it, Yuki. Listen, I think that the uwu is such a cute sound. I feel like I am one of those people, though, that, like, regardless of what other people say or think, I do not even... I decide what I find cringe or yucky, and a lot of the things I find cringe and yucky, some people don't. But a lot of things other people find cringe and yucky, I do not find cringe and yucky. So yeah, no, I think it's so cute. It's such a cute sound. Don't you look down on your English. I am learning stuff from you. Aw, thanks, Strat. I'm glad to hear that. Let's see here. Tao, don't diss your own voice. It's okay. I have a voice that is relatively flexible. I just wish that I could get whatever this crap in my throat is out. Ah! Your voice is adorable and the world will agree. Thank you so much, Awesome Ozzy. You're so sweet. I appreciate you. All right, let's see what we've got here from Precious Patricia. Ooh, a little helicopter. Cute. Ooh, I like the like rustic. Oh, that's cool. Are these decals or did you paint these? This is really cool. It's so pretty. Very cool. Well done, hun. I greatly admire her voice. Oh, Precious politely. I greatly admire your voice. You have such a soothing, calming, pleasant voice. I would put you on like my white noise machine on repeat
but happy
if I could.
20 months to us. I can't be grateful enough for Tao and the Pouch Pals making me feel so loved. You're freaking amazing.
Thank you so much, cutie cat, for 20 months, darling. Thank you so very much for the resub. I cannot believe it's been that long. Thank you so much for your dedication, your support, your generosity, your kindness. Thank you, cutie cat. Thank you so much. And beautiful Bubbling, where everybody knows your name. Hold on. Featuring Tom Kenny. I only have Gary Portnoy at the moment. Let me see. Oh, wait, no, I found it. Okay, no, never mind. I should have known that it was a Adventure Time song. Layla, this is gorgeous. Oh my God, how cool. I absolutely love the stark contrast as well. That's awesome. And the absolutely gorgeous butterfly. That's amazing, Layla. Excellent work. Stunning. 20 months. Awesome. Gonna get there one day. I can't wait to have you there, lovely Yuki. Let you find something? Cutie cat, what, how about give me a theme song for when we have, give me a theme song for when we hit partner. I did resub off stream. I wish it was at the beginning of the month like it should be. Oh, that's okay, cutie cat. Thank you so much. I'm glad I still got to congratulate you and thank you so much. Those are decals, but I have used a brush for painting lettering before. It's really nice. And this is beautiful, sweetheart. Excellent work, lovely Layla. Gorgeous. Let's see what else you've got here, Patricia. Very cool. I love you did a really effective job of like mottling, which is really, really nice. Thank you again, Tao, for helping with Sonar's pal. His face looks a lot better. Of course, sweetheart. It's my pleasure. I'm so glad I could help. You're doing a great job with all of the dispals. Rokudenashi. Speaka? Queued that up for you, sweet strap. This is awesome, hun. Great work. I love all the subtle little decals on here, too. Awesome job. Awesome job. Ooh. This is awesome. Oh, hi. I'm down here. I'm in that corner. Layla, this is beautiful. I love the, here, if you, I'll do a reference for you. Did you get that? That's awesome. So cool. That's beautiful. Looks so good, hun. Excellent work, lovely Layla. Thank you so much for sharing. Have you heard songs by Hana? I think I have. I think you have possibly shared some with me. I just realized something and I don't want to say it yet till the time is right. Till the time is right. Okay, okay. A New Rain is queued up for you, my darling. Okay. Let's see. All right, I gotta do, we got like some little stripies here. I think I did. Rose was one from them. Oh, yes, yes, I think you have then. How much longer until longer black train? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 26. I did pick a song, but changed my mind. Everybody Loves Me, One Republic. Oh, Everybody Loves Me is such a funny, narcissistic sounding one for when we hit partner, but I'm sure it's very wholesome and I can't wait to listen to it. I don't think I've heard this one, so I'm excited. I love One Republic, so I'm excited. Ride the Lightning by Megadeth. Okay, we will see if that is a little bit too loud for us, but let's give it a shot. Ride the Lightning is queued up for you, my dear. Patiently waiting to hear the ones I picked while I'm doing stock. Oh, thank you for your patience, cutie Kata. All right. Just realized it's a 6-minute song. That's okay, Julius. If you're okay with me just skipping ahead so that it shortens it, I can do that. Fuck it, I'm gonna say it anyways. Next sub is a sub baby, and it'll be a Friday the 13th sub baby. Let's go. How good, Ozzy. Awesome. Oh, that's so funny. That actually reminds me. So I went to my citizenship ceremony like a little while ago. And I just had like the biggest giggle fest because during this like very formal event, the guy who was like giving out the citizenship certificates and stuff, he's talking about how courageous it is for the new citizens to have moved like from their home countries and to settle in a new place and blah, blah, blah. And he goes, yeah, you're all so brave. How good. And I'm like, that's so Australian to be like, how good. in a formal context. Thrill has been queued up for you, lovely Yuki. I've been accidentally reminding you of a lot of stuff today. Is everything all right? Yeah, my brain is like, it's so hot, dude. I think I'm just frying. Try listening to Tiger by Hannah, or feel free to just switch out one of the songs I sent with this one. Oh, okay. So Tao is a citizen here now? I am officially a citizen. Storm, I am officially a citizen. I am so grateful to be a citizen of this beautiful, beautiful country with so many amazing people in it. I love 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 it. But I'll never sound Australian probably, which is just a tragedy. All right, I'll move Gurren no Yumiya down here, Strat, and then we'll listen to Tiger instead. What is the sub image next to your name? Next to our names? Stripe represents TauTassieTiger, but when it changes after the stripes, I don't know. Guess it's moon or eye related? Actually, I love that you asked that. I don't know if I've ever said this on stream. Let me show you something. Oh, good. So the patterns on your sub badges correlate to building up the patterns on my cloak. So you'll see that it starts off kind of gray, and then it like the cloak doesn't start off gray, but like a 1 month is like gray, and then it turns into this color flat, right? And then you get like 1 stripe, 2 stripe, and then you start to get these little guys in the circles. And for those of you who have been here for I think it's a year, you may recognize this. And you get a silver one or a gold one, and then I think I might have a copper one in the works as well, but yeah, so it all has to do with just like You're always with me, kind of. You know, you're either holding my cloak, or you are my cloak, and you're always with me, and you got my back. Get it? It's very punny that way. But I hope that helps. Let's see. Oh yeah, congratulations on getting your citizenship. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I appreciate it. Thank you. I may have to head out now. Oh, all good. Yeah, definitely. If your phone's too hot, please go cool that and yourself off. Have a good one. You got it on the edges? Oh, I have edges of Aussie accent. Yay! You have been officially a citizen from when I found you. Never thought otherwise. Thank you, sweetest Strat. Hey, you've adapted parts of the accent well so far. Aw, thank you, Dustin. I appreciate that. Hi, Cutie Chris. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome. Let me see. Wowee, that's so cool. Do you like that? Do you like that? Oh,
Pretty
yeah, and then
lady.
if you look at people with so a tier 1 sub is the cloak, but if you look at people with tier 2 subs, they have the my choker, and then if you see someone with a tier 3 sub, they have the jewel on it, just surrounding it. So yeah, I hope you like it. Yeah, Pin, there you go. Yeah, and Dustin's a tier 2, so they've got the choker on it as well. This song is a banger, actually. I'm gonna like this one. Pretty lady. Yeah, you were a tier 2, Cutie Dustin. Thank you so much for being a tier 2. I appreciate it. But yeah, I hope that helps you understand where that comes from. Obviously, as we get further and further along, I'm gonna have to probably do I think the next thing I'll probably do over like years is I'll probably do something with Waratah. We might start with like a pink one, and then we'll move to an orange one after 3 years or something like that. I'm not sure, but yeah, I hope that you like it. Whee! Oh, I'm gone. Hold on, I'm coming back. Zellor! Hello there, Zeller. How are you? It's so good to see you, sweetie pie. Thank you for contributing to the Discord Community Game Night Challenge. Waratah, what is that? That is an Australian native flower. And I have a yellow one. They are often pink. They're the New South Wales flower. I'm not a New South Welshman, but they're also just kind of generally recognized, I think, as like a famous flower of Australia. This is my best way to continue to support you for now. I'd love to shower you with more, though. Oh, dearest Dustin, please do not. You are doing more than enough by subscribing. Even a tier 1 subscription, it means the world. So the fact that you have a tier 2 is like, thank you so much, honey. Thank you so much. Sita So Jazzy, thank you for contributing to the Discord Movie Night Challenge. And Jimmy, I'll cue this up for you right now. Red Sun is queued up for you. Waratah is how it's spelled. Yeah, the Waratah kind of looks like a spider lily. Yeah, it does a little bit. Hold on, I'll show you guys what a real yellow Waratah looks like. Obviously, it's stylized for my model. But the thing that I really loved about it is I love the little curves that come up. I think they're really pretty. That's why I kind of focused on that here. Laugh, at least it wasn't a giant bottle of cum. Sorry, I just realized anybody in here who doesn't know that reference is gonna be like, what the fuck? Hold on, I have to show you guys that so that you don't run away. Please don't run away. Hold on, bear with me. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. I'm just saying it because Lab, I had another bad typo. Hold on a second. Let me show you this. I don't want you guys to be like, what the fuck? What happened to my Say So streamer? 1 second, please. I will find this for you. It's one of our favorite community typies. Speaking of, actually, this is a really wonderful time for me to remind you guys, if you have not yet subscribed over on YouTube, it is free and it's super helpful, and we have some really wonderfully edited clips that that Strat has done. Where is it? Hold on. Where is it? No, I think I'm too far. Which one is it? Typey. Am I not going far enough back? Oh, it's here. Thank you so much, Strat. Hold on. I have to make it. Let me pause this and then you guys can listen here. Yeah, this is one of our favorite community clips. I hope you will now also love it. That's such a bad typey. He also bought me a bloody bug bottle of coffee. Oh no! I don't think that's a bad typo. I think that is a fantastic typo. I would go for your butt, probably. I would go for your butt, definitely. Anyway, I hope that you enjoyed that. That is one of our favorite community shorts. Must always quote. Let me see here. Witch Doctor, Chris Classic. Okay, let me see. There we go. I want to find something for you again. Give me something folky. Something folky. Give me Chocolate by Baby Metal. Oh, I do love Baby Metal. There we go. Anyway, I hope that helped you guys understand that reference. My favorite is another one inspired by Lav, the Uwu Thanos. Oh, the Uwu Thanos one is really funny as well. I do like that one too. Lav said, not sure if a full nose bottle of Coke is that much better. I remember when Lav said that when I flicked from my artwork and that typo was the first thing I saw. Oh, poor Bublin was like. Let's see some Riz from the wonderful Nixter. Nixters. I like your combining of the character names. That's awesome, sweetie. Excellent work. Well done, well done. Baby Metal is my spirit animal. I love that. That's great. Okay, let's see. So that's that bit. And then we got to put some here. I failed to type hear my hope into YouTube, and the bloody search option I clicked on, it said hear my whole April, and I didn't notice until it was too late. Oh, honey. Oh, honey, Lav. You poor thing. It's okay. My brain is fried from the heat, but I think yours may be too, or at least your keyboard might be a little bit fried from the heat. All right, let me see here. Autocorrect is my perpetual bane, I understand. Forcibly tries to turn every four-letter word with two O's in it into the word hood for whatever reason. Can I have some food? No, but you can have hood. What about a boot? No, a hood. I like Artemis's dance. Oh, Oaken Ash and Thorn! Nobody, I love that song so much. I have like 7 versions of that. I am so down. And the Longest Johns is probably my favorite version, so excellent choice. I struggle typing my username. Try Strat and it just defaults to Start. Oh, I still experience that when I'm talking to or about you, Strat. I'm like, oh, sweet Start. I'm like, no! Edit! I forgot you're a Tetris fan. I do like Tetris. I'm an old lady. I'm a hag. Another break already? Time really does fly. It certainly does, doesn't it? Yeah, we'll go on a quick break pretty soon. Baby Metal Bass seem odd and just a super successful brainless experiment, but their lyrics are actually full of meaning. Like, Karate is about self-empowerment. Give Me Chocolate is about the stranger danger. Interesting. I didn't realize that, Yuki. That's very interesting. Evelyn Song, 7 Cinema. Yeah. I know I have seen that happen so many times when people send a message. Yeah. Tao, ever play Tetris Effect? I haven't played Tetris Effect. I've played like the old, like the truly like OG Tetris, but I would not be opposed to any form of Tetris. I love Tetris. I'm not great at it, like the new versions. Like we did play a demo. What was that demo, you guys? Do you remember? Where like they implemented Tetris with platforming, and that was tough. I'm not a pianist. I do not know how to use both hands for different things. So start OS Edge. I like that one, Red. Your autocorrect is just a fan of Microsoft operating systems and internet browsers. Exactly right. Oh, thank you so much, Bublin, for clarifying that it's an Adventure Time song. I will look specifically for the Adventure Time one. Okay, cue that up. I've had typos in Twitch chat that I am glad Automod picked up. We'll say no more. That's fair. Have you tried Tetris 99? That sounds familiar, but I'm not sure. Tetris Effect is a nice ride. Music blended into it. Is it on Steam, Gorgeous Politely? Tetris Effect in VR is insane. Wait, is Tetris Effect a VR game? That sounds pretty cool. You know what I did today, you guys? Because here's a quick reminder. I think it's the second week of February. I'm taking it off of my real life job so I can spend another week streaming with you guys. And with any luck, that's going to be the week that I'm going to try VR stuff. And I'm also going to do some workouts with you guys. Yes, I will be sweating absolute balls in here. But yes, that's the plan for then. I'm really excited. Love in a Bottle is queued up for Unix. There we go. Oops, I pressed the button, sorry. Recently played the strategy roguelike Tetris game where you are building an army and making sure the enemies don't grow stronger where the tetraminas fall. It's called Drop Duchy is one of my favorite, that was one of my favorite demos that we did. It actually won a game award from me this year, or for 2025, Little Mac. I love Drop Duchy. I love that one. I have to go to bed, Sally. I have to get up super early for work. Oh, of course, Valiant Vash. Sweetie Pie, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you so much for your amazing support. Like, thank you so much. And I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Have a great day at work tomorrow. Take good care of yourself, and we'll see you soon, okay? It can be done in VR, but you don't have to. Okay, okay. Talking about Tetris, we should play Drop Duchy again. That's so funny. I love that we were both talking about that. Not exclusively VR, but yeah, it has a ton of effects and it's trippy and musical and great. Okay, maybe we'll try that. That sounds kind of fun. VR and Feb. That is a dangerous gamble. I'm gonna die, Katha. I think my most common typos is just missing spaces between words or just jumbled letters. That's fair. I think that's mostly mine too, but sometimes I just make a mess on the keyboard. Drop Duchy is pretty good. I found it so relaxing, Precious Politely. I thought it was really nice. It came out recently. I need to probably get it. Even if we don't play it on stream, that's one that I could like play right before bed or something. A Tetris master played the VR version. He did way better because he was able to just immerse himself and get in the zone better. That's really cool, Artemis. Huh, I would love to see a video of that. Tetris Effect is great, but the difficulty curve is pretty crazy. Oh, is it literally like, here's how you do it. Okay, go. I find you so relaxing. Precious Politely, I'm so grateful for that. I find you incredibly relaxing, so it means the world that you think I'm relaxing. I was actually talking to a friend the other night about how I struggle to watch people who are as like hyper as I am and like as like frenetic as me, because I think when I'm watching someone, I want them to be like relaxing and pleasant to listen to, and someone that I don't like feel like my heart rate is like jumping around and being like you know. And for the record, Precious Politely is absolutely in the camp of people that I do like lurk in and listen to, because what a soothing voice. It's so smooth and pleasant. In the Pines is queued up for you. Wait, is it? More of my favorite! I love this song! Hold on, I gotta find this one. In the Pines. Why am I not coming up over here? I think I've got that on my own list. One second, let me see if I can find it. Fuck. It's the one that's like, in the pines where the sun never shines, right? I'm seeing In the Pines from Lead Belly, Amethyst Kaya, Pickpock, the Pepper Gang, Danny Farrant, and Caught a Ghost, but I'm not seeing it from Janelle Druis, even though I know the one you're talking about. I don't know if it's available on Spotify. Is it in your Spotify library, Beautiful Bublin? Or, sorry, Yuki. Sorry. Lovely Yuki. I saw the blue and I was like, Bublin. No, but Yuki, I love that. I love that song. I'm just a chaotic derpy dragon, and we love you for it, sweetie. We need to have VR hangouts for movie nights going forward, and yes, you can have it up without the trackers and stuff. That would be sick. I would love to do that. I would really love to do that. Do you have ADHD and autism or no, Tao? I've never been diagnosed with either of those. I have been diagnosed with CPTSD, which apparently shares some stuff with those. But I have also been accused of being autistic, and I'm like, well, there's a lot of crossovers, so I don't know. I mean, I've seen psychiatrists and psychologists for many years of my life, and all they've given me is CPTSD, so I don't know if maybe I am autistic. I have no problem with that. I just haven't been diagnosed, that's all. Hell's Greatest Dad, I'll cue that up 1 second. If you have trouble finding it, look for Janelle Druis with no song. Okay, let's try that. Let me have a look. Oopsie, I can't fucking write. Hold on, Janelle Druis. Autistic, not sure. Artistic, for sure. Hi there, fabulous Fang. Welcome in. How are you doing? We are doing a boo. We're doing a starting scene screen. For horror, how are you? Tao is Tao. Everything else is stuffing her into pigeonholes, which no one really likes having to them. That's true, although it does help for people to be able to identify themselves sometimes. Nah, same. CPTSD, but no other diagnoses despite all the docs we've seen. Right? Fuck! Right, Dustin! Ah! Hold on 1 second. I'm looking for this. I'm looking for the Janelle Druis song real quick. She's actually, this is interesting. So I have her profile picked up, but she doesn't have any music on it. So I've got these ones instead. But it's not coming up. Like, that's so strange that when you search Janelle Druis, it's just like, In the Pines by the Pepper Gang. I didn't look for In the Pines yet. Yeah, I wonder, it might only be available in Japan, sweetie. Or, you know, someplace that's not Australia. I have seen the Tao. Zelda is ADHD. I had Tism. Tao is somewhere on the spectrum ADHD. Maybe a slice of Tism. You reckon? I hope it doesn't push my song further down with each song that gets queued up. No, when someone requests something, it goes to the bottom, whatever the bottom is. It doesn't push anything. Lead Belly-san, by the way, was the first to publicly sing the song, but it is much older. That version is good too, but I want the Walking Dead one. Do you mind if I queue up the Lead Belly one? I made art, Tao. This is the first art of mine you're viewing in a long time. I'll have a look. And then let me get Hell's Greatest Dad by Amelie. Queued that up. I was born with Tism and ADHD. How that came to be, though, is haunting. I don't really want to explain here. That is totally fair, hun. You never have to go into anything you're not comfortable going into. Yeah, it might be region locked. My day has been chill, thank you. Mon has been sharing photos of a fur baby, and I'm trying to study the fur colors for an art study. The light coloring reminds me of your boy a little. Absolutely! I totally agree, Fang. As soon as Monstera showed us those pictures, I was like, oh, looks like my puppy dog. Okay, let me go look at... oh, your 3 best logos for my viewing pleasure. Thank you very much. Are these logos for football? Is that right? Your line work kind of reminds me of like the scribble lines, which is really cool. Very, very lively. Well done, hun. Oh, I see. Okay, yes. Nice. Well done, Jet. Thank you for sharing. Very cool, very cool. Q Belly-san, he is an originator for blues music. Awesome. Okay, that is queued up for you, hun. All right. Let's continue. I have a little bit more, let's see, a little bit more red coming down from up here. Yeah, this has to go from up here. And then where the fuck? Where'd it go? Wait, the one on the right side. This one? That's it. Okay, and that is... Oh, hello. Sorry, I gotta get the alpha lock. Oh, thank you so much for the lurk, dearest Dustin. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah, definitely. It's midnight. Have fun with art, and we'll see you another time. I may try and find one song to toss in, but we're looking for something soothing. We'll see. Sounds good, lovely. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for so long, sweetie pie. I really appreciate it. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming on in, and we'll see you soon, dearest Dustin. Let's see. Okay, we're Finn and Jake. All right, sure thing. I'll cue that up for you. There we go, queued it up. Thank you so much. The Walking Dead and the Pines version may actually be copyrighted to hell and back, since Telltale did fold, and maybe since Janelle San worked for them as not an official singer, the rights went away. Maybe so, but I do love her version. I recently looked it up actually on YouTube, and I was like, oh, what a beautiful song. Haunting and beautiful. You're officially employed again. Congratulations, Joyce Jimmy. I'm so happy for you, hon. Congrats. Have you perchance seen the video of the pup just posted in IRL? What? There's a video of the baby doggy. Hold on. Oh, IRL, sorry. Oh my God. Small bobtail. Oh my God. She's so cute. Oh, she reminds me of Coda, and she's got a tiny little waggy. I love her little waggy. Oh, she's beautiful. Oh my God. Oh my God. This reminds me so much of Coda. The videos I used to get of him. Oh, look at the little scritches on the bum. That's too cute. That is too cute. Oh, I love her. She's so stinking cute. Look at those little short socks. Ah, I love her. She's so cute. I visited my family. I've not seen them for a while, and they got a new dog named Coda. Oh, that's crazy. That's so funny. What kind of a pup is it, Nick? So we'll be taking the next break. Yes, we do need to take the next break, sweetest strap. Now we have a new Telltale, which has no remnants from the old one, so rights may be an issue. I think you might be right. Oh my God, she's so cute. Hold on a second. More than anything, I missed that one. Thank you, Lav, for checking. I appreciate it. Nope, I did not get that one. Let me put that on there. More than anything is now queued up. I'll put it to where it belongs as well, right above Hell's Greatest Dad. There we go. Thank you for checking on that. And then we're Finn and Jake. I need to make sure I get that one on there. Sorry, I got distracted by a very, very cute puppy. All right, that is queued up, my dear. Sorry to make you feel bad about that, Lav, but no, please don't ever feel bad about double checking to make sure I got it. One of the reasons I love season 2 so much, since it so well encapsulates Clementine Town's journey.
I want to meet up with a lot of the fellow pals and sing Soldier, Poet, King with you all. It's such a great song. Maybe even video it and immortalize it in the Discord.
I would love for you guys to do that. Sorry, I'm just watching this video. Oh my God, she's so cute, dude. Oh, look at her little waggy. Her little wagons. Oh my God. I think one of her siblings has a half tail like Coda, because he doesn't have a bobtail. He has a natural half tail. Oh God, she's so cute, dude. Holy crap, that is a cute baby. Oh. Them and corgi butts wiggle so much. I know, they're so cute. I love them. Rock with You is queued up for you, dearest Dustin. Let me go find that. There it is. All right, queued it up. Thank you for the lurk, sweetest Strat. Much appreciated. Oh, that is so cute. Sorry, I'm just gonna watch it one more time. Oh my god, it reminds me so much of Coda. And he was a tiny little bean. She's gonna have the most beautiful mane on her as well. She's got that white collar. And it looks like she has a white chest as well. Coda looks like a little lion sometimes in the winter because it gets so puffy and it's just this big white. Oh, she's really cute. She's even got like the eyeliner like Coda does. Oh, I love her. She's so cute. I'm gonna respond with a crying emoji, but it's just because she's so cute. Oh, okay, bet for real now. Enjoy. Thank you so much, dearest Justin. Can't wait to hear your song. Thank you so much for coming in, sweetie. Look at the meme I posted. Let me have a look. That's pretty funny. I love the angles as well. Very good. No, Ozzy, I love that you do that. I think that's really cute. Okay. You guys, we do actually have to go on a quick break, sweetie pies. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. We're going on a very quick 3-minute break just so that if you cannot afford to or do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to and you still won't have any content that you are missing. As long as you're here, you know. But yeah. Sweetie pies, I will see you in 3. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah. Sound. You sound beautiful. You showed your mom. Loves mom. Thank you, mom. Mommy. Thank you, mom. Thank you, loves mom. Thank you for the care back. Oh no, wrong one. No, do bubble beep. No, fuck. I pressed breaking clip instead. Oh well, it's dead. Oh, it's not dead. No, but now it will be. They should let me do the sound effect for Pokemon. Bubble beep. What is a flesh tuber? Oh, so Lita, a flesh tuber is what I'm gonna call an affectionate nickname for people who fucking shit. Oh my god, I cannot believe I intercepted that. That was so scary. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Tau joins the Vtuber army. 4 Vtubers mysteriously stopped streaming. It seems you've been detected! No, not me. Not me, certainly not. Tau, are you an etcetera-maniac or a so on and so forthian? Oh, I think I'm an etcetera-maniac. Yeah, fuck, I can't do it. I say etc. I was gonna correct myself and be like, old Tau couldn't do it, but now current Tau can. Etc. Say so on and so forth. This way. It's time for the first one of these this year. All right, you ready? Are you happy? I guess you know what to get your son for his birthday, Tau. Do you want your birthday cycle with your Ouija? My video game? It's gotta be here somewhere. Navy! Thank you for gigantic. Why is that dog licking that poor girl's foot? Shower you guys with singing all my praises. Tau is 18th century peasant maxing, enjoying her crops. Just wait until I lick this bad boy. No, I won't actually do that. I don't want you to see my tongue, friends. SP cost of nuke skills. I could put some more nuke skills on here. Yeah, let's get more nukes. Why not? Can I have one of your horses, please? Please. They're so cool. A good idea. Words I've heard Tao say: liquid, sus, bucko, subbies, baby, coda, woda, and of course, etc. Fuck. Oh god, etc. Etc.niac. Done. Done. Shining that dome for some good luck. Oh, save. I love that so much. It's fucking awesome. Ew, 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 ew. We could surely do some kind of a remix. Like, hello, would you like to take a short amount of time out of your day to hear about our lady, savior, and best streamer of all time, TauTassieTiger? Yes! Oh my god, you can just have me on a recording. Just be like, hello, it's me. Nate was right. Hello, hello, hello again, my darling pals. Welcome back, welcome back. Oh, wait, I forgot to find my, oh, I put my phone somewhere. Oh, I was wondering why I'm not moving. Hold on. Wait, sorry, wait, ah, shit, ah, fuck, oh, hi! I'm back, I swear. Awesome Aussie, welcome back, sweetie pie, you beautiful being, Abbies! Yee! Good Aussie. And lovely Abbies! Yee! Good laugh. Next Matos last down slice. Abbies! Good Nix. Welcome back, Sweet Start. Welcome back, Sweet So Jazzy. Welcome back, Beautiful Bubbling. Welcome back, Joyous Jet. Abbies. Yee. Good Jet. Welcome back, Joyous Jimmy. Abbies. Yee. Good Jimmy. All for Aspen. Abbies for Aspen. Yee. Good Aspen. Give me just a sec, guys. My puppy, he wanted to go outside, but the UV is really high, and I want to let him back in as soon as he's ready to come back. Oh, he doesn't want to come back. He's just gonna go sit in the shade. All right, fine. I'll allow it. Welcome back, Tokibiri Kawaii Tao-chan. Hi, welcome back, sweetie. Welcome back, welcome back. Amazing Umbra, welcome back to you, Abbies. Yee, good Umbra. Thank you so much, cutie pies, for the warm welcome back. Okay, let me grab my iPad. Alrighty, let's see. Okay, cool. That's good for the front. Now we gotta start doing some hair behind. Actually, I think, yeah, what was I starting with? Oh, I was gonna start with the booba, the chest area. One of my previous cats used to physically request uppies. Like, he'd put his paws up the cabinet and wait for me to pick him up. That's so cute. That is adorable. Oh my god. I love when animals do that. It just makes you feel so loved. So cute. Alright, let's see. Tokibiri means extremely, by the way. Oh, does it? I did not know what that meant, but I knew it would have been nice. Tokibiri. Tokibiri kawaii. Aw, thank you so much, Yuki. I appreciate it. You're gonna teach me Japanese. You're gonna teach me Japanese just from being here. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. How do I say that? How do I say sweet? Because you're Tokibiri sweet. Oh, you had now lovely nobody. Sadly, not going to work is an option. Damn it. I was hoping. Nobody, it's been a pleasure to have you in here. Thank you so much for spending some time with us today. And I really genuinely hope that we will have the pleasure of your company again in the not too distant future, because you are such a treat to have. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams and have the most amazing time at work tomorrow. the most amazing as possible. And we'll see you later, sweetie. Thank you for coming in. My last breath. Sure thing, Yuki. Cue that one up for you. There we go. That is queued up. Whenever I try to feed my cats, they climb the counter and put me to eat food as I'm serving it in their bowl. It's annoying, but at least they're eating. Well, that's true. It is difficult to have an animal that won't eat. Trust me, I know. When Coda was like a pup, he refused to eat. And I was like, why won't you eat? We're giving you the same stuff you had before. And then now he's super food motivated. I gotta figure out how this... It's probably good. In Too Deep. I love that song. It's such a banger. Okay, queued that up for you, my dear. Thank you so much. And Valiant Vegeta! Thank you so much for the head pat. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Valiant Vegeta. Let's see. My cat only eats if I'm watching him. Oh my god, that's really funny. Also, well done defeating the boss, which I once again forgot is not on the screen. I'm so sorry. Sorry about that. Sweet is usually amai, but since you mean a person, it's just kawaii. Oh, okay. It's kind of just a contextual thing. Well then, back at ya! Or you could say, steki na yuki. Steki na yuki-chan. Which means more like nice, polite. Oh, but you're more than that. You're so sweet. You're home now. I can share what I'm working on. I cannot wait to see it, Terrific Talon. Please post away. I could get used. Yeah, sorry, I do get kind of locked in when I start working on like swoosh physics. I'm like, it's gotta be specifically, gonna be in a specific way or else. Let me see here. Oh, hey there, Egg. Welcome in. Excellent, Egg. It's so good to see you again, sweetie. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Let's not start drama. Wait, what's starting drama? What's going on? What is happening? What did I miss? How many more songs until Bringing Us Home? Let me see. Bringing Us Home. Let's see. Where is that one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Where is it? Hold on. Bringing us home. Hold on. Who is that by? Bringing us home. By Try Hard Ninja. Let me have a look. Hold on. I remember putting that on there. Did we not pass it already? Try Hard Ninja. I feel like that one was requested near the beginning, so I could have sworn that we already passed that one. Did we not? Because I don't see it on here. Has I wouldn't change a thing. I wouldn't change a thing played, or did I zone back in at a good time? I will have to have a look. Hold on. If we did, I probably wasn't there then. Okay, yeah. If you requested it close to the stream, because we are now listening to music that was requested. Actually, I can tell you exactly how long ago some of these were requested. Let me see. I think stuff that was from like about 2 hours ago, and I think that you requested that closer to the start, didn't you? Sorry, what was the one you wanted to know, Lav? Oh, Loving Caliber, I wouldn't change, is that right? That's 5 away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If it was Loving Caliber. Quite the queue! It is a massive queue. Yeah, it's only 5 away. Lovely Lav. Alright. Oh, Umbra, are you lurking? Thank you so much for the lurk, sweetie pie. Appreciate it. Sorry. My bad. I didn't see. I'm so sorry. I was busy looking for this song. Sorry. Yeah, it was near the beginning of the stream. Yeah, okay, then yeah. Since we've been streaming for about 4.5 hours, we would have gone past it by now. Sometimes doing like the layered stuff for certain animations and stuff, you just don't even, it looks so insane. It looks so ridiculous. Like these squishy boobs be looking insane. But they'll look fine. They'll look good when they're in the proper setting. If you ever were to make any cosmetics, which ones would you make? Do you mean like, I'd probably want to do some kind of like natural makeup or something. I think that'd be really cool. Like eyeshadows and stuff. That'd be sick. Hello! Hello! Hi, Kitty Cyber. Welcome in. These squishy boobs are insane. What a time to come in. Oops, sorry. Like a set of foundation and stuff. Probably not foundation. I'm not actually that interested in foundation, but I love doing like face paint and like really dramatic eyeliner looks and stuff. I heard squishy boobs and suddenly I am wide awake. Yuki. Well, allow me to there we go. See, that looks much better. And I'm gonna put, let's see, we need another layer for that as well, actually. Okay, let's see. wow, that was actually pretty on point. Wow. Considering I couldn't see, that's impressive. Doesn't this look insane? Squishy, huh? In Kobo's own words, sugoi dakai. My thoughts are clean and innocent. Yes, that's it. Yes, yes, that's right. Clean, innocent thoughts. Boobs are birds, after all. Tits are myths. I finally got over the common cold. Oh, that's good, Zaki. I'm happy to hear that. Look with respect, pals. Respect. Look terrified. You wouldn't want to objectify when scared, right? Right? When you had that purple overlap, you did look like Taunos. Taunos! Yes, I do respect Tau. Thank you, precious, politely. And I respect you too. Mwah. I think you can turn that into a mouse pad. Oh shit, you're right! Oh my god, can you imagine? Do we want to just like really troll the internet and be like, hi there, I'm a super cozy, comfy streamer, basically completely say so, and I'm putting out a horror-themed booba mouse pad. Oh man. Oh yeah, overlapping the face. Yeah, yeah. Basically, she says. I mean, I curse a lot, but I don't make a lot of like the sexy old jokes and stuff, but that would be hilarious. Truth be told, I've been thinking about making one for you. A booba mouse pad or a booty mouse pad. Just call it red paint. Ooh, red paint. All right, let's see here. Oh, I need the other arm. There should be another part of the arm here. Oh well. That's for future Tau's problem. Should I bring the booba up? No. I think that's okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay, the boobas will move a little bit. I really like drawing, like, not just women, but like I like drawing breasts laying down. I feel like it makes them look very soft. Men as well. Men as well. I like to draw both. Thank you for the care package, Outstanding Orca. How are you doing, cutie patootie? Very good to see you. Oh, hi there, Croc. Welcome, welcome. You know how I got sick on the weekend? Well, I got better 2 days ago. So I obviously said, screw work, just gonna lie and take the whole week off now. So I've been playing Arknights Enfield and trying to get back into Marvel Rivals. I think that's a very good use of your time, personally, sweetest Cyber. I have it! The other arm, that is. Aha! Uppies! Yes, the other arm is distracted giving you uppies. Good, Orca! Soft is good. Soft is good. How far is corn? Corn is pretty far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. 33 songs until corn. Just got home and I'm melting. How hot is it for you, Orca? Say So streamers have merged a lot worse. Also, I don't think booba mousepad is lewd at all. Not unless you think breasts on women are inherently lewd. Well, that's fair. Although I do know of people who will like literally on the mousepad be like, and I have seen people do it. I'm like, I was planning a half day from home today and ended up going into work for 3 hours after lunch. Oh, well, I hope it was okay. What color do I think Sonar's fur is? Probably like a charcoal gray, dark gray. Tau has seen some things. I certainly have. Just means I have some banked extra hours to take next week off. Now let's go. Excellent. Sounds good. I repeat from a while ago, I like boobs as anyone would, but I have to keep my class. I wouldn't base my life around them, and that's a good idea. It's a very good idea. But yeah, soft is good. Soft is good. Okay. Let's see. We got to do some more tufts of hair. All right, that'll all go behind the head. So. All right, time for some tufts. Ooh, I'll put the Waratah on the floor, and it'll be all broken up too. That'll be sad. Dragoon! Hi, dearest Darkness Dragoon. How are you? It's great to see you. Long time no see. How are you doing? Oh! Sorry, I finally did it. Every time he does that laugh, I want to do it, and I just stop myself, and then the moment passes, but it happened this time. I couldn't stop myself. Anyway, Darling Dragoon, thank you so much for contributing to the community game night and the Discord movie night. Much appreciated. Well, humanity will do that to pretty much anything. That's true. That's true. Let's see. Excellent moment to come back. Sorry about that, Suda So Jazzy. I sent my art progress to the Discord. Amazing, terrific talent. I will have a look. Not for nothing. First alien responders include sexuality specialists. That is for when we make first contact with alien life. We want to make sure that there is no misunderstanding that way. That's fascinating. I did not know that. That is really interesting. Rah, darling, indeed, Storm. Okay. Let's go have a look at Talon's art. Oh, first, I didn't get to see these. Oh my god, these are beautifully done. Is Vexander, who is Vexander in Twitch? We were talking to someone about Warhammer. Was it Umbra? That is so sick. That looks amazing. Holy fuck, look at these. Look at the, like, pretty definition. Lady. Pretty lady. Ah! How hot has it been in Taz this week? Fucking miserable, Orca. I'm dying. It's like, how hot is it right now? 28. And I have no ventilation. I respect how too much to make a booba mouse pad of her. Thank you, I appreciate that. How do you think humanity will react if we ever find intelligent alien life? Depends on where it lands. Wait, we teaching aliens about sexuality? Do they need volunteers? Yeah, these minis look amazing. Shit, was this Umbra's work and I didn't get to see it? Did I miss a message from him? That is stunning. That is so awesome. Hold on, let me see if I can. Yeah, oh, no, it's nobody. This is nobody's. Nobody did. Oh my God, that is amazing. That's incredible. Wow. I gotta just say it. These are amazing. I am so sorry I missed seeing them while you were in stream. Just outstanding work. That's really pretty. Let's see. Oh, and Layla. Ooh, Layla, this is so cool. I love how bright your art is. That is awesome. That's so pretty. Want to stop in for a while and see how you all were? We're doing great, dearest Dragoon. Thank you so much for coming by. It's always a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm not sure if did I miss Layla as well? Or is Layla in chat still? Layla, this is beautiful. That is so sick. Oh, and Talon! I love this. This is great. I love that we have another Pokemon lover. Fantastic, fantastic. Very cool, very cool. Malleus is such a good name. And Carbon's very cool too. Those are great, sweetheart. Excellent work. Awesome work, darling. Really, really fabulous. Well done. By the way, that song right now is from an opera made by a theater student using the Odyssey as the basics. Yeah, Epic is such a cool project, honestly. Just such an amazing, labor of love, really. He wanted to have it as a graduation thesis, but his professor said no, so he organized it all himself. That's crazy. There's several animated versions on YouTube, all worth it. Oh yeah, for sure. Struggling with perspective on that last one. Talon, would you like redlining, or I don't have to, but if you would like some redlining, I'm happy to do it for you. This one. Is this gonna be, I'm getting Blaziken vibes, but I'm not sure. Maybe aliens have visited us, but they are so intelligent they knew to stay away from, stay away and made Earth in universe reality horror show. Could happen, could happen. Yeah, take some help, sure. Blaziken, cool, okay. Could you, Talon, if you want to do work on it so that I can, because it's going to be hard for me with where it is right now. It'll be a little bit difficult for me to give you a red line. But if you can do a quick sketch to try and like do your best work for it, then like if you want to sketch quite lightly so that you can erase it once I give you a red line, then I would be more than happy to do a red line for you. Been watching too much epic animation? Nah, no such thing, no such thing. All right. Okay, back to some... all right, I gotta be able to see past these so I can get some clear organization on there. Okay, great. Yep, cool. Oh, thank you for the care package, dearest Dragoon. Much appreciated. Nom 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 nom. Yummy. Siren Amamamamamali. Okay, I'll definitely I hope we can find Amamamamamali. Look at this. This is so funny to me. You search that literally. Have you trained the Spotify's algorithm there, Orca, to just be immediately like Amamamamamali is the same as Emily? That's very funny. That is queued up, sweetie. That's so funny. Aliens would fear us once they learned humanity needed to create a little something called the Geneva Convention. That is probably true. That is probably true. Have you heard of her before? No, not really. I think they would avoid us. I think they probably would too, honestly. Orca, good choice, Orca. This Mamali girl is good. If you and I keep typing it in like that and selecting the right song, it'll happen. That's true. That's true. The two of us, Orca, we're going to make Mamali happen. We are making history. I know how much you hate the location of the pin there, Red. It's just really funny that of all things you wound up pinning. Aww. A lovely lab, sweetie pie. A piece for you. For Red. There you go, lovely lab. You finally got your song. Big strat. That's so funny, Red. Every time it happens, I get this big smile out of my face. I'm like, oh, he's done it again. He's done it again. Posted a light sketch. Perfect. Let me have a look. I hate when I click out of the window and back in and it just instant pins. I know, it's so fickle. Great. Okay, perfect. Let me hold on. Let me pull that up on my side. One sec. Okay. There we go. Okay, I'll just put this at the top. Boop. All right, perfect. Let me go back over to here. All right, let's do some redlining. So, so it looks like you're doing a 3/4 view, sweetheart, which I, even to this day, some people don't do this, but I still do this. And this was something I was taught like way back when. Mostly what I'm struggling with is the other half of the face and a bit of the hair. Right. Okay. So with Pokemon, it can be hard as well because they don't have like normal faces. Like they don't have, a lot of them don't have. So for example, if I were to do a 3/4 character sketch of like a person, actually this is, yeah, more like that. I would have like their nose here, right? And then I would keep in mind that the brow ridge is about there, right? So what I would probably do for a person is I would be able to hide a slight bit of the eye behind there. Sorry, that's too high. Like that. But because I don't think that Blaziken has a brow ridge, it'll be a little bit harder. So this is what I would suggest if you were doing a person, right? You would be able to, you would know where that brow ridge is, and then you would approximate where that is and where it would disappear behind the rest of the face. And so that's what I would say for a person. Now for Blaziken, I need to go see. Time for a TauTassie tutorial. Oh yeah! My Twitch was broken for so long I couldn't chat. Oh no! Layla, I'm so sorry that it was broken. Was it just on this channel or was it like generally broken? I want to let you know you did such an amazing job on that beautiful piece. Both pieces. All pieces in the Discord, hun. Oh fuck, hold on. The second this fan turns off, I can feel like sweat drip down my face. One sec. Okay. Fixed it. I always assumed that the odd head crest Blaziken has can act as a brow. If that's the case, that'll make things a little bit easier. So if that's the case, we can. So I'm still putting like where the eye is approximately there. See that? So the eye fits in between, about in between here. And we pick the point at which that beak comes down. It's, if we turn this off though, hold on, I need to turn off all of the horror elements back here. Okay, so now if we do that, you can actually see that this is too far off. Do you see how much this kind of, on my sample here, it's relatively speaking pretty even. It doesn't come out straight like that, and even with a beak, the beak will still follow the trajectory, the initial trajectory of the face. So, oh, hold on. Sayel Lorian Testard. Yes, absolutely, sweetest Cybra. Let me cue that up for you. There we go. Queued it up. Thank you so much. Let's see. Thank you. I was lurking. It was my iPad being stupid. Oh, gotcha, Layla. Okay, that's all good, sweetheart. I hope you enjoyed your lurk. So with that said, I would actually probably say that we want to follow the curve of this ball a little bit more. So instead of having it be there, I would say to have it curve more like that. And then we'll bring this back real quick. All right, so I should probably look up a quick ref real quick of, oh, fuck, Jesus Christ, Orca. Why? Why am I bad? You scared me. I was not expecting to be made bad. All right, let me see. Blaziken. Got it. Thank you for the Val hat, little baby. Oh, wrong one. Okay, I was like, what did I Oh, okay. Okay. Let me get this rough up here. Okay, great. So, yummy, 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 yum, 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 yum. Yummy! Thank you for feeding me, beautiful pumpkin. Orca wanted to hit one out before placing the pal on top. Oh, Layla, thank you so much for the care package, darling. I appreciate it. Thank you. They're right next to each other. My finger slipped. I'll believe you just this once. Oh, do you guys remember how I was saying that like tier 3 subscribers have my choker, like the little jewel on it and stuff? Orca's a tier 3 subscriber, so if you want to see how that looks, that's how it looks. Okay, well, we can't hit the pal if we did it the other way around. That's true. Good point. Thanks, Tao Wow. Thank you, outstanding Orca. I appreciate you. Okay, so let's see. We've got, it meets right in the middle, so we've got these brow ridges that come out. And we gotta keep in mind foreshortening, right? So since we're on this side, we shorten it on that side, and it's longer on this side, right? Oh, thank you so much, beautiful Bubbin, for the pal attack. Let's see. Okay, and then we've got these eyes that come out from just underneath, right? Which you got perfectly. And okay, this beak. This beak actually can, yeah, okay, Red, you're right. That is a good thing to use as like the brow ridge. So he's got like these. Does it come in the middle? No, it doesn't. It's, and you can see that we're still roughly following this guideline. So if we were to like move this, you can see that it's still pretty much the same shape, and we're still making this beak match the curve of the face, right? So, sorry, I'm definitely putting some of my own stylistic spin on here, but and does the chin poke out? No, it kind of comes back. Yeah, just like a beak, basically. Okay, and then for the other side of the eye, we would just barely show that, but it's a big eye because it's anime, so it wouldn't be, you would not be remiss to, you could also mess with the angle of this, and he's also got these spikies, it looks like, that kind of come out straight. No, they're kind of parallel. Let's see, those go out almost at a curve, actually. Kind of like that. And then the face, the eyes are actually more impacted by the fluff here, which then morphs into the tuft, like that, sorta. And then it meets up with the top jaw, I think. So I'm too far down. Yeah, I'm definitely too far down. And I think that fang is closer to the back. Okay, let's try that. Obviously, there's a lot more that you could do to refine this, but since we're just talking about this angle specifically, I'm going to mostly focus on that, which you wouldn't really see much of the tufts on this side, because these are coming way back on the side of the face. You see a little bit, like a little suggestion, like that. See how that works? And then And then he's got like this mane almost that comes from over here. Yeah, and then like straightens out. Okay, so I like that. It's like a falcon. Hi there, Precious Proof. Oh my gosh, it's been forever. How are you? Great to see you, hun. But Talon, does that kind of help if I like blend this back or I? Oh, Yuki! I cannot believe it's been, wow, 8 months! Oh my God, sweetie pie, gorgeous. Thank you so very much. Hold on, I gotta get my shit. There we go. Hi, sweetie pie! Thank you so very much for your incredible generosity and dedication and support and thank you so much. And and you did tier 3. Thank you so much. That is very generous. You wanted the choker? Oh my God, I wanted that choker. Is so cute. Thank you so much, honey. I'm so glad that you like the choker. Thank you so much for the tier 3, honey. Oh my goodness, that means the world. Thank you so much, lovely. Thank you, cutie Yuki. Thank you, lovely. I wanted that choker. As long as you don't want to choke her. Well, yeah, I guess so. I'm glad you're doing well, Precious Proof. Oh, there's a song request. Oh, let me have a look. Learn to Fly by Foo Fighters. I used to always call it Food Fighters, and then I was like, oh no, that's not it. Blue Dinky D Aussie? What does that mean? What does that mean? I got that from one of my extremely rural now family members. That is queued up for you, awesome Aussie. Thank you so much, honey. Actually, I want to help you get plus. Oh, Yuki, that'd be amazing. That'd be so incredible. Honestly, if we could get plus, that's like just as good as getting partner, to be honest, because the split is substantially, yeah, since gifts don't count, that is true. That is true. They unfortunately do not count. But we are like more than halfway there pretty much every month. I think it requires 100 for the first plus, and then a lot more for the second. But I think we get like 50 to 60 most months, which is nice. Thank you so much, Yuki. I really appreciate it, darling. And Talon, I'm glad that this could help. I'll would it help you if I put this in the chat, like in Discord? But let me see here. So where does his neck terminate? The bottom part. Oh, it comes up. And then the rest of this is like this fluff. Yeah, he actually does look very bird-like. I've actually never really noticed that until I'm drawing him. I love licking refs. Okay, perfection. Well, I will get rid of this guy over here. And I will put this one on the disco. I'll get rid of these arrows as well. And what I might do as well is just put a curve here for you to kind of see where your alignment is a little off. All right, give me just a second to pop that into the Discord. Hold on. I must minimize and save that. Does anyone else have anything they want me to redline today, by the way? Because we only have about an hour left of stream. Once fucked up and everything's alright. Check my vital signs. All right, sweetheart. There you go. I hope that is helpful. Only an hour more of town. No! I too am bummed. I wish that I could stream more. We should be taking the break then. I don't think we'll take the break. Let me think, actually. Hold on. No, because we still have 54 minutes until we have 54 minutes until we are due for an ad, and then I can just snooze the ads a few times, and we should be able to make it through just barely with enough time without having another break. Do I get 6 slots on the art wheel for next Friday? Again, I am kidding. Honestly, I should probably adapt to people's tiers of subs. That is a good point. I know you were kidding, though, sweetie. Only an hour. I know it's sad, but I'll see you on Sunday. I'll see you for some persona-ing. Okay. We're back. All right, let's do some more hairs. Some more hairs. Check the Discord? Sure, you got some art for me, sweetest space? Oh, the jet plushie's very cute, sweetest Setu. Excellent job. Very cute. And cat! Something with the shadows are throwing me off, or maybe it's the rim lighting? Let's see. I see. Okay. Actually, your rim lighting is great. So, the only thing I would say is the soul light from the moon, or is there something in front of her? I haven't posted in so long. It's true, Precious Proof. We've missed your art. I'd say there is something in the front. Okay. That could make it more complex because it depends on how bright and how close and what color the light in the front of her is. So if there was no light in the front, then I would be able to probably help you. But because I'm not sure what kind of a light, how far away it is, what color it is, what position it's on, I probably can't help too much with this one. Just because all of those factors will really heavily influence this, since it's already in like a dark area. It would need to be like any light in a dark area is super impactful, so you have to know everything about it basically, and like the origin of it. But this is beautiful, sweetheart. You did a great job. I really love how much better you've gotten at like your clothing folds, your textures, your anatomy, everything. We can go simpler. This was meant as practice anyway. Do you want to see what it looks like if the only light is from the back? Is that kind of what you want to see then, Space? It always breaks my heart to do it. I'm really bad at doing. You do? Okay. All right. 1 second. Let me bring that up on my iPad. Ooh, that's also really cool. Another VTuber fan art that's like Narga Kuga. That's awesome, Setu. That looks so cool. Okay, so let me see here. So I'm really bad about doing backlight stuff because even though it looks really good once I'm done with it, I'm always like, no, because there's so much beautiful detail that it feels like goes away, but you just kind of have to grin and bear it basically for the betterment of the piece. So what I would do with this one is basically I would do exactly what I've already done, which is to say shade it in general. But then what I would do is I would take, we're in a greenish area, it looks like, but I think I'm gonna go with probably something more dramatic. Let's go with like a purple blue. And I would picture where the light is coming from. Now the moon and sun are ambient lighting, so you don't necessarily have to look specifically over here, right, to determine where the light is coming from. It'll be coming from the entire back portion, right? Sorry, puppy's barking. So what I would do is I would start by literally just making my own little internal silhouette, keeping in mind how light flows over curves, like the curves in the head and the hair. Like this. And then we also want to remember that the light on the side, it'll still, because this is a spherical person, right? If we picture this as in a three-dimensional space, these parts are not flat. So we're going to actually still have some light on here. So I'm going to actually block that out. There's some light on here. So I'm going to block this out as well. All of that over there, again, it's a 3D object. So we're keeping in mind that this is also round. Everything is around, right? Let me see, monocle. Yep, we can cue that up again. Let's see, there we go. That is queued up again. Ember, thank you for contributing to our community goals. Let's see. All right. So I'll get rid of those real quick. Let's see what else. The nose, that's another thing that with ambient lighting we will probably want to block out. The cheeks pop out a little bit, so the cheeks also get a little bit of light, and the eyes will get a bit of light as well. Hi, Mimor. Nate says hi.
Hi, everybody.
Let's see. Like so, and then again we've got three-dimensional objects, so we've got our folds defined here. So I'm gonna actually leave that in there, come around, do the same thing over here. Okay. All right, now before I get too confused, I'm going to cut it off here, and then I'm going to fill this in. I know it looks wonky right now, but bear with me. Thank you for saying hi to Nate, everybody. I appreciate you, cuties. Sweetest Cyber, thank you for contributing to the Discord Community Game Night Challenge. All right, let's see here. What else? Yep, so we've got, again, more folds here. So we have more ambient light coming around there. So I'm going to leave more of that area free. And we've got the same thing with the scarf coming down. Okay. And remember, the things that, again, because it's a three-dimensional object, I know I've said it 70,000 times, I'm so sorry, but because it's a three-dimensional object, that means that even the parts that, like, as you can see, we we are blocking out parts here that, like, you would initially think, okay, well, we've started our shadow here, right? So that means that it needs to continue and we need to darken that too. But no, because this is three-dimensional, because the chest will pop out a little bit further. Hi, Coda. Hi, Bubby Doos. Hi, Bubby Doos. Because the chest pops out more, it's gonna catch more of that light, right? So now let's do a classic trick of mine. And let's see what happens when we do like an overlay. Here you go. See that? So you can kind of see that, I mean, obviously if you were to refine it and stuff, it'd probably be a bit better. But like, and you want to blend this out, anything on a soft form like cheeks or hair or something like that, you want to make sure that you blend out. Actually, it might be best if we do multiply. Yeah, I think it'll be best if we multiply. Yeah. Does that kind of make sense if we look back at the version with and without the backlighting there? Sorry, the explanation is hard to do on this one when I'm trying to figure out like where the folds are and stuff. Yeah, it's the Uma Run song, correct, Sweetest Strat. But yeah, does that make sense, Space? So you can kind of see how having like this extra area with the light penetrating kind of where that darkness is, you get more shape, more form to the figure. Yeah, and like I said, if you were to do like some texturing or something, you could really get into the. Let me see. Actually, you know what? Let me pull up a piece of art of mine that involves backlight, and I can show you a little bit more precisely. One sec. Let me see here. Backlight. Oh man, that one's really old. I probably won't show you that one. One sec. What is this song? This is the Uma Musume Run song, apparently. Hi, lovely loner. Welcome in. How are you? Love how the hair pops a bit more. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm glad that kind of made a little bit of sense. How are you doing, lovely loner? Fuck. Where is a good example here? Backlight. There's one particular drawing I'm thinking of, but I don't. Sorry, give me just a sec. I'm trying to find a really old. Oh, wait, I think I know where it is. Where is he? Ah, there we go. Okay, perfect. I'm so glad I can find this. Okay, this is an example of layered lighting with backlight. So this is something I did a few years ago, but you can see I've got like a really, really bright moon in the back. What I did is I first did all of my rim lighting. Actually, I did the first thing was all the rim lighting. And then I did a second layer of not as bright lighting. And then I did the shadow. So if we got rid of the shadow, so that's all because of like that level of drama is just because I have that second layer of shadow. So without it, it looks like that. So the best thing that you can do if you're trying to make like a really dramatic backlight effect is to like layer on multiple layers of light. Damn, nice piece. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And welcome home, precious Patricia. Oh, I'm glad you like it. This is an old one. But I still really love this one. This is actually for Alex, who has come in the chat a number of times and recently did a piece for him. Holy collars. What were creature is that? That is I want to say he's like a crocodilian hyena or were hyena with like necromantic powers or something like that. So awesome. Love the colors. Oh, thank you. I'm so glad you like it, Layla. Thank you so much. Old, young, everything Tau does is awesome and beautiful, just like her, regardless of age. Oh, thank you, Turek Tau. Thank you. I'm so glad you like it. Yeah, this is genuinely one of my favorite things I've done. I think he's just such a cool character. And I did, oh God, how many hours did I do of this? 8 hours. I spent 8 hours on this. That's a pretty decent amount of time. Yeah. No, it was really. I thought Ghost requested this. No, this is Alex the Yin or Alex Hyenadile, who's come in. Who I'll show you the one that I did most recently for him. You'll recognize the same character. Is because I was showing this to you like last week. So this is the same. This is the same character. Recognize him now? He's had a few developments and he's not being grabbed by like undead necromantic magic, but it's the same guy, same character. But yeah, this is from Alex. Whenever he comes in, I'll try and point it out. Yo, Layla, do you like this one? This is one that was much more recent. I liked how this one turned out a lot, though. I thought he was very cool. Been seeing a lot of content about it online, and it has women in it, so you're gonna get Arknight Infield. I'm not surprised. These are pretty cool things. Thank you so much. But yeah, so same character. All right, let's go back to... Sweetie, did you want me to put this version of the backlit character on the Discord, darling? Congrats on the engagement to Nath, if I'm correct. If I'm right, how long did you and him date for? We were dating for... It was our 5th year of dating when he proposed, and so we will be together for 7 years this year. 7? Is it 2026? No, 6 years. 6 years this year. 7 years when we get married. Yeah. Layla's gonna work on something for me. Oh, that's very kind of Layla. Thank you, Layla. Lovely Layla, please don't ever hesitate to contact me if you aren't comfortable with letting people know that you don't want to work on something or something like that. I am more than happy to intervene. I don't want you to feel like, you're pushed into a corner or anything to make stuff. Yes, it's 2026. I don't even know the date, dude. If any would have an example of front lighting as well, that would be helpful. Well, Space, again, I can totally give you an example of that, but I need to know what kind of light it is. Is it a direct spotlight? Is it a flashlight? Are they car lights? Is it what kind of light is it? And is it at her height? How tall is she? Stuff like that. But yes, let me put this in the Discord real quick. Hold on. Alrighty, let me just reply to that and pop that in there for you. Ta-da! There you go. Warm orangish light, like a street lamp. Okay, so it's above her? I can definitely show you how that would look. One sec. Okay. Warm orangish light. So just for now, I'm going to leave that there like that, because we'll come back to that and how that gets disrupted by orange warm light. Okay. So from above, we are going to think about, since it's not a spotlight and it's more of like a soft light, we are going to do, thank you, that's so kind, I offered. Okay, all good, lovely Layla. Offer always stands, please. I don't want you to feel, put upon or nervous or anything. That's the name of the game in this community. I want everyone to feel nice and cozy. But that's very kind of you, Layla. I can't wait to see what you do for Precious Patricia. Doing it at her own behest and without my prompting. Oh, okay, she just said that she was gonna make me a wedding present since I claimed the big lady she posted as my wife. Gotcha, okay, that makes sense. I see. Hello there, Angel, welcome in, how are you? Okay, so now we're gonna disrupt our backlight, right? Actually, I might just turn it off just so that we don't get confused. We're gonna disrupt the backlight because it's coming from up here, right? This is kind of where I'm picturing it, but behind the camera, behind what we see. Which means that most of our light is probably going to be up here. And we'll start there. And on the forehead. And of course on the ears and the innermost, so the ear will still cast a shadow since this is from above. This part right here, all that will still be dark, but the light from above will cast into the ear and probably the ear canal and stuff. Like that. Again, the eyes are spherical, so they will get some extra lighting as well, because the top of the sphere is exposed more to the street light. Let's see, and definitely the nose would be a lot more exposed to the street light. Here too. And the top of the cheeks. Oh my gosh, it's evanescence. Was this your request, Yuki? The nose would cast more of a shadow, so we'll need to do a shadow there once we finish this. But first, this is also something, all these parts. I would leave this part, even though it's underneath a fold, I would leave that part unlit, but not shaded either, just to show that it's kind of being, it's a soft shadow from the cloth, right, hanging over it. And I think, Artemis, I am so sorry. Did I miss your gigantification of that emote? I am so sorry. That's a very funny emote though. Okay, let me see here. So, kind of think of it as though, like, to make it as simple as possible, try and think of it as though there are 3 different types of light. There's shadow, there's flat, and then there's highlight. So your shadow is the darkest part, your flat is the part that's not really being impacted or is somehow being evenly impacted by light and dark, and then light is the lightest part of it, right? So that's why I'm leaving like all of this unshaded, unlit. Let's see. Whoa, yikes, sorry. Okay. And from the front, we still have some of this as well. Fuck. And as we go down the body, we're gonna have less, like slightly less lighting. We will still have some bright bits, but you'll see that I'm being a little bit more conservative with my distribution of highlights as we move further and further down, because since the light is above us in street light form. Ah! Ah! Okay, so something like that, and then since it's soft, I'm gonna blur that out. And I would probably use a blending mode like that. Might be a little bit too warm, hold on. That's probably good. Okay. And now, since we're talking as well about the backlight from the moon, we're gonna get rid of a little bit of that to allow for the, in fact, I'm not even gonna erase it, I'm just gonna blend it out. I'm gonna let the street light kind of shine a little bit more. Oh, hi, Brusk, welcome in, beautiful Brusk, how are you doing? It's good to see you, welcome, welcome. You think you get it? But can you see kind of how that gives it like a more like cinematic look, but you still are not being left with, like there's not, it's pretty clear, I think, where most of the light is coming from, particularly if we're to erase like where our brightest parts are. Yeah, like that. Looks kind of visual novel-y. So would I use both methods in a way? You probably would. I would probably suggest that you start from whatever has the most focused source rather than whatever has the biggest source. So in this case, since the most focused source is from the street light, right? I would say to start with that so that you can focus where that light is coming from and define it. And then since the next most important source of light is just ambient light, then you would be able to use the backlighting technique selectively, keeping in mind where you've already placed your highlights. Does that make sense? Brass, thank you so much for the 5-stream streak, darling. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, sweetie pie. Yes, Evanescence was me. Did I do good there or no? Yes, you did great. I love Evanescence. Oh my god, Evanescence was like my childhood. Or youth, you know. Yes? Okay, great. Awesome. I hope that helped. I'll send this one in the Discord as well so that you can kind of look at how that works too. All right, 1 sec. And it changes the mood as well, depending on how you decide to shade your pieces. And you can probably tell that, like the flat version that you sent is there's not really a mood to be had there. The backlit exclusive one feels quite spooky. And the next one almost feels like a love story in my mind. My electric yellow. Oh. I want to watch Shrek now. Could I ask how far Lose It is in the queue? Sure, hun. 1 second. Let me check. Lose It. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 away. Our next 12 songs are Mirror Tune, which is what we're playing, Long Black Train, Death, Do You Call My Name, I think probably, Steal My Sunshine, Gone Away, Agenda, Bale Inolvidable, Fire Prancer, Valhalla Calling, and Hear My Hope, and then Lose It. Okay? Oh yeah, Nix, you just missed it. We just played it. Like, it just finished up. Hey there, wonderful Wabbajack. How are you? It's good to see you, sweetie. Welcome, welcome. All right, let's get back here. There we go. Is that Tau I see? I want to say hi. Hi, wonderful Wabbajack. Thank you. Of course, Sita said Jazzy, my pleasure. Good morning in my case. Oh, good morning to you, Wabbajack. Good morning to you. Terrific Talon. Agenda's coming up. It is indeed, sweetie pie. It is. I fear that we may not get through anything past about Lose It. I think we might get through Lose It possibly, depending on how long some of these songs are. But don't worry, how this works is even if we don't hit your song today, your music stays on this queue until next week. And then we start listening from where you left off. It is confirmed now, Tau. Lav typies with her tongue as well. No typing with tongues, that's unsanitary! I didn't miss my songs? No, I don't think so. Long Black Train's on here. And then whatever other ones you requested should still be on here, if they have not played. Have we done the ones I did? I have been busy with work while having you on my phone. Which ones did you request, Kata? I definitely heard Get Jinxed about half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago. Did you request anything else after that point? You don't get to talk about unsanitary, you jelly poker. I wash my fingies. Oh, you missed them all. Oh no, I'm so sorry, cutie cat. No. In the art of yours that you showed before, she looked like she had a very large... Oh, that's not my art, Patricia. That was Cat's art. That was cutie cat's art. I was doing redlining suggestions for people today. When they request me to give them critiques, I help them out. Welcome home, sweetest Storm. Welcome home. No, you don't. You lick and poke. Unacceptable! Unacceptable! Wow. Did I miss Yuki? Yuki hasn't said anything. I hope Yuki's okay. But yeah, lurkies, have the fun stream and a good day. And I think in your case, great sleep as well. Thank you so much, wonderful Wabbajack. It's only 5:30 p.m. at the moment, but I will be going to bed before you probably, since you've just woken up. Have a good one. Thank you so much for the lurk. It means the world. I appreciate it. All good, Patricia. Probably a good idea to just not say things like that, in case it's not, you know, my art. I'm going to leave for work in 15-20 minutes. Ooh, I hope you have a good work day, Lovely Lav. How long will we be going for? Almost exactly one more half hour. Maybe a little bit shorter, but I'm hoping that we can reach, lose it, maybe. We'll see. Unfortunately, I have to be kind of strict about it today because I'm supposed to go have dinner with friends, so. It's okay, Patricia. I get you, hun. I get you. All right. Let's see here. More tufts of hair. Yeah, by about that 6 hour mark. Yeah, precisely, Strat, precisely. Oops, wrong brush. Artemis, dinner with friends, code for burger and anime. That is a really cute emote as well. I love that. That's so cute. It's code for, it could actually be code for burger. Probably not anime. The place we're going, I don't think shows anime, but you better be on time. Nath will be furious. He may just have Coda for dinner instead. No! No puppies for dinners. No. No. Sorry, I just read your message, Yuki. What did I miss? I was rizzing up Aussie-kun. That is so funny. I was just making sure you were still here and that I didn't miss you. That's all, sweetheart. Go ahead. Keep rizzing him up. Go ahead. Tau, if you're not on time, Nath may have to call Santa on the phone and tell him not to get you any corn for Christmas. No! Unacceptable. Tries to hide my noticeably crimson face. Damn, she got you. She got you. And imagine this. She can rizz you up in like 5 different languages or something. How many languages can you rizz in, Yuki? Hey. No, but Nath will actually be pissed if I'm late. Pinching your cheeks, ruffling your hair. So funny. Before I go to lurk as usual, I gotta know, how was the wheel raffle today? Did it crash? It almost crashed, Loader. It did almost crash. No, we did a 9 chibi style art raffle drawing, and then we also did a follower raffle. And Incredible Iridius actually won that, which is crazy because the chances of 1 of 3,009 people being in this chat is crazy. Like at the time that it happened, and Iridius was in the chat. It was amazing. Last time you were late, Nath was so pissed he used the toilet. Strat. I wasn't eating the salad that came with my schnitzel and chips, and one of them pulled out their phone and spoke into it saying, "Yes, Hatsune Miku, Patricia isn't eating her greens." Wow, oh my god. That is so fun. It was a good time. It was a good time. Tapping question of the day. What is your favorite way to draw like realistic cartoon? Ooh, I have my own style, I think, that I've kind of developed that I have been told is a mix between like Disney and anime. It's certainly not like your classic anime style, but it's definitely also not your Disney style. I think I use techniques and anatomy from like Western and like Disney animation. Cookie! Hi, cutie Cookie, welcome in! How are you doing, darling? It's so good to see you! Oh my god, welcome in. How are you, sweetie pie? It's been forever! I missed you so much. How are you? Cookie Ray, drop your crumbs! You guys, this is the absolutely amazing Cookie Tea who has graced us with their presence from the realm of art. This Australian VTuber is a master of both art and variety gaming, working hard on commissions and spreading birthday cheer. Their streams are as comfy as the royal blanket, and the talent is truly fit for a queen. And that is the truth, you guys. If you haven't checked out amazing Cutie Cookie Tea, what an absolute darling. Number one, so incredibly sweet, just as a person in general. Number two, one of the most extraordinarily cute artists I've ever met. Like, she draws some of the cutest things in the cutest way that I have ever cutest seen. No, she really is absolutely fucking amazing, though. Speaking of, honey, would you like to let us know, if you do not mind, when is your next stream going to be? Because we would love to know, if you don't mind telling us. Also, Wados, I hope I'm saying your name right. Wonderful Wados, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. How are you? Bach! Hello, beautiful Bach. It's so good to see you. Welcome. Sweetest Strut, thank you so much for being a part of the raid as well. How was your stream? Rah! Cute aggression! I won't be live again until Tuesday. That will truly be a tragic 4 days. I mean, I love being in Cookie streams. Sweetie Pie, would you like to let us know when your next stream is? And hey, maybe while you do, if you don't mind me doing my classic, I would love to introduce myself.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of VTuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Best you love. To yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Noragami.
Favorite anime.
Also Noragami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Welcome to the pouch indeed. Welcome in, Cutie Cookie and friends. And Sweetest Strat, thank you so much for gifting that sub to the most wonderful cookie on the internet. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much for your generosity and support. Thank you for the pouch. Thank you so much for that, Sweetest Strat, and thank you for bringing everyone in. Gorgeous Cookie, I really appreciate you. End of you. I will cue that up for you, Sweetest Cyber. But yes, I would love to show off your gorgeous... Listen, here's the thing. If you don't give me Cookie, if you don't give me an art tax, I'm gonna have to show them the commission that I got from you. Which I would love to do, which I used as my PFP for like 8 months. It's so cute. Oh, art tax, I'm on it. Okay, good. Let me permit you, sweetie. One sec. You guys, seriously, please check out Lovely Cookie. A fellow Australian, oh, there you go, Strat and I both gave you get double promotion. If you haven't checked out Cookie, amazing Aussie streamer, highly recommend. Genuinely an absolute darling, so sweet, so thoughtful. Just also just such a hardworking person. You don't get that vibe because she's so lighthearted and airy and sweet, but like she is so incredibly hardworking, and she does the most beautiful and cutest art. Let me count. English 1, French 2, German 3. Oh, I don't know how to say some of these. Italian 4, maybe Spanish 5, and then there is Roku. Yeah, I am bragging for once. Good girl, as you should, Yuki. Good girl. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yuki can riz you up in all them languages. Oh, you could riz up Loner too then. Well, Loner's in a relationship, but Vtuber bottle commission whip. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm gonna cry. That is so cute. Oh my god. Oh, my dog's dreaming and barking. Can you hear him? Do you hear that squeaking sound? Hold on, let me pause. I think he just woke himself up. Oh no, he didn't. Bork, little. That looks amazing. Oh my god, Cookie Tea. Are you doing the rigging for this as well? Do you do the rigging for this as well? I kind of want to get you to do like a chibi style model for me. I think that'd be really fun. It is so cute. This is what I'm saying. You guys are thoroughly missing out if you are not following her. This is the kind of gorgeous artwork that she does. Let's just go over this real quick. Like, her, despite the fact that it's so chibi and cute, you would love to do that? You'll be doing the rating? Okay, I might have to get you to do that for me. Despite the fact that it almost looks like it's deceptively like simple, because you think of like really cute big-eyed things as generally being like simple, but look at all of the supreme definition here, all of the beautiful soft shading. Like, look at the detail in the eyes, the little like shine on the lip. I'm obsessed with her art. It's so fucking gorgeous. Look at how her lines, she clearly goes back through and does this like gradation on her lines to make them like integrate better. This is such a cool technique as well. She uses like colors that are around the thing so that it looks like it belongs as part of the image. Oh, I love this little guy. He's so cute. We need to get a chibi rigged. It would be awesome. Yeah, I would love that. Oh my gosh. What kind of prices do you have for chibi art, sweetie? For like a model. Oh, where'd the hype train come from? What the fuck? Thank you guys so much for that though. Look at the folds in the skirt. They're so cute. Yeah, you are adorable and amazing. Agreed, Ragna, agreed. I opened Cookie's channel to follow her and auto-played your stream in the little Cookie T rated into tab, and it doubled up your audio and I thought I was going insane. Sorry, bud. This is so awesome. I just love looking at every single little tiny detail in Cookie's stuff because, like I said, it's like, it is so beautifully done, so professionally done, so gorgeously rendered. She is that too, but I mistyped it. Look at the tail with the cool, I love this brush, this like roughed up brush. That is awesome. Love the rendering on the bow. Cloth looks amazing. Hair is beautiful. There's a Cookie V-Gen. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Thank you, Strat. So stunning. Oh my gosh. So fucking cute. Thank you so much for bringing your amazing community in, darling. I really appreciate it, gorgeous Cookie. Yeah. So pretty. I love your art. It always makes me so happy to see it. Excellent, excellent work as always. And my precious pals, you definitely need to go check out the gorgeous cookie tea if you have not yet. Okay, we are not going to make it to lose it, I don't think. Now, Cookie, what we're working on over here is actually the opposite of what you're working on. We're working on something not very cute. We're working on a horror starting soon screen. This is, obviously, this is going to be, like, animated, but I'll show you guys where we are at the moment. Which is, the reason I mentioned it's going to be animated is because there's a lot of, like, individual layers so that I can move them later. Yeah, there you go. It's like way scarier than it will be just because it's like unfinished, but I charge around 600, 800 USD for a chibi model, depending on complexity and toggles. Fantastic. I love. Okay, that sounds great. That sounds very, very good. I will need to save up and I will need to come to you for a little chibi. That is so pretty. This is looking gorgeous. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. The hands are foreshortening. They're gonna move too, baby. I was like, ah. Dreading, really nice. Thank you, Loner. Let's see. Move so good. Yeah, it's gonna be like just like little movements of the fingies and eyeball shaking as one does. But yeah, so you are going to be streaming on Tuesday. Are you going to be doing more art then? Are you going to be continuing to work on this VTuber model commission, hon? Tigress Tilly, hello, terrific Tilly. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here, hon. Bye-bye. Oh, you have to go to work now. Lovely life. Have a great time at work, or as good as can be. We will miss you terribly, but we'll see you soon, honey. We'll see you on Sunday for some Persona 5. By the way, you guys, just a quick reminder, if you're going to the Tasmania Pop Culture Festival at Kingston, Kingborough Community Hub, I will be there tomorrow. At 4 o'clock, hosting or co-hosting the trivia. So if you are in the neighborhood and you would like to go join that, there is no additional fee. If you're already there, you can just come on in and play with us. Okay? How are you doing, terrific Tigress? May I ask how did you find us? Were you with the raid, or oh, you were with the raid? Amazing, cool. Sorry, I didn't even see the chat from Raider. I'm dumb. Sorry. Thank you for coming in. Sail North, Tale of the Shadow. You got it, Raya. How fitting that be one of the last songs to be requested, because that's what we started with today. But yeah, Tigers, thank you so very much for coming in. I'll be working more on the model on Tuesday. Amazing, cutie cookie. Love it. I'm so excited. I hope I can come in at some point and actually bear witness to the beauty being created in front of my very eyes. I have decided Aviwena will be there later. Aviwena? What is that? But sweetest Cyber, yes, you get some good sleep. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for coming in. Always love seeing fellow Tigers. Yay! I'm so glad! Thank you so much for being here, honey. All right, let's see. So I'm still doing some extra fluffing of the hair here. I'm heading out, but I'll see you next stream. When is that? That is Sunday. That is Sunday at 1 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Tau is actually not a target. That's okay. People are allowed to come on in, and then they get to find that out later. That's okay. We don't need to alienate by being like, oh, you're wrong. That is a-okay. I'm all right with being a tigress amongst tigress. Thank you very much, though, Patricia. All right, you guys, give me just a sec, because we'll listen to some music, but I do need to probably find Favorite Arknight character. Gotcha. Oh, she's an Aussie Electric Bunny. That's awesome. That's very cool. Tigress, don't know more about it. That is a-okay. Hopefully we'll see more of you, and you don't get scared off by corrections or anything. I just know that sometimes when it's the first thing that someone does, it's kind of like, oh, geez, okay, this is that community, you know? All right, let me go see if we can find somebody to go and raid. I'm so sorry that we're gonna be finishing up pretty close to when we happy to be here. Awesome. Okay, sounds good. All good, Patricia. All good. I'm sorry that you guys just raided in, but since I've got to get going, I do want to make sure that we have a nice smooth transition. What time is that for you? I'm not sure, Ember. You'll have to look that up, hun. Let's see. You're all good. Yay! Thank you, Goody Cookie. My pleasure, Patricia. Thank you guys so much for coming. I appreciate it. Our next art stream will incredibly unpredictably be Friday, which it always is. Let me see. Who might we go and raid into? I actually have a few people that we could go see. But it might wind up being... Bear with me, cutie pies. Yes, we will be playing Persona 5 Royal on Sunday. Looking forward to that as well. Thanks for the stream. Thank you so much for coming, cutie pies. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Give me just a second. A monkey? Oh my god, there's a monkey VTuber. That's cute. Hold on. Okay, I think we're gonna go see a new friend. Monkey D seems lovely, and is doing, oh my god, this is the cutest, this is so cute. From before the raid? Oh, interesting, a style, sorry, what did you mean, hun? Thank you so much for coming, you guys. I really appreciate it. I'm so excited to see you guys on Sunday. All right, we're gonna go and see lovely Monkey D. Monkey D. A cute little monkey VTuber. And my darlings, listen, I will miss you terribly, but I will see you on Sunday. If you are going to bed, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. And of course, above all else, I hope beyond hopes that you remember to take the best care of yourselves, because you know I would take the best care of you. Thank you so very much for coming in, Talon. It was my pleasure to help you, darling. Bye-bye. Come on in anytime. I'm always happy to help. Bye-bye. And let's go see this monkey. Yep. Let's go see this monkey. Whee! Pretty lady. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Raw, darling. Dolly doos. Bye-bye. Pretty lady. Whoa! Bye-bye. Pretty raw, darling.